Mm. So, mic running, stream running, everything running besides the audiobook. Let's wait 5 minutes until I start. On the other hand, let's give people the chance to recognize. There are not many who pay attention to this, but so am I still not finished with the druid? Yeah. Veralas Tanaris is the thing for the druid. I maybe should do the wool farm with the mage so I can finally get this done. Today is the 3rd. I don't have any cooldowns ready. They're on the 4th and 5th. And oh, right. I started yesterday the list what I will farm and when on 60. And it is, I just started and it is already a long list. I guess I have something to do later on. Turn. That is Cliff Walker, Cliff Breaker, Sunross, Stone Guardian, Ungoro. What? Thunderhead Patriarch, Char. Okay. For a reason, I'm pretty sure. I remember now from yesterday. I don't need this. I can use this. Good. Let's sell the useless stuff. While there are still arrows. And nearly update the add-ons daily. That must be a very old add-on that causes it trouble. So let's do the rogues first, then the pirates. Am I high enough for pirates for 45? Oh. Just barely, but we'll be okay. I want the birds. The bird. Gizzard. Horses, please. Better take the horsey. Okay, I collected quests, and when I collected the quest, I think the 5 minutes. Oh, here's Rocky. The waiting time is gone, and I can start the audiobook. I mean, it doesn't matter what. Let's get the quests first. I have 7 quests to take if I want to. The mages and Caliph will cause a little bit of trouble to make. But hey, as long as I have a grenade, Caliph should not be the problem.
Hey, how you doing?
What's that?
Who you be?
So let's check the ocean, but first let's start the audiobook. For everyone who don't want to get spoiled, oops. Let's hit headset, please.
Charging battery.
Get spoiled. I start the audiobook now with part 4 again. Yeah, part 4. And I think part 3 is already uploaded on YouTube. So enjoy your time.
Slow circles. The Aeolian is where our long-sought player is waiting in the wings. I've not forgotten that she is what I am moving towards. If I seem to be caught in a slow circling of the subject, it is only appropriate, as she and I have always moved towards each other in slow circles. Luckily, Willem and Simon had both been to the Aeolian. Together they told me what little I didn't already know. There were a lot of places you could go in Imre to listen to music. In fact, nearly every inn, tavern, and boarding house had some manner of musician strumming, singing, or piping in the background. But the Aeolian was different. It hosted the best musicians in the city. If you knew good music from bad, you knew the Aeolian had the best. To get in the front door of the Aeolian cost you a whole copper jot. Once you were inside, you could stay as long as you wished and listen to as much music as you liked. But playing at the door did not give a musician the right to play at the Aeolian. A musician who wished to set foot upon the Aeolian stage had to pay for the privilege. 1 silver talent. That's right, folk paid to play at the Aeolian, not the other way around. Why would anyone pay such an outrageous amount of money simply to play music? Well, some of those who gave their silver were simply the self-indulgent rich. To them, a talent was not a great price to set themselves on such proud display. But serious musicians paid too. If your performance impressed the audience and the owners enough, you were given a token, a tiny set of silver pipes that could be mounted on a pin or necklace. Talent pipes were recognized as clear marks of distinction at most sizable inns within 200 miles of Imre. If you had your set of talent pipes, you were admitted to the Aeolian for free and could play whenever the fancy took you. The only responsibility the talent pipes carried was that of performance. If you had earned your pipes, you could be called upon to play. This was usually not a heavy burden, as the nobility who frequented the Aeolian usually gave money or gifts to performers who pleased them. It was the upper-class version of buying drinks for the fiddler. Some musicians played with little hope of actually gaining their pipes. They paid to play because you never knew who might be in the Aeolian that night listening. A good performance of a single song might not get you your pipes, but it might earn you a wealthy patron instead. A patron. "You'll never guess what I heard," Simon said one evening as we sat on our usual bench in the Pennant Square. We were alone, as Willem was off making eyes at a serving girl at Anchor's. "Students have been hearing all manner of odd things from mains at night." "Really?" I feigned disinterest. Simon pressed on. "Yes. Some say that it's the ghost of a student who got lost in the building and starved to death." He tapped the side of his nose with a finger like an old gaffer telling a story. "They say he wanders the halls even to this day, never able to find his way outside." "Ah." "Other opinions suggest it's an angry spirit. They say it tortures animals, especially cats. That's the sound the students hear late at night, tortured cats' guts. Quite a terrifying sound, I understand." I looked at him. He seemed almost ready to burst with laughing. "Oh, let it out," I told him with mock severity. "Go on, you deserve it for being so terribly clever, despite the fact that no one uses gut strings in this day and age." He chortled delightedly to himself. I picked up one of his sweetcakes and began to eat it, hoping to teach him a valuable lesson in humility. "So you're still going at it?" I nodded. Simon looked relieved. "Thought you might have changed your plans. I hadn't seen you carrying your loot around lately." "Not necessary," I explained. "Now that I have time to practice, I don't have to worry about sneaking in a few minutes whenever I can grab them." A group of students passed by. One of them waved to Simon. "When are you going to do it?" "This morning," I said. "So soon?" Sim asked. "It was only 2 span ago that you were worried about being rusty. Has it all come back so quickly?" "Not all of it," I admitted. "It'll take years for it to all come back." I shrugged and popped the last of the sweet cake into my mouth. "But it's easier again. The music doesn't stop in my hands anymore, it just..." I struggled to explain, then shrugged. "I'm ready." Honestly, I would have liked another month's practice, another year's practice before gambling away an entire talent. But there was no time. The term was nearly over. I needed money to stave off my debt to Devi and pay my upcoming tuition. I couldn't wait any longer. "You sure?" Sim asked. "I've heard people try for their talent that were really good. Early this term, an old man sang a song about this woman whose husband had gone off to war." "In the village smithy?" I said. "Whatever," Simon said dismissively. "What I'm saying is that he was really good. I laughed and cried and just hurt all over." He gave me an anxious look. "But he didn't get his pipes." I covered my own anxiety with a smile. "You still haven't heard me play, have you?" "You know damn well I haven't," he said crossly. I smiled. I had refused to play for Willem and Simon while I was out of practice. Their opinions were nearly as important as those at the Aeolian. "Well, you'll get your chance this morning," I teased. "Will you come?" Simon nodded. "Willem too, barring earthquakes or a rain of blood." I looked up at the sunset. "I should go," I said, getting to my feet. "Practice makes the master." Sim waved and I headed to the mess, where I sat down long enough to spoon up my beans and chew through a flat piece of tough grey meat. I took my small loaf of bread with me. drawing a few odd looks from the nearby students. I headed to my bunk and retrieved my loot from the trunk at the foot of the bed. Then, given the rumors Sim had mentioned, I took one of the trickier ways onto the roof of Mainz, shimmying up a series of drain pipes in a sheltered box hanging. I didn't want to draw any extra attention to my nighttime activities there. It was fully dark by the time I made it to the isolated courtyard with the apple tree. All the windows were dark. I looked down from the edge of the roof, seeing nothing but shadows. "Auri!" I called. "Are you there?" "You're late," came the vaguely petulant reply. "I'm sorry," I said. "Do you want to come up tonight?" A slight pause. "No. Come down. There's not much moon tonight," I said in my best encouraging tones. "Are you sure you don't want to come up?" I heard a rustle from the hedges below, and then saw Auri scamper up the tree like a squirrel. She ran around the edge of the roof, then pulled up short a few dozen feet away. At my best guess, Auri was only a few years older than me, certainly no more than 20. She dressed in tattered clothes that left her arms and legs bare, was shorter than me by almost a foot. She was thin. Part of this was simply her tiny frame, but there was more to it than that. Her cheeks were hollow and her bare arms waifishly narrow. Her long hair was so fine that it trailed her, floating in the air like a cloud. It had taken me a long while to draw her out of hiding. I'd suspected someone was listening to me practice from the courtyard, but it had been nearly 2 span before I caught a glimpse of her. Seeing that she was half-starved, I began bringing whatever food I could carry away from the mess and leaving it for her. Even so, it was another span before she had joined me on the roof as I practiced my lute. The last few days, she'd even started talking. I'd expected her to be sullen and suspicious, but nothing could be further from the truth. She was bright-eyed and enthusiastic, though I couldn't help but be reminded of myself in Tarbeen when I saw her. There was little real resemblance. Auri was scrupulously clean and full of joy. She didn't like the open sky or bright lights or people. I guess she was some student who had gone cracked and run underground before she could be confined to Haven. I hadn't learned much about her, as she was still shy and skittish. When I'd asked her name, she bolted back underground and didn't return for days. So I picked a name for her, Auri, though in my heart I thought of her as my little moon fae. Auri came a few steps closer, stopped, waited, then darted forward again. She did this several times until she stood in front of me. Standing still, her hair spread in the air around her like a halo. She held both her hands in front of her, just under her chin. She reached out and tugged my sleeve, then pulled her hand back. "What do you bring me?" she asked excitedly. I smiled. "What did you bring me?" I teased gently. She smiled and thrust her hand. Something gleamed in the moonlight. "A key," she said proudly, pressing it on me. I took it. It had a pleasing weight in my hand. "It's very nice," I said. "What does it unlock?" "The moon," she said, her expression grave. "That should be useful," I said, looking it over. "That's what I thought," she said. "That way, if there's a door in the moon, you can open it." She sat cross-legged on the roof and grinned up. "Not that I would encourage that sort of reckless behavior." I squatted down and opened my loot case. "I brought you some bread." I handed her the loaf of brown barley bread wrapped in a piece of cloth, and a bottle of water. "It's very nice as well," she said graciously. The bottle seemed very large in her hand. "What's in the water?" she asked as she pulled out the cork and peered down into it. "Flowers," I said. "And the part of the moon that isn't in the sky tonight. I put that in there too." She looked back up. "I already said the moon," she said with a hint of reproach. "Just flowers then." and the shine off the back of the dragonfly. I wanted a piece of the moon, but blue dragonfly shine was as close as I could get. She tipped the bottle up and took a sip. It's lovely, she said, brushing back several strands of hair that were drifting in front of her face. Aori spread out the cloth and began to eat. She tore small pieces from the loaf and chewed them delicately, somehow making the whole process look genteel. I like white bread, she said conversationally between mouthfuls. Me too, I said as I lowered myself into a sitting position, when I can get it. She nodded and looked around at the starry night sky and the crescent moon. I like it when it's cloudy too, but this is okay. It's cozy, like the underthing. Underthing? I asked. She was rarely this talkative. I live in the underthing, Aori said easily. It goes all over. Do you like it down there? Aori's eyes lit up. Holy God, yes, it's marvelous. You can just look forever. She turned to look at me. I have news, she said teasingly. What's that? I asked. She took another bite and finished chewing before she spoke. I went out last night. A sly smile. On top of things. Really? I said, not bothering to hide my surprise. How did you like it?
Don't hit
It was lovely. I went looking around, she said, obviously pleased with herself. I saw Elodine. Master Elodine? I asked. She nodded. Was he on top of things too? She nodded again, chewing. Did he see you? Her smile burst out again, making her look closer to 8 than 18. Nobody sees me. Besides, he was busy listening to the wind. She cupped her hands around her mouth and made a hooting noise. It was good wind for listening last night, she added confidentially. While I was trying to make sense of what she'd said, Aori finished the last of her bread and clapped her hands excitedly. Now play, she said breathlessly. Play, play. Grinning, I pulled my lute out of its case. I couldn't hope for a more enthusiastic audience than Aori. Chapter 54. A Place to Burn. You look different today, Simon observed. Willem grunted in agreement. I feel different, I admitted. Good, but different. The three of us were kicking up dust on the road to Imminent. The day was warm and sunny, and we were in no particular hurry. You look calm, Simon continued, brushing his hand through his hair. I wish I felt as calm as you look. I wish I felt as calm as I look, I mumbled. Simon refused to give up. You look more solid, he grimaced. No, you look tight. Tight? Tension forced laughter out of me, leaving me more relaxed. How can someone look tight? Just tight, he shrugged. Like a coiled spring. It's the way he's holding himself, Willem said, breaking his usual thoughtful silence. Standing straight, neck unbent, shoulders back. He gestured vaguely to illustrate his point. When he steps, his whole foot treads the ground. Not just the ball as if he would run, or the heel as if he would hesitate. He steps solidly down, claiming the piece of ground for his own. I felt a momentary awkwardness as I tried to watch myself. Always a futile thing to attempt. Simon gave him a sideways look. Someone's been spending time with Puppet, haven't they? Willem shrugged a vague agreement and threw a stone into the trees by the side of the road. Who is this puppet you two keep mentioning? I asked, partly to draw the attention away from myself. I'm about to die of terminal curiosity, you know?
Sure.
If anyone could, it would be you, Willem said. He spends most of his time in the archives, Sim said hesitantly, knowing that he was touching on a sore subject. It would be hard to introduce you since, you know. We came to Stonebridge, the ancient arch of grey stone that spans the Omethi River between the university and Imre. Over 200 feet from one bank to another, and arching more than 60 feet at its peak, Stonebridge had more stories and legends surrounding it than any other university landmark. Spit for luck, Willem urged, as we began to climb one side and followed his own advice. Simon followed suit, spitting over the side with a childlike exuberance. I almost said, "Luck has nothing to do with it," Master Arwill's words repeated sternly 1,000 times in the Medica. I tasted them on the tip of my tongue for a minute, hesitated, then spat instead. The Aeolian lay at the heart of Imre, its front doors facing out onto the city's central cobblestone courtyard. There were benches, a few flowering trees, and a marble fountain misting water over a statue of a satyr chasing a group of half-clothed nymphs whose attempt at flight seemed token at best. Well-dressed people milled around, nearly a third carrying some sort of musical instrument or another. I counted at least 7 lutes. As we approached the Aeolian, the doorman tugged at the front of a wide-brimmed hat and made a nodding bow. He was at least 6.5 feet tall, deeply tanned and muscular.
"That would be 1 jot, young master."
He smiled as Willem handed over a coin. He turned to me next with the same sunny smile. Looking at the loot case I carried, he cocked an eyebrow at me.
"Good to see a new face. You know the rules?"
I nodded and handed him a jot. He turned to point inside.
"You see the bar?"
It was hard to miss 50 feet of winding mahogany that curved through the far end of the room.
"See where the far end turns toward the stage?"
I nodded.
"See him on the stool? If you decide to try for your pipes, he's the one you want to talk to. Name's Stanton."
We both turned away from the room at the same time. I shrugged my loot higher onto my shoulder. "Thank you." I paused, not knowing his name.
"Diok."
He smiled again in his relaxed way. A sudden impulse seized me and I held out my hand. "Diok means to drink. Will you let me buy you one later?" He looked at me for a long second before he laughed. It was an unrestrained, happy sound that came leaping straight from his chest. He shook my hand warmly.
"I just might add that."
Diok released my hand, looking behind me.
"Simon, did you bring us this one?"
"He brought me, actually." Simon seemed put out by my brief exchange with the doorman, but I couldn't guess why. "I don't think anyone can really take him anywhere." He handed a jot to Diok.
"I'll believe that,"
Diok said.
"There's something about him I like. He's a little fey around the edges. I hope he plays for us tonight."
"I hope so too," I said, and we moved inside. I looked around the Aeolian as casually as I could manage. A raised circular stage thrust out from the wall opposite the curving mahogany bar. Several spiraling stairways led to a second level that was much like a balcony. A smaller third level was visible above that, more like a high mezzanine circling the room. Stools and chairs, ringed tables throughout around the room. Benches were recessed into niches in the walls. Sympathy lamps were mixed with candles, giving the room a natural light without fouling the air with smoke. "Well, that was cleverly done." Simon's voice was brittle. "Merciful Taylor, warn me before you try any more stunts, will you?" "What?" I asked. "In with the doorman." "Simon, you are jittery as a teenage whore." "He was friendly. I liked him. What's the harm in offering him a drink?" "Diok owns this place," Simon said sharply, "and he absolutely hates it when musicians suck up to him. 2 span ago, he threw someone out of here for trying to tip him." He gave me a long look. "Actually threw him, almost far enough to make it into the fountain." "Oh," I said, properly taken aback. I snuck a look at Diok as he bantered with someone at the door. I saw the thick muscles in his arm tense and relax as he made a gesture outside. "Did he seem upset to you?" I asked. "No, he didn't. That's the damnedest thing." Willem approached us. "If the 2 of you will stop fishwaving and come to table, I will buy the first drinks, Flynn." We made our way to the table Willem had picked out, not too far from where Stanchion sat at the bar. "What do you want to drink?" Willem asked as Simon and I sat down and I settled my loot case into the 4th chair. "Cinnamon mead," Simon said without stopping to think.
"Girl,"
Willem said in a vaguely accusatory way and turned to me. "Cider," I said, "soft cider." "2 girls," he said, and walked off to the bar. I nodded towards Stanchion. What about him? I asked Simon. I thought he owned the place. They both do. Stanchion handles the music end of it. Is there anything I should know about it? I asked, my near catastrophe with Diok having sharpened my anxiety. Simon shook his head. I hear he's cheerful enough in his own right, but I've never talked with him. Don't do anything stupid, and everything should be fine. Thanks, I said sarcastically, as I pushed my chair back from the table and stood. Stanchion had a medium build and was handsomely dressed in deep green and black. He had a round, bearded face and a slight paunch that was probably only noticeable because he was sitting. He smiled and motioned me forward with the hand that wasn't holding an impressively tall tankard. "Oh there," he said cheerily. "You have the hopeful look about you. Are you here to play for us tonight?" He raised a speculative eyebrow. Now that I was closer, I noticed that Stanchion's hair was a deep, bashful red that hid if the light struck him the wrong way. "I hope to, sir," I said, "though I was planning to wait for a while." "Oh, certainly. We never let anyone try their talent until the sun is down." He paused to take a drink, and as he turned his head, I saw a golden set of pipes hanging from his ear. Sighing, he wiped his mouth happily across the back of his sleeve. "What do you play then, Lute?" I nodded. "Have any idea what you'll use to woo us?" That depends, sir. Has anyone played the Lay of Sasavian Trallion lately?" Stanchion raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. Smoothing his beard with his free hand, he said, "Well, no. Someone gave it a whirl a few months ago, but he bit off more than he could swallow whole. Missed a couple of fingerings, then fell apart." He shook his head. "Simply said, no, not lately." He took another drink from his tankard and swallowed thoughtfully before he spoke again. "Most people find that a song of more moderate difficulty allows them to showcase their talent," he said carefully. I sensed his unspoken advice and was not offended. Sasavian is the most difficult song I had ever heard. My father had been the only one in the troupe that was skilled at performing, and I had only heard him do it perhaps 4 or 5 times in front of an audience. It was only about 15 minutes long, but those 15 minutes required quick, precise fingering that, if done properly, would set 2 voices singing out of loop at once, both a melody and a harmony. That was tricky, but nothing any skilled lutist couldn't accomplish. However, Sasavian was a ballad, and the vocal part was a counter-melody that ran against the timing of the lute. Difficult. If the song was being done properly, with both a man and a woman alternating the verses, the song was further complicated by the female's counter-harmony in the refrains. If it is done well, it is enough to cut a heart. Unfortunately, few musicians could perform calmly in the center of such a storm of song. Stanchion drank off another solid swallow from his tankard and wiped his beard on his sleeve. "You singing alone?" he asked, seeming a bit excited in spite of his half-spoken warning. "Or have you brought someone to sing opposite you? Is one of the boys you came in with a castrati?" I fought down laughter at the thought of Willem as a soprano and shook my head. "I don't have any friends that can sing it. I was going to double the 3rd refrain to give someone the chance to come in as Halloween." "Trooper style, eh?"
Trooper style.
Look. "Son, it's really not my place to say this, but do you really want to try for your pipes with someone you've never even practiced with?" It reassured me that he realized how hard it was going to be. "How many pipes will be here tonight, roughly?" He thought briefly. "Roughly 8, maybe a dozen. So in all likelihood there will be at least 3 women who've earned their talents." Stanchion nodded, watching me curiously. "Well," I said slowly, "if what everyone has told me is true, if only real excellence can win the pipes, then one of those women will know Halloween's part." Stanchion took another long, slow drink, watching me over the top of his tank. When he finally set it down, he forgot to wipe his beard.
That's a bold move.
"You're a proud one, aren't you?" he said frankly. I looked around the room. "Isn't this the Aeolian?" I had heard that this is where pride pays silver and plays golf. All right then, Stanchion said almost to himself. Plays golf. He slammed his tankard down onto the bar, causing a small geyser of something frothy to erupt from the top. Damn it, boy, I hope you're as good as you seem to think you are. I could use someone else around here with Ilian's fire. He ran a hand through his own red hair to clarify his double meaning. I hope this place is as good as everyone seems to think it is, I said earnestly. I need a place to burn. He didn't throw you out, Simon quipped as I returned to the table. So I'm guessing it didn't go as badly as it could have. I think it went well, I said distractedly, but I'm not sure. How can you not know? Simon objected. I saw him laugh. That must mean something good. Not necessarily, Willem said. I'm trying to remember everything I said to him, I admitted. Sometimes my mouth just starts talking and it takes my mind a little bit to catch up. This happens often, does it? Asked Willem with one of his rare, quiet smiles. Their banter began to relax me. More and more often, I confessed, grinning. We drank and joked about small things, rumors of the masters and the rare female students who caught our attention. We talked about who we liked in the university, but more time was spent mulling over who we didn't like and why, and what we would do about it given the chance. Such is human nature. So time passed, and the Aeolian slowly filled. Simon gave in to Willem's taunting and began to drink Scutton, a powerful black wine from the foothills of the Shaldar Mountains, more commonly called Cuttail. Simon showed the effects almost immediately, laughing louder, grinning wider, and fidgeting in his seat. Willem remained his same taciturn self. I bought the next round of drinks, making it large mugs of straight cider for each of us. I responded to Willem's scowl by telling him that if I made my talent tonight, I would float him home in Cuttail. If either of them got drunk on me before then, I would personally thrash them and drop them in the river. They settled down an appreciable amount and began inventing obscene verses to Tinker Tanner. I left them to it, retreating into my own thoughts. At the forefront of my mind was the fact that Stanchion's unspoken advice might be worth listening to. I tried to think of other songs I could perform that were difficult enough to show my skill, but easy enough to allow me room for artistry. Simon's voice drew me back to the here and now. Come on, you're good at rhymes, he urged me. I replayed the last bit of their conversation that I'd been half listening to. Try In the Telling's Cassock, I suggested disinterestedly. I was too nervous to bother explaining that one of my father's vices had been his propensity for dirty limericks. They chortled delightedly to themselves while I tried to come up with a different song to sing. I hadn't had much luck when Willem distracted me again. What? I demanded angrily. Then I saw the flat look in Willem's eyes that he only gets when he sees something he really doesn't like. What? I repeated more reasonably this time. Someone we all know and love, he said darkly, nodding in the direction of the door. I couldn't see anyone I recognized. The Aeolian was nearly full, and over 100 people milled about on the ground floor alone. I saw through the open door that night had settled outside. His back is to us. He's working his oily charm on a lovely young lady who must not know him. To the right of the round gentleman in red. Willem directed my attention. Son of a bitch, I said, too stunned for proper profanity. I've always figured him for porcine parentage myself, Willem said dryly. Simon looked around, blinking owlishly. What? Who's here? Ambrose. God, balls, Simon said and hunched over the tabletop. That's all I need. Haven't you two made nice yet? I'm willing to leave him be, I protested, but every time he sees me, he can't help but make another jab in my direction. It takes two to argue, Simon said. Like hell, I retorted. I don't care whose son he is. I won't go belly up like some timid pup. If he's fool enough to take a poke at me, I'll snap the finger clean off that does the poking. I took a breath to calm myself and tried to sound rational. Eventually, he'll learn to leave me well enough alone. You could just ignore him, Simon said, sounding surprisingly sober. Just don't rise to his baiting and he'll tire of it soon enough. No, I said seriously, looking Simon in the eye. No, he won't. I liked Simon, but he was terribly innocent at times. Once he thinks I'm weak, he'll be on me twice as thick as the day before. I know his type. Here he comes, Willem observed, looking casually away. Ambrose saw me before he made it to our side of the room. Our eyes met, and it was obvious that he hadn't expected to see me there. He said something to one of his ever-present group of bootlickers, and they moved off through the crowd in a different direction to claim a table. His eyes moved from me to Willem, to Simon, to my loot, and back to me. Then he turned and walked to the table his friends had claimed. He looked in my direction before he took his seat. I found it unnerving that he didn't smile. He had always smiled at me before, an over-sad pantomime smile with mockery in his eyes. Then I saw something that unnerved me even more. He was carrying a sturdy, squared case. Ambrose plays lyre? I demanded of the world in general. Willem shrugged. Simon looked uncomfortable. I thought you knew, he said weakly. You've seen him here before? I asked. Sim nodded. Did he play? Recited, actually. Poetry. He recited and kind of plucked at the lyre. Simon looked like a rabbit about to run. Does he have his talent? I said darkly. I decided then that if Ambrose was a member of this group, I didn't want anything to do with it. No, Simon squeaked. He tried for it, but he trailed off, looking a little wild around the eyes. Willem lay a hand on my arm and made a calming gesture. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and tried to relax. Slowly, I realized that none of this mattered. At most, it simply raised the stakes for tonight. Ambrose wouldn't be able to do anything to disrupt my play. He would be forced to watch and listen to me playing the lay of Sasavian Trallion, because now there was no question as to what I would be performing tonight. The evening's entertainment was led by one of the talented musicians from the crowd. He had a lute and showed that he could play it as well as any Edemaru. His second song was even better, one that I'd never heard before. There was a gap of about 10 minutes before another talented musician was called onto the stage to sing. This man had a set of reed pipes and played them better than anyone I had ever heard. He followed by singing a haunting eulogy in a minor key. No instrument, just his high, clear voice that rose and flowed like the pipes he had played before. I was pleased to find the skill of the talented musicians to be everything it was rumored to be. But my anxiety increased a proportionate amount. Excellence is excellence's only companion. Had I not already decided to play the lay of Sasavian Trallion for purely spiteful reasons, these performances would have convinced me. There followed another period of 5 or 10 minutes. I realized that Stanchion was deliberately spacing things out to give the audience a chance to move about and make noise between the songs. The man knew his business. I wondered if he had ever been a trooper. Then we had our first trial of the night. A bearded man of 30 years or so was brought onto the stage by Stanchion and introduced to the audience. He played flute, played it well. He played 2 shorter songs that I knew and a third I didn't. He played for perhaps 20 minutes in all, only making one small mistake that I could hear. After the applause, the flautist remained on stage while Stanchion circulated in the crowd gathering opinions. A serving boy brought the flautist a glass of water. Eventually, Stanchion came back onto the stage. The room was quiet as the owner drew close and solemnly shook the man's hand. The musician's expression fell, but he managed a sickly smile and a nod to the audience. Stanchion escorted him off the stage and bought something that came in a tall tankard. The next to try her talent was a young woman, richly dressed with golden hair. After Stanchion introduced her, she sang an aria in a voice so clear and pure that I forgot my anxiety for a while and was ensnared by her song. For a few blessed moments, I forgot myself and could do nothing but listen. Too soon it was over, leaving me with a tender feeling in my chest and a vague prickling in my eyes. Simon sniffled a little and rubbed self-consciously at his face. Then she sang a second song while accompanying herself on a half-part. I watched her intently, and I will admit that it was not entirely for her musical ability. She had hair like bright wheat. I could see the clear blue of her eyes from where I sat some 30 feet away. She had smooth arms and small, delicate hands that were quick against the strings. And the way she held the harp between her legs made me think of, well, the things that every boy of 15 thinks about incessantly. Her voice was as lovely as before, enough to set a heart aching. Unfortunately, her playing could not match it. She struck wrong notes halfway through her second song, faltered, then recovered before she made it to the end of her performance. There was a longer pause as Stanchion circulated this time. He milled through the 3 levels of the Aeolian, talking with everyone, young and old, musician and drummer. As I watched, Ambrose caught the eye of the woman on stage and gave her one of his smiles. It seemed so greasy to me and so charming to women. Then, looking away from her, his gaze wandered to my table and our eyes met. His smile faded, and for a long moment we simply watched each other, expressionless. Neither of us smiled mockingly or mouthed small, insulting nothings to the other. Nevertheless, all our smouldering enmity was renewed in those few minutes. I cannot say with certainty which of us looked away first. After nearly 15 minutes of gathering opinions, Stanchion mounted the stage again. He approached the golden-haired woman and took her hand as he had the previous musician. The woman's face fell in much the same way his had. Stanchion led her from the stage and brought her what I guessed was the consolation tankard. Closely on the heels of this failure was another talented musician who played fiddle, excellent as the 2 before him. Then an older man was brought onto stage by Stanchion as if he were crying for his talent. However, the applause that greeted him seemed to imply that he was as popular as any of the talented musicians who had played before him. I nudged Simon. "Who's this?" I asked, as the grey, bearded man tuned his lyre. "Threep," Simon whispered back at me. "Count Threep, actually. He plays here all the time, has for years, great patron of the arts. He stopped trying for his pipes years ago. Now he just plays. Everyone loves him." Threep began to play,
Can't root
and I
here.
could see immediately why he had never earned his pipes. His voice cracked and wavered as he plucked his lyre. His rhythm varied erratically, and it was hard to tell if he struck a wrong note. The song was obviously of his own devising, a rather candid revelation about the personal habits of a local nobleman. But in spite of its lack of classic artistic merit, I found myself laughing along with the rest of the crowd. When he was done, everyone applauded thunderously, some people pounding on the tables or stamping as well. Stanchion went directly onto the stage and shook the Count's hand, but Threep didn't seem disappointed in the least. Stanchion pounded him enthusiastically on the back as he led him down to the bar. It was time. I stood and gathered up my loot. Willem clapped my arm and Simon grinned at me, trying not to look almost sick with friendly worry. I nodded silently to each of them as I walked over to Stanchion's vacant seat at the end of the bar where it curved toward the stage. I fingered the silver talent in my pocket, thick and heavy. Some irrational part of me wanted to clutch it, hoard it for later. But I knew that in a few more days a single talent wouldn't do me a bit of good. With a set of talent pipes, I could support myself playing at local inns. If I was lucky enough to attract the attention of a patron, I could earn enough to square my debt to Devi and pay my tuition as well. It was a gamble I had to take. Stanchion came ambling back to his spot at the bar. I'll go next, sir, if it's all right with you. I hoped I didn't look as nervous as I felt. My grip on the loot case was slippery from my sweating palms. He smiled at me and nodded. You got a good eye for a crowd, boy. This one's ripe for a sad song. Still planning on doing Savian? I nodded. He sat down and took a drink. Well then, let's just give them a couple of minutes to simmer and get their talking over with. I nodded and leaned against the bar. I took the time to fret uselessly about things I had no control over. One of the pegs on my lute was loose and I didn't have the money to fix it. There had not been any talented women on stage yet. I felt a twinge of unease at the thought of this being the odd night where the only talented musicians at the Aeolian were men, or women who didn't know Halloween's part. It seemed only a short time before Stanchion stood and raised a questioning eyebrow at me. I nodded and picked up my loot case. It suddenly looked terribly shabby to me. Together we walked up the stairs. As soon as my foot touched the stage, the room hushed to a murmur. At the same time, my nervousness left me, burned away by the attention of the crowd. It has always been that way with me. Off stage, I worry and sweat. On stage, I am calm as a windless winter night. Stanchion bade everyone consider me as a candidate for my talent. His words had a soothing, ritual feel. When he gestured to me, there was no familiar applause, only an expectant silence. In a flash, I saw myself as the audience must see me. Not finely dressed as the others had been, in fact, only one step from being ragged. Young, almost a child. I could feel their curiosity drawing them closer to me. I let it build, taking my time as I unclasped my battered second-hand loot case and removed my battered second-hand loot. I felt their attention sharpen at the homely sight of it. I struck a few quiet chords, then touched the pegs, tuning it ever so slightly. I fingered a few more light chords, testing, listened, and nodded to myself. The lights shining onto the stage made the rest of the room dim from where I sat. Looking out, I saw what seemed to be 1,000 eyes. Simon and William, Stanchion by the bar, Diok by the door. I felt a vague flutter in my stomach as I saw Ambrose watching me with all the menace of a smouldering coal. I looked away from him to see a bearded man in red, count 3, an old couple holding hands, a lovely dark-eyed girl. My audience. I smiled at them. A smile drew them closer still, and I sang. Still, sit, although you listen long, long would you wait, without the hope of song, so sweet as this. Basilian himself sat down an age ago, masterwork of a master's life, of Savian and Halloween, a woman he would take to wife. I let the wave of whisper pass through the crowd. Those who knew the song made soft exclamation to themselves, while those who didn't asked their neighbors what the stir was about. I raised my hands to the strings and drew their attention back to me. The room stilled, and I began to play. The music came easily out of me, my lute with a second voice. I flicked my fingers, and the lute made a third voice as well. I sang in the proud, powerful tones of Savian Tralliard, greatest of the Amir. The audience moved under the music like grass against the wind. I sang as Sir Savian, and I felt the audience begin to love and fear me. I was so used to practicing the song alone that I almost forgot to double the third refrain, but I remembered at the last moment in a flash of cold sweat. This time, as I sang it, I looked out into the audience, hoping at the end I would hear a voice answering my own. I reached the end of the refrain before Eloine's first stanza. I struck the first chord hard and waited as the sound of it began to fade without drawing a voice from the audience. I looked calmly out to them, waiting. Every second a greater relief vied with a greater disappointment inside me. Then a voice drifted onto stage, gentle as a brushing feather, singing.
What?
Savian, how could you know? It was the time for you to come to me. Savian, do you remember the days we squandered?
Where does the third one come from?
How well then have we carried what have carried in my heart and memory? She sang as Eloine, I as Savian. On the refrains her voice spun, twinning and mixing with my own. Part of me wanted to search the audience for her, to find the face of the woman I was singing with. I tried once, but my fingers faltered as I searched for the face that could fit the cool moonlight voice that answered mine. Distracted, I touched a wrong note, and there was a burr in the music. A small mistake. I set my teeth and concentrated on my playing. I pushed my curiosity aside and bowed my head to watch my fingers, careful to keep them from slipping on the strings. And we sang. Her voice like burning silver, my voice an echoing answer. Savian sang solid, powerful lines like branches of a rock-old oak, all the while Eloine was like a nightingale, moving in darting circles around the proud limbs of it. I was only dimly aware of the audience now, dimly aware of the sweat on my body. I was so deeply in the music that I couldn't have told you where it stopped and my blood began. But it did stop. 2 verses from the end of the song. The end came. I struck the beginning chord of Savian's verse and I heard a piercing sound that pulled me out of the music like a fish dragged from deep water. A string broke. High on the neck of the lute it snapped, and the tension lashed it across the back of my hand, drawing a thin, bright line of blood. I stared at it numbly. It should not have broken. None of my strings were worn badly enough to break, but it had. And as the last notes of the music faded into silence, I felt the audience begin to stir. They began to rouse themselves from the waking dream that I had woven for them out of strands of song. In the silence, I felt it all unraveling. The audience waking with the dream unfinished, all my work ruined, wasted. And all the while burning inside me was the song. The song. The song. Without knowing what I did, I set my fingers back to the string and fell deep into myself. To years before, when my hands had calluses like stones and my music had come as easy as breathing. Back to the time I had played to make the sound of wind turning a leaf on a lute with 6 strings. And I began to play. Slowly, then with greater speed as my hands remembered. I gathered the fraying strands of song and wove them carefully back to what they had been a moment earlier. It was not perfect. No song as complex as the Savian can be played perfectly on 6 strings instead of 7, but it was whole. And as I played, the audience sighed, stirred, and slowly fell back under the spell that I had made for them. I hardly knew they were there, and after a minute I forgot them entirely. My hands danced, then ran, then blurred across the strings as I fought to keep the lute's 2 voices singing with my own. Then, even as I watched them, I forgot them. I forgot everything except finishing the song. The refrain came and Eloine sang again. To me, she was not a person or even a voice. She was just a part of the song that was burning out of me. And then it was done. Raising my head to look at the room was like breaking the surface of the water for air. I came back into myself, found my hand bleeding and my body covered in sweat. Then the ending of the song struck me like a fist in my chest, as it always does, no matter where or when I listen to it. I buried my face in my hands and wept. Not for a broken lute string and the chance of failure. Not for blood shed and a wounded hand. I did not even cry for the boy who had learned to play a lute with 6 strings in the forest years ago. I cried for Sir Savian and Halloween, for love lost and found and lost again, at cruel fate and man's folly. And so for a while, I was lost in grief, and I knew nothing. Chapter 55. Flame and Thunder. I held all of my mourning for Savian and Halloween to a few moments. Knowing I was still on display, I gathered myself and straightened in my chair to look out at my audience. My silent audience. Music sounds different to the one who plays it. It is the musician's curse. Even as I sat, the ending I had improvised was fading from my memory. Then came doubt. What if it hadn't been as whole as it had seemed? What if my ending hadn't carried the terrible tragedy of the song to anyone but myself? What if my tears seemed to be nothing more than a child's embarrassing reaction to his own failure? Then, waiting, I heard the silence pouring from them. The audience held themselves quiet, tense, and tight, as if the song had burned them worse than flame. Each person held their wounded selves closely, clutching their pain as if it were a precious thing. Then there was a murmur of sobs released and sobs escaping, a sigh of tears, a whisper of bodies slowly becoming no longer still. Then the applause. A roar like leaping flame, like thunder after lightning. Chapter 56. Patrons, Maids, and Metheglin. I restrung my lute. It was a fair distraction while Stanchion gathered opinions from the crowd. My hands went through the routine motions of stripping the broken string away while I fretted to myself. Now that the applause had died, my doubts had come to plague me again. Was one song enough to prove my skill? What if the audience's reaction had been due to the power of the song rather than my playing of it? What of my improvised ending? Perhaps the song had only seemed whole to me. As I finished removing the broken string, I gave it an idle look, and all my thoughts fell to a jumble at my feet. It wasn't worn or flawed as I had thought it would be. The broken end was clean, as if it had been cut with a knife or snipped with a pair of scissors. For a while, I simply stared, dumbly. My lute had been tampered with? Impossible, it was never out of my sight. Besides, I had checked the strings before I left the university, and again before I had come on stage. Then how? I was running the thought in circles in my head when I noticed the crowd quieting. I looked up in time to see Stanchion take the last step onto the stage. I hurriedly got to my feet to face him. His expression was pleasant, but otherwise unreadable. My stomach tied a knot as he walked towards me. Then it fell as he held out his hand the same way he had held it out for the other 2 musicians who had been found wanting. I forced my best smile onto my face and reached to take his hand. I was my father's son, and a trooper. I would take my refusal with the high dignity of the Ademaru. The earth would crack and swallow this glittering, self-important place before I would show a trace of despair. And somewhere in the watching audience was Atlas. The earth would have to swallow the Aeolian, Imre, and the whole Kenthe sea before I gave him a grain of satisfaction over it. So I smiled brightly and took Stanchion's hand in my own. As I shook it, something hard pressed into my palm. Looking down, I saw a glimmer of silver. My talent pipes. My expression must have been a delight to watch. I looked back up at Stanchion. His eyes danced and he winked at me. I turned and held my pipes aloft for everyone to see. The Aeolian roared again. This time it roared a welcome. "You'll have to promise me," a red-eyed Simon said seriously, "that you will never play that song again without warning me first. Ever." Was it that bad? I smiled giddily at him. "No!" Simon almost cried out. I've never... He struggled, wordless for a moment, then bowed his head and began to cry hopelessly into his hands. Willem put a protective arm around Simon, who leaned unashamedly against his shoulder. "Our Simon has a tender heart," he said gently. I imagine he meant to say that he liked it very much. I noticed that Willem's eyes were red around the edges too. I lay a hand on Simon's back. "It hit me hard the first time I heard it too," I told him honestly. "My parents performed it during the midwinter pageantry when I was 9, and I was a wreck for 2 hours afterwards. They had to cut my part from the swineherd and the nightingale because I wasn't in any shape to act." Simon nodded and made a gesture that seemed to imply that he was fine, but that he didn't expect to be able to talk anytime soon, and that I should just carry along with whatever it was I was doing. I looked back at Willem. "I forgot that it hits some people this way," I said lamely. "I recommend Scotland." "Cocktail if you insist on the vulgar, but I seem to remember you saying that you would float us home tonight if you got your pipes, which may be unfortunate, as I happen to be wearing my lead drinking shoes." I heard Stanchion chuckle behind me. "These must be the two non-castrati friends, eh?" Simon was surprised enough at being called a non-castrati to collect himself slightly, rubbing his nose on his sleeve. "Willem, Simon, this is Stanchion." Simon nodded. Willem gave a slight stiff bow. "Stanchion, could you help us to the bar? I promised to buy them a drink." Willem said. "Drinks. Sorry, drinks." I stressed the plural. "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them." "Ah," Stanchion said with a grin. "Patrons. I understand completely." The Victory tankard turned out to be the same as the Consolation one. It was ready for me when Stanchion finally managed to get us through the throng of people to our new seats at the bar. He even insisted on buying scutton for Simon and Willem, saying that patrons have some claim to the spoils of victory as well. I thanked him earnestly from the bottom of my rapidly thinning purse. While we were waiting for their drinks to come, I tried to peer curiously into my tankard, and found that doing so while it was sitting on the bar would require me to stand on my stool. "Metheglin," Stanchion informed me. "Try it, and you can thank me later. Where I'm from, they say a man will come back from the dead to get a drink of it." I tipped an imaginary hat to him. "At your service. Yours and your family," he replied politely. I took a drink from the tall tankard to give myself a chance to collect my wits, and something wonderful happened in my mouth. Cool spring honey, clove, cardamom, cinnamon, pressed grape, burnt apple, sweet pear, and clear well water. That is all I have to say of Metheglin. If you haven't tried it, then I'm sorry, I cannot describe it properly. If you have, you don't need me to remind you what it's like. I was relieved to see the cocktail had come in moderately sized glasses, with one for Stanchion too. If my friends had received tankards of the black wine, I would have needed a wheelbarrow to get them back to the other side of the river. "Sisyphean!" Willem toasted. "Hear, hear!" Stanchion said, lifting his own glass. "Sisyphean!" Simon managed, his voice sounding like a stifled sob. "And Aloe," I said, and manoeuvred my great tankard to touch glasses with them. Stanchion drank off his scuttle with a nonchalance that made my eyes water. "So," he said, Before I leave you to the adulation of your peers, I have to ask, where did you learn to do that? Play, missing a string, I mean. I thought for a moment. Do you want the short or the long of it? I'll take the short for now. I smiled. Well, in that case, it's just something I picked up. I made a casual gesture as if tossing something away. A remnant of my misspent youth. Stanchion gave me a long look, his expression amused. I suppose I deserve that. I'll take the long version next time. He took a deep breath and looked around the room. His golden earrings swung and caught the light. I'm off to mix the crowd. I'll keep them from coming at you all at once. I grinned relief. Thank you, sir. He shook his head and made a peremptory motion to someone behind the bar, who quickly fetched him his tankard. Earlier tonight, sir was proper and good, but now it's stanchion. He glanced back in my direction, and I smiled and nodded. And I should call you Kvoth, I said. Just Kvoth. Just Kvoth, Willem toasted behind me. And Halloween, Simon added and began to cry softly into the crook of his arm. Count Threep was one of the first to come to me. He looked shorter up close and older, but he was bright-eyed and laughing as he talked about my song. Then it broke, he said, gesturing wildly. And all I could think was, not now, not before the ending. But I saw the blood on your hand and my stomach knotted up. You looked up at us, then down at the strings, and it got quieter and quieter. Then you put your hands back on the lute, and all I could think was, there's a brave boy, too brave. He doesn't know he can't save the end of a broken song with a broken lute, but you did. He laughed as if I'd played a joke on the world and danced a quick jig step. Simon, who had stopped crying and was on his way to becoming well buttered, laughed along with the Count. Willem didn't seem to know what to make of the man and watched him with serious eyes. You must play at my house someday, Threep said, then quickly held up a hand. We won't talk of that now, and I won't take up any more of your evening. He smiled. But before I go, I need to ask you one last question. How many years did Savian spend with the Amir? I didn't have to think about it. 6. 3 years proving himself, 3 years training. Does 6 strike you as a good number? I didn't know what he was getting at. 6 isn't exactly a lucky number, I hedged. If I were looking for a good number, I'd have to go up to 7, I shrugged, or down to 3. Threep considered this, tapping his chin. You're right. 6 years with the Amir means he came back to Halloween on the 7th year. He dug into a pocket and brought out a handful of coins of at least 3 different currencies. He sorted 7 talents out of the mess and pushed them into my surprised hand. My lord, I stammered, I cannot take your money. It wasn't the money itself that surprised me, but the amount. Threep looked confused. I have or not? I gaped a bit, and for a rare moment I was at a loss for words. Threep chuckled and closed my hand around the coins. It's not a reward for playing. Well, it is that, but it's more an incentive for you to keep practicing, keep getting better. It's for the sake of the music. He shrugged. You see, a laurel needs rain to grow. I can't do much about that, but I can keep that rain off a few musicians' heads, can't I? A sly smile wound its way onto his face. So, God will tend the laurels and keep them wet, and I will tend the players and keep them dry, and wiser minds than mine will decide when to bring the two together. I was silent for a moment. I think you might be wiser than you give yourself credit for. Well, he said, trying not to look pleased. Well, don't let it get around or people will start expecting great things from me. He turned and was quickly swallowed by the crowd. I slid the 7 talents into my pocket and felt a great weight lift from my shoulders. It was like a stay of execution, perhaps literally, as I had no idea how Debbie might have encouraged me to pay my debt. I drew my first carefree breath in 2 months. It felt good. After Threep left, one of the talented musicians came to offer his compliment. After him, it was a Caledish moneylender who shook my hand and offered to buy me a drink. Then there was a minor nobleman, another musician, and a pretty young lady that I thought might be my Halloween until I heard her voice. She was the daughter of a local moneylender, and we talked of small things briefly before she moved on. I remembered my manners almost too late and kissed her hand before she left. They all blurred together after a while. One by one, they came to give me their regards, compliments, handshakes, advice, envy, and admiration. Though Stanchion was true to his word and managed to keep them all from coming at me in a mass, it wasn't long before I began having trouble telling one from another. The Metheglin wasn't helping matters either. I'm not sure how long it was before I thought to look for Ambrose. After scanning the room, I nudged Simon with an elbow until he looked up from the game he and Willem were playing with shims. "Where's our best friend?" I asked. Simon gave me a blank look, and I realized that he was too far into his cups to catch sarcasm. "Ambrose," I clarified. "Where's Ambrose?" "Scoffered off," Willem announced with an edge of bellicosity. "As soon as you finished playing, before you'd even got your pipes." He knew, Simon sing-songed delightedly. "He knew you would get them and couldn't bear to watch." "Looked bad when he left," Willem said with a quiet malice. "Pale and shaken, like he'd found out someone had been lanting in his drinks all night." "Maybe someone was," Simon said with uncharacteristic viciousness. "I would." "Shaking?" I asked. Willem nodded. "Trembling, like someone had gut-punched him. Linton was giving him an arm to lean on when he left." The symptoms sounded familiar, like binder's chills. A suspicion began to form. I pictured Ambrose listening to me glide through the most beautiful song he'd ever heard, and realizing I'm about to win my pipes. He wouldn't do anything obvious, but perhaps he could find a loose thread or a long splinter from the table. Either one would provide only the most tenuous, sympathetic link to my lute string, 1% at best, perhaps only a tenth of that. I imagined Ambrose drawing on his own body's heat, concentrating as the chill slowly worked into his arms and legs. I pictured him trembling, his breath growing labored, until finally the string breaks, and I finish the song in spite of him. I grinned at the thought. Pure speculation, of course, but something had certainly broken my lute string, and I didn't doubt for a second that Ambrose would try something of the sort. I focused back in on Simon. "He's up to him and say, 'No hard feelings about that time in the crucible when you mixed my salts and I was nearly blind for a day. No, really, drink up.'" Simon laughed, lost in his own vengeful fantasy. The flood of well-wishers slowed somewhat. A fellow lutist, a talented piper I'd seen on stage, a local merchant. A heavily perfumed gentleman with long, oiled hair and a vintage accent clapped me on the back and gave me a purse of money. "The new strings." I didn't like him. I kept the purse. "Why does everyone keep going on about that?" Willem asked me. "About what?" "Half the people that come over to shake your hand bubble over about how beautiful the song was. The other half hardly mention the song at all, and all they talk about is how you played with a broken string. It's like they didn't hardly hear the song at all." "The first half don't know anything about music," Simon said. "Only people who take their music seriously can really appreciate what our little Elia here did tonight." Willem grunted thoughtfully. "It's hard then, what you did. I've never seen anyone play Squirrel in the Thatch without a full set of strings," Simon told him. "Well," he said, "you made it look easy. Since you have come to your sense in pushing aside that illish fruit drink, will you let me buy you a round of fine dark Scotland, drink of the kings of Caeldom?" I know a compliment when I hear it, but I was reluctant to accept as I was just beginning to feel clear-headed again. Luckily, I was saved from having to make an excuse, by Maria coming to pay her respects. She was the lovely golden-haired harper who had tried for her talent and failed. I thought for a moment that she might be the voice of my Halloween, but after a moment's listening to her, I realized it couldn't be. She was pretty, though. Even prettier than she had seemed on stage, as is not always the case. Talking, I found she was the daughter of one of Imre's councilmen. Against the tumble of her deep golden hair, the soft blue of her gown was a reflection of the deep blue of her eyes. Lovely as she was, I couldn't give her the concentration she deserved. I itched to be away from the bar, to find the voice that had sung Halloween with me. We talked a while, smiled and parted with kind words and promises to speak again. She disappeared back into the crowd, a wonderful collection of gently moving curves. What was that shameful display? William demanded after she had gone. What? I asked. What? He mocked my tone. Can you even pretend to be that thick? If a girl as fair as that looked at me with one eye the way she looked at you with two, we'd have her in by now, to say it carefully. She was friendly, I protested, and we were talking. She asked me if I would show her some harp fingerings, but it's been a long time since I played harp.
I want
It'll be a lot
harp
longer if you
fingerings
keep
too.
missing passes like that, Willem said frankly. She was doing everything but taking down another button for you. Tim leaned over and lay his hand on my shoulder, the very picture of the concerned friend. First, I've been meaning to talk to you about this very problem. If you honestly couldn't tell that she was interested in you, you might want to admit the possibility that you are impossibly thick when it comes to women. You may want to consider the priesthood. Both of you are drunk, I said to cover my flush. Did you happen to notice from our conversation that she is a councilman's daughter? Did you notice, Will replied in the same tone, how she looked at you? I knew I was woefully inexperienced with women, but I didn't have to admit to it. So I waved his comment away and got down off my stool. Somehow I doubt that a quick romp behind the bar was what she had in mind. I took a drink of water and straightened my cloak. Now, I must go find my Halloween and offer her my earnest thanks. How do I look? What is it, Ma? Willem asked. Simon touched Willem's elbow. Don't you see? He's after more dangerous game than some nobody's councilman's daughter. I turned from them with a disgusted gesture and headed off into the crowded room. I didn't really have any idea how I would find her. Some foolish, romantic part of me thought I would know her when I saw her. If she were half as radiant as her voice, she would shine like a candle in a dark room. But as I thought these things, the wiser part of me was whispering in my other ear. Do not hope, it said. Do not dare hold hope that any woman could burn as brightly as the voice that sang the part of Halloween. And while this voice was not comforting, I knew it to be wise. I had learned to listen to it on the streets of Tarbin, where it had kept me alive. I wandered through the first level of the Aeolian, searching without knowing who I was looking for. Occasionally, people would smile or wave. After 5 minutes, I had seen all the faces there were to see and moved to the second level. This was actually a converted balcony, but instead of tiers of seats, there were rising ranks of tables that looked onto the lower level. As I wended my way through the tables looking for my Halloween, my wiser half kept murmuring in my ear, do not hope, all you will earn is disappointment. She will not be as beautiful as you imagine, and then you will despair. As I finished searching the second level, a new fear began to rise in me. She might have left while I was sitting at the bar, drinking in affection and praise. I should have gone to her straight away, fallen to one knee and thanked her with my whole heart. What if she was gone? What if no one knew who she was or where she had gone? A nervousness settled into the pit of my stomach as I took the stairs to the highest level of the Aeolian. Now look what your hope has brought you, the voice said. She is gone, and all you have is a bright, foolish imagining to torment yourself with. The last level was the smallest of the three, hardly more than a thin crescent that hugged 3 walls high above the stage. Here, the tables and benches were more widely spaced and sparsely populated. I noticed that the inhabitants of this level were mostly couples, and I felt something of a voyeur as I passed from table to table. Trying to appear casual, I looked at the faces of those who sat talking and drinking. I grew more nervous the closer I came to the last table. It was impossible for me to do so casually, as it was impossible. The couple sitting there, one light-haired and one dark, had their backs to me. As I approached, the light-haired one laughed, and I caught a glimpse of a proud, fine-featured face. The man. I turned my attention to the woman with the long, dark hair. My last hope. I knew she would be my Eloise. Coming round the corner of the table, I saw her face. Or rather, his face. They were both men. My Eloise had left. I had lost her. And with that knowledge, I felt as if my heart had been tipped from its resting place in my chest to topple and fall somewhere deep inside me near my head. They looked up, and the fair-haired one smiled at me.
Look, Trier, young Six-String has come to offer us his respects.
He eyed me up and down.
You're a fair one. Would you like to join us for a drink?
No, I murmured, embarrassed. I was just looking for someone.
Well, you found someone,
he said easily, touching my arm.
My name is Fallon, and this is Trier. Come and have a drink.
I promised to keep Trier here from trying to take you home. He has a terrible weakness for musicians. He smiled charmingly at me. I murmured an excuse and took my leave, too distraught to worry whether or not I had made an ass of myself. As I made my desolate way back to the stairs, my wise self took the opportunity to berate me.
That is what comes of hope, it said. No good. Still, you're better having missed her. She could never have been equal to her voice. That voice, fair and terrible as burning silver, like moonlight on river stones, like a feather against your lips.
I headed to the stairs, eyes on the floor lest anyone try to catch me in a conversation. Then, I heard a voice like burning silver, like a kiss against my ears. Looking up, my heart lifted, and I knew it was my Eloise. Looking up, I saw her, and all I could think was beautiful. Beautiful. Chapter 57. Interlude. The parts that form us. Moving slowly, Bast stretched and looked around the room. Finally, the short fuse of his patience burned out.
Reshi?
Kvothe looked at him.
And then what, Reshi? Did you talk to her?
Of course I talked to her. There would be no story if I hadn't. Telling that part is easy, but first I must describe her. I'm not sure how to do it. Bast fidgeted. Kvothe laughed, a fond expression wiping the irritation from his face. So is describing a beautiful woman as easy as looking at one for you? Bast looked down and blushed, and Kvothe laid a gentle hand on his arm, smiling. My trouble, Bast, is that she is very important to the story. I cannot think of how to describe her without falling short of the mark. I think I understand, Reshi, Bast said in conciliatory tones. I've seen her too, once. Kvothe sat back in his chair, surprised. You have, haven't you? I'd forgotten. He pressed his hands to his lips. How would you describe her, then? Bast brightened at the opportunity. Straightening up in his chair, he looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, She had perfect ears. He made a delicate gesture with his hands. Perfect little ears, like they were carved out of something. Chronicler laughed, then looked slightly taken aback, as if he'd surprised himself.
Her ears?
he asked, as if he couldn't be sure he had heard correctly. You know how hard it is to find a pretty girl with the right sort of ears, Bast said matter-of-factly. Chronicler laughed again, seeming to find it easier the second time. No, he said. No, I'm sure I don't. Bast gave the story collector a deeply pitying look. Well then, you'll just have to take my word for it. They were exceptionally fine. I think you struck that chord well enough, Bast, Kvothe said, amused. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, it was slowly, his eyes far away. The trouble is, she is unlike anyone I have ever known. There was something intangible about her, something compelling like heat from a fire. She had a grace, a spark. She had a crooked nose, Reshi, Bast said, interrupting his master's reverie. Kvothe looked at him, a line of irritation creasing his forehead. What? Bast held his hands up defensively. It's just something I noticed, Reshi. All the women in your story are beautiful. I can't gainsay you as a whole, as I've never seen any of them. But this one I did see. Her nose was a little crooked. And if we're being honest here, her face was a little narrow for my taste. She wasn't a perfect beauty by any means, Reshi. I should know. I've made some study of these things. Kvothe stared at his student for a long moment, his expression solemn. We are more than the parts that form us, Bast, he said with a hint of reproach. I'm not saying she wasn't lovely, Reshi, Bast said quickly.
Can I
She
pass?
smiled at me. It had a sort of, it went right down into you, if you understand me.
Ooh.
I understand,
Close.
Bast, but then again, I've met her. Kvothe looked at Chronicler. The trouble comes from comparison, you see. If I say she was dark-haired, you might think, I've known dark-haired women, some of them lovely, but you would be far off the mark, because that woman would not really have anything in common with her. That other woman wouldn't have her quick wit, her easy charm. She was unlike anyone I have ever met. Kvothe trailed off, looking down at folded hands. He was quiet for such a long moment that Bast began to fidget, looking around anxiously.
Yo, have a good one.
There's no sense worrying, I suppose, Kvothe said at last, looking up and motioning to Chronicler. If I ruin this as well, it will be a small thing as far as the world is concerned. Chronicler picked up his pen, and Kvothe began to speak before he had the chance to dip it. Her eyes were dark. Dark as chocolate, dark as coffee. Dark as the polished wood of my father's lute. They were set in a fair face, oval, like a teardrop. Kvothe stopped suddenly as if he had run himself out of words. The silence was so sudden and deep that Chronicler glanced briefly up from his page, something he had not done before. But even as Chronicler looked up, another flood of words burst out of Kvothe. Her easy smile could stop a man's heart. Her lips were red, not the garish painted red so many women believe makes them desirable. Her lips were always red, morning and night, as if minutes before you saw her, she had been eating sweet berries or drinking heart's blood. No matter where she stood, she was in the center of the room. Kvothe frowned. Do not misunderstand. She was not loud or vain. We stare at a fire because it flickers, because it glows. The light is what catches our eyes, but what makes a man lean close to a fire has nothing to do with its bright shape. What draws you to a fire is the warmth you feel when you come near. The same was true of Denna. As Kvothe spoke, his expression twisted as if each word he spoke rankled him more and more. And while the words were clear, they matched his expression as if each one was rasped with a rough file before it left his mouth. Kvothe's head was bowed so low, he seemed to be speaking to his hands laying in his lap. What am I doing? He said faintly, as if his mouth was full of grey ash. What good can come of this? How can I make any sense of her for you when I have never understood the last piece of her myself? Chronicler had written most of this out before he realized that Kvothe had probably not intended him to. He froze for a bare moment, then finished scratching down the rest of the sentence. Then he waited a long, quiet moment before he stole a look upward at Quoth. Quoth's eyes caught and held him. They were the same dark eyes that Chronicler had seen before. Eyes like angry gods. For a moment it was all Chronicler could do to not draw back from the table. There was an icy silence. Quoth stood and pointed at the paper that lay in front of Chronicler. "Cross that out," he grated. Chronicler blanched, his expression as stricken as if he'd been stabbed. When he made no move, Quoth reached down and calmly slid the half-written sheet from under Chronicler's pen. "If crossing out is something you feel disinclined towards." Quoth tore the half-written sheet with slow care, the sound bleeding the color from Chronicler's face. With terrible deliberateness, Quoth lifted a blank sheet and lay it carefully in front of the stunned scribe. One long finger stabbed at the torn sheet, smearing the still wet ink. "Copy to here," he said in a voice that was cold and motionless as
Time
iron.
is money, friend.
The iron was in his eyes too, hard and dark.
Keep it real.
There was no arguing. Chronicler quietly copied to where Quoth's finger pinned the paper to the table. Once Chronicler was finished, Quoth began to speak crisply and clearly, as if he were biting off pieces of ice. "In what manner was she beautiful? I realize that I cannot say enough. So, since I cannot say enough, at least I will avoid saying too much. Say this, that she was dark-haired. There. It was long and straight. She was dark of eye and fair-complected. There. Her face was oval, her jaw strong and delicate. Say that she was poised and graceful. There." Quoth took a breath before continuing. "Finally, say that she was beautiful. That is all that can be well said. That she was beautiful, through to her bones, despite any flaw or fault. She was beautiful. To Quoth, at least. At least? To Quoth, she was most beautiful." For a moment, Quoth tensed as if he would leap up and tear this sheet away from Chronicler as well. Then he relaxed, like a sail when the wind leaves it. "But to be honest, it must be said that she was beautiful to others as well." Chapter 58. Names for Beginning. It would be nice to say that our eyes met and I moved smoothly to her side. It would be nice to say that I smiled and spoke of pleasant things in carefully metered rhyming couplets like Prince Gallant from some fairy story. Unfortunately, life is seldom so carefully scripted. In truth, I simply stood. It was Denna, the young woman I had met in Rowan's caravan so long ago. Come to think of it, it had only been half a year. Not so long when you're listening to a story, but half a year is a great long while to live through, especially if you're young. And we were both of us very young. I caught sight of Denna as she was climbing the final step onto the third level of the Aeolian. Her eyes were downcast, her expression thoughtful, almost sad. She turned and began to walk in my direction without lifting her eyes from the floor, without seeing me. The months had changed her. Where before she had been pretty, now she was lovely as well. Perhaps that difference was only that she wasn't wearing the road clothes I had met her in, but a long dress instead. But it was Denna without a doubt. I even recognized the ring on her finger, silver set with a pale blue stone. Since we parted ways, I had kept foolish, fond thoughts of Denna hidden in a secret corner of my heart. I had thought of making the trip to Annelin and tracking her down, of meeting her by chance on the road again, of her coming to find me at the university. But deep down I knew these thoughts were nothing more than childish daydreams. I knew the truth. I would never see her again. But here she was, and I was entirely unprepared. Would she even remember me? The awkward boy she had known for a few days so long ago. Denna was barely a dozen feet away when she looked up and saw me. Her expression brightened as if someone had lit a candle inside her and she was glowing from its light. She rushed towards me, closing the distance between us in 3 excited, skipping steps. For a moment she looked as if she would run straight into my arms, but at the last moment she pulled back, darting a glance at the people sitting around us. In the space of half a step, she transformed her delighted headlong run into a demure greeting at arm's length. It was gracefully done, but even so, she had to reach out a hand and steady herself against my chest, lest she stumble into me due to her sudden stop. She smiled at me then. It was warm and sweet and shy, like a flower unfurling. It was friendly and honest and slightly embarrassed. When she smiled at me, I felt. I honestly cannot think of how I could describe it. Lying would be easier. I could steal from 100 stories and tell you a lie so familiar you would swallow it whole. I could say my knees went to rubber, that my breath came hard in my chest. That would not be the truth. My heart did not pound or stop or stutter. That is the sort of thing they say happens in stories. Foolishness, hyperbole, tripe. But still. Go out in the early days of winter, after the first cold snap of the season. Find a pool of water with a sheet of ice across the top, still fresh and new and clear as glass. Near the shore, the ice will hold you.
Well met.
Slide out farther.
Keep
Farther.
your feet on the ground.
Eventually, you'll find the place where the surface just barely bears your weight. There you will feel what I felt. The ice splinters under your feet. Look down and you can see the white cracks darting through the ice like mad, elaborate spider webs. It is perfectly silent, but you can feel the sudden sharp vibrations through the bottoms of your feet. That is what happened when Denna smiled at me. I don't mean to imply I felt as if I stood on brittle ice about to give way beneath me. No, I felt like the ice itself suddenly shattered with cracks spiraling out from where she had touched my chest. The only reason I held together was because my 1,000 pieces were all leaning together. If I moved, I feared I would fall apart. Perhaps it is enough to say that I was caught by a smile. I know that sounds as if it came from a storybook. It is very near the truth. Words have never been difficult for me, quite the opposite in fact. Often I find it all too easy to speak my mind, and things go badly because of it. However, here, in front of Denna, I was too stunned to speak. I could not have said a sensible word to save my life. Without thinking, all the courtly manners my mother had drilled into me came to the fore. I reached out smoothly and clasped Denna's outstretched hand in my own as if she'd offered it to me. Then I took a half step backward and made a genteel 3/4 bow. At the same time, my free hand caught hold of the edge of my cloak and tucked it behind my back. It was a flattering bow, courtly without being ridiculously formal, and safe for a public setting such as this. What next? A kiss on the hand was traditional, but what sort of kiss was appropriate? In Atur, you merely nod over the hand. Kael'dish ladies, like the moneylender's daughter I had chatted with earlier, expect you to brush the knuckles lightly and make a kissing sound. In Mordeg, you actually press your lips to the back of your own thumb. But we were in Commonwealth, and Denna showed no foreign accent. A straightforward kiss, then. I pressed my lips gently to the back of her hand for the space of time it takes to draw a quick breath. Her skin was warm and smelled vaguely of heather. "I am at your service, my lady," I said, standing and releasing her hand. For the first time in my life, I understood the true purpose of this sort of formal greeting. It gives you a script to follow when you have absolutely no idea what to say. "My lady?" Denna echoed, sounding a little surprised. "Very well, if you insist." She took hold of her dress with one hand and bobbed a curtsy, somehow managing to make it look graceful and mocking and playful all at once. "Your lady?" Hearing her voice, I knew my suspicions were true. She was my Halloween. "What are you doing up here in the third circle alone?" She glanced around the crescent-shaped balcony. "Are you alone?" "I was alone," I said. Then, when I could think of nothing else to say, I borrowed a line from the song fresh in my memory. "Now, unexpected, Halloween beside me stands." She smiled at that, flattered. "How do you mean unexpected?" she asked. "I had more than half convinced myself that you'd already left." "It was a near thing," Denna said archly. 2 hours I waited for my Savian to come." She sighed tragically, glancing up and to one side like a statue of a saint. "Finally, filled with despair, I decided Halloween could do the finding this time, and damn the story." She smiled a wicked smile. "So we were ill-lit ships at night," I quoted. "Passing close, but all unknown to one another," Denna finished. "Fellwards falling," I said with something that touched the outward boundary of respect. "Not many people know that play." "I am not many people," she said. "I will never forget that again." I bowed my head with exaggerated deference. She snorted derisively. I ignored it and continued in a more serious tone. "I can't thank you enough for helping me tonight." "You can't?" she said. "Well, that's a shame. How much can you thank me?" Without thinking, I reached up to the collar of my cloak and unpinned my talent pipes. "Only this much," I said, holding them out to her. Denna hesitated, somewhat taken aback. "You can't be serious." "Without you, I wouldn't have won them," I said. "And I have nothing else of any value. Unless you want my loot." Denna's dark eyes studied my face, as if she couldn't decide if I was making fun or not. "I don't think you can give away your pipes." "I can, actually," I said. "Stanchion mentioned if I lost them or gave them away, I'd have to earn another set." I took her hand, uncurled her fingers, then laid the silver pipes on her palm. "That means I can do with them as I please, and it pleases me to give them to you." Denna stared at the pipes in her hand, then looked at me with deliberate attention as if she hadn't entirely noticed me before. For a moment I was painfully aware of my appearance. My cloak was threadbare, and even wearing my best clothes I was a short step from shabby. She looked down again and slowly closed her hand around the pipes. Then she looked up at me, her expression unreadable. "I think you might be a wonderful person," she said.
What brings you here?
I drew a breath, but Denna spoke first. "However," she said, "this is too great a thanks. More payment than is appropriate for any help I've given you. I would end up in your debt." She caught hold of my hand and pressed the pipes back into it. "I would rather have you beholden to me," she grinned suddenly. "This way, you still owe me a favor." The room grew noticeably quieter. I looked around, confused due to the fact that I'd forgotten where I was. Denna lay a finger to her lips and pointed over the railing to the stage below. We stepped closer to the edge and looked down to see an old man with a white beard opening an oddly shaped instrument case. I sucked in a surprised breath when I saw what he was holding. "What is that thing?" Denna asked. "It's an old court lute," I said, unable to keep the amazement out of my voice. "I've never actually seen one before." "That's a lute." Denna's lips moved silently. "I count 24 strings. How does that even work?
That's more than some harps. That's how they made them years ago, before metal strings, before they knew how to brace a long neck. It's incredible. There's more careful engineering in that swan neck than in any 3 cathedrals. I watched as the old man tucked his beard out of the way and adjusted himself in his seat.
Be careful.
I just hope he tuned it before he went on stage, I added softly. Otherwise we'll be waiting an hour while he fiddles with his pegs. My father used to say the old minstrels used to spend 2 days stringing and 2 hours of tuning to get 2 minutes music from an old court lute. It only took the old man about 5 minutes to get the strings in agreement. Then he began to play. I am ashamed to admit it, but I remember nothing of the song.
Of course.
Despite the fact that I had never seen a court lute, let alone heard one, my mind was too awhirl with thoughts of Denna to absorb much else. As we leaned on the railing side by side, I snuck glances at her out of the corner of my eye. She hadn't called me by name or mentioned our meeting before in Rowan's caravan. That meant she didn't remember me. Not too surprising, I suppose, that she would forget a ragged boy she'd only known for a few days on the road. Still, it stung a bit, as I'd had fond thoughts of her for months. Still, there was no way to bring it up now without seeming foolish. Better to make a fresh start and hope I was more memorable the second time around. The song was over before I realized it, and I clapped enthusiastically to make up for my inattention. I thought you'd made a mistake when you doubled your chorus earlier, Denna said to me as the applause died down. I couldn't believe you really wanted a stranger to join in. I haven't seen that done anywhere except around campfires at night. I shrugged. Everyone kept telling me this is where the best musicians played. I made a sweeping gesture with one hand toward her. I trusted someone would know the part. She arched an eyebrow. It was a near thing, she said. I waited for someone else to jump in instead. I was a little anxious to step in myself. I gave her a puzzled look. Why? You have a lovely voice. She gave a sheepish grimace. I'd only heard the song twice before this. I wasn't sure if I'd remember all of it. Twice? Denna nodded. And the second time was just a span ago. A couple played it during a formal dinner I attended off in Etnia. Are you serious? I said incredulously. She tilted her head back and forth as if caught in a white lie. Her dark hair fell across her face and she brushed it away absent-mindedly. Okay, I suppose I did hear the couple rehearse a little right before the dinner. I shook my head, hardly believing it. It's amazing. It's a terribly difficult harmony. And to remember all the lyrics. I marveled silently for a moment, shaking my head. You have an incredible ear. You're not the first man to say that, Denna said wryly. But you might be the first to say it while actually looking at my ears. She glanced down meaningfully. I felt myself beginning to blush furiously when I heard a familiar voice behind us. There you are. Turning, I saw Sovoy, my tall, handsome friend and co-conspirator from Advanced Sympathy. Here I am, I said, surprised that he would seek me out. Doubly surprised that he would have the bad grace to interrupt me when I was in a private conversation with a young woman. Here we all are! Sovoy smiled at me as he walked over and put his arm casually around Denna's waist. He made a mock frown at her. I scour the bottom levels trying to help you find your singer, while all the while both of you are up here, thick as thieves. We stumbled into each other, Denna said, laying her hand over his where it rested on her hip. I knew you'd come back for your drink, if nothing else. She nodded to a nearby table, empty except for a pair of wine glasses. Together they turned and walked arm in arm back to their table. Denna looked over her shoulder at me and gave a sort of shrug with her eyebrows. I hadn't the slightest idea what the expression meant. Sovoy waved me over to join them and pulled over an unoccupied chair so I would have a place to sit. I couldn't quite believe it was you down there, he said to me. I thought I recognized your voice, but... He gestured, indicating the highest level of the Aeolian. While the third circle provides a comfortable privacy for young lovers, its view of the stage leaves a little to be desired. I didn't know you played. He settled a long arm across Denna's shoulders and smiled his charming blue-eyed smile. Off and on, I said flippantly as I sat down. Lucky for you, I picked the Aeolian for our entertainment tonight. Savoy said. Otherwise, you'd have had nothing but echoes and crickets to accompany you. Then I'm in your debt, I said to him with a deferential nod. Make it up to me by taking Sim on as a partner next time we play corners, he said. That way you're the one to eat the forfeit when the giddy little bastards call the tall card with nothing but a pair. Done, I said. Though it pains me, I turned to Denner. What of you? I owe you a great favour. How can I repay it? Ask anything, and it is yours, should it be within my skill. Anything within your skill? She repeated playfully. What can you do then, besides play so well that Taylor and his angels would weep to hear? I imagine I could do anything, I said easily, if you would ask it of me. She laughed. That's a dangerous thing to say to a woman, Savoy said, especially this one. She'll have you off to bring her a leaf of the singing tree from the other side of the world. She leaned back in her chair and looked at me with dangerous eyes. A leaf of the singing tree, she mused. That might be a nice thing to have. Would you bring me one? I would, I said, and was surprised to find that it was the truth. She seemed to consider it, then shook her head playfully. I couldn't send you journeying so far away. I'll have to save my favour for another day. I sighed. So I am left in your debt. Oh no, she exclaimed. Another weight on my Savian's heart. The reason my heart is so heavy is that I fear I might never know your name. I could keep thinking of you as Felurian, I said, but that could lead to unfortunate confusion. She gave me an appraising look. Felurian? I might like that if I didn't think you were a liar. A liar? I said indignantly. My first thought in seeing you was, Felurian, what have I done? The adulation of my peers below has been a waste of hours. Could I recall the moments I have careless cast away, I could but hope to spend them in a wiser way and warm myself in light that rivals light of day. She smiled. A thief and a liar. You stole that from the third act of Deonica. She knew Deonica too? Guilty, I admitted freely, but that doesn't make it untrue. She smiled at Savoy, then turned back to me. Flattery is fine and good, but it won't win you my name. Savoy mentioned you were keeping pace with him in the university. That means you meddle with dark forces better left alone. If I give you my name, you would have a terrible power over me. Her mouth was serious, but her smile showed itself around the corners of her eyes, in the tilt of her head. That is very true, I said with equal seriousness. But I will make you a bargain. I'll give you my name in exchange. Then I will be in your power as well. You'd sell me my own shirt, she said. Savoy knows your name. Assuming he hasn't told me already, I could have it from him as easy as breathing. True enough, Savoy said, seeming relieved that we remembered he was there. He took up her hand and kissed the back of it. He can tell you my name, I said dismissively. But he cannot give it to you. Only I can do that. I lay one hand flat on the table. My offer stands. My name for yours. Will you take it, or will I be forced to think of you always as an Halloween, and never as yourself? Her eyes danced. Very well, she said. I'll have yours first, though. I leaned forward and motioned for her to do the same. She let go of Savoy's hand and turned an ear toward me. With due solemnity, I whispered my name in her ear. Kvothe. She smelled faintly of flowers, which I guessed was a perfume, but beneath that was her own smell. Like green grass, like the open road after a light spring rain. Then she leaned back into her seat and seemed to think of it for a while. Kvothe, she said eventually. It suits you. Kvothe. Her eyes sparkled as if she held some hidden secret. She said it slowly as if tasting it, then nodded to herself. What does it mean? It means many things, I said in my best Tarball in the Great voice.
But you will not distract me so easily. I have paid, and now I'm in your power. Would you give me your name that I might call you by it?
She smiled and leaned forward again. I did likewise. Turning my head to the side, I felt an errant strand of her hair brush against me. Diane. Her warm breath was like a feather against my ear. Diane. We both sat back in our seats. When I didn't say anything, she prompted me. Well? I have it, I assured her. As sure as I know my own. Say it then. I'm saving it, I reassured her, smiling. Gifts like these should not be squandered. She looked at me. I relented. Diane, I said. Diane, it suits you as well. We looked at each other for a long moment. Then I noticed that Savoy was giving me a not quite subtle stare. I should get back downstairs, I said, rising quickly from my seat. I've got important people to meet. I cringed inwardly at the awkwardness of the words as soon as I'd said them, but couldn't think of a less awkward way to take them back. Savoy stood and shook my hand, no doubt eager to be rid of me. Well done tonight, Quoth. I'll be seeing you. I turned to see Denna standing too. She met my eyes and smiled. I hope to see you too. She held out her hand. I gave her my best smile. There's always hope. I meant it to seem witty, but the words seemed to turn boorish as soon as they left my mouth. I had to leave before I made an even greater ass of myself. I shook her hand quickly. It was slightly cool to the touch, soft, delicate, and strong. I did not kiss it, as Savoy was my friend, and that is not the sort of thing friends do. Chapter 59. All this knowing. In the fullness of time, and with considerable help from Deoch and Willem, I became drunk. Thus it was that 3 students made their slightly erratic way back to the university. See them as they go, weaving only slightly. It is quiet, and when the belling tower strikes the late hour, it doesn't break the silence so much as it underpins it. The crickets, too, respect the silence. Their calls are like careful stitches in its fabric, almost too small to be seen. The night is like warm velvet around them. The stars, burning diamonds in the cloudless sky, turn the road beneath their feet a silver grey. The university and Imre are the hearts of understanding and art, the strongest of the 4 corners of civilization. Here, on the road between the two, there is nothing but old trees and long grass bending to the wind. The night is perfect, in a wild way, almost terrifyingly beautiful. The 3 boys, one dark, one light, and one, for lack of a better word, fiery, do not notice the night. Perhaps some part of them does, but they are young and drunk and busy knowing deep in their hearts that they will never grow old or die. They also know that they are friends, and they share a certain love that will never leave them. The boys know many other things, but none of them seem as important as this. Perhaps they're right. Chapter 60. Fortune. The next day, I went to the admissions lottery sporting my very first hangover. Weary and vaguely nauseous, I joined the shortest line and tried to ignore the din of hundreds of students milling about, buying, selling, trading, and generally complaining about the slots they'd drawn for their exams. "Quoth, our Leden's son," I said when I finally arrived at the front of the line. The bored-looking woman marked my name, and I drew a tile out of the black velvet bag. It read, Hepton, noon. 5 days from now. Plenty of time to prepare. But as I turned back to the muse, a thought occurred to me. How much preparation did I really need? More importantly, how much could I genuinely accomplish without access to the archive? Thinking it over, I raised my hand over my head with my middle finger and thumb extended, signaling that I had a slot 5 days from now that I was willing to sell. It wasn't long before an unfamiliar student wandered close. "Fourth day," she said, holding up her own tile. "I'll give you a jot to trade." I shook my head. She shrugged and wandered away. Gelvin, a Raylar from the Medica, approached me. He held up his index finger, indicating he had a slot later this afternoon. From the circles under his eyes and his anxious expression, I didn't think he was eager to go through testing that suit. "Will you take 5 jots? I'd like to get a whole talent." He nodded, flipping his own tile over between his fingers. It was a fair price. No one wanted to go through admissions on the first day. "Maybe later. I'll look around a little first." As I watched him leave, I marveled at the difference a single day could make. Yesterday, 5 jots would have seemed like all the money in the world, but today my purse was heavy. I was lost in vague musings about how much money I had actually earned last night when I saw Willem and Simon approaching. Will looked a little pale under his dark, Caledish complexion. I guessed he was feeling the after effects of our night's carousing too. Sim, on the other hand, was bright and sunny as ever. "Guess who drew slots this afternoon?" He nodded over my shoulder. "Ambrose and several of his friends. It's enough to make me believe in a just universe." Turning to search the crowd, I heard Ambrose's voice before I saw him. "From the same bag? That means they did a piss-poor job mixing. They should restart this whole mismanaged sham and..." Ambrose was walking with several well-dressed friends, their eyes sweeping over the crowd looking for raised hands. Ambrose was a dozen feet away before he finally looked down and realized the hand he was heading towards was mine. He stopped short, scowling, then gave a sudden barking laugh. "Ah, you poor boy! All the time in the world and no way to spend it. Hasn't Lauren let you back in yet?" "Hammer and horn," Will said wearily behind me. Ambrose smiled at me. "Tell you what, I'll give you halfpenny and one of my old shirts for your slot. That way you'll have something to wear when you're washing that one in the river." A few of his friends chuckled behind him, looking me up and down. I kept my expression nonchalant, not wanting to give him any satisfaction. Truth was, I was all too aware of the fact that I only owned 2 shirts, and after 2 terms of constant wear, they were getting shabby. Shabbier. What's more, I did wash them in the river, as I'd never had money to spare for laundry. "I'll pass," I said lightly. "Your shirt tails are a little richly dyed for my taste." I tugged at the front of my own shirt to make my point clear. A few nearby students laughed. "I don't get it," I heard Sim say quietly to Will. "He's implying Ambrose has the..." Will paused. The edemathitas, a disease you get from whores. That is a discharge." Okay, Sim said quickly. "I get it. Ick. Ambrose is wearing green too." Meanwhile, Ambrose forced himself to chuckle along with the crowd at my joke. "I suppose I deserve that," he said. "Very well, pennies for the poor." He brought out his purse and shook it. "How much do you want?" 5 talents, I said. He stared at me, frozen in the act of opening his purse. It was an outrageous price. A few of the spectators nudged each other with their elbows, obviously hoping I'd somehow swindle Ambrose into paying several times what my slot was actually worth. "I'm sorry," I asked. "Do you need that converted?" It was a well-known fact that Ambrose had botched the arithmetic portion of his admissions last term. "5 is ridiculous," he said. "You'd be lucky to get 1 this late in the day." I forced a careless shrug. "I'd settle for 4. "You'll settle for 1, Ambrose insisted. "I'm not an idiot." I took a deep breath, let it out again, resigned. "I don't suppose I could get you to go as high as 1 and 4? I asked, disgusted by how plaintive my voice sounded. Ambrose smiled like a shark. I tell you what, he said magnanimously. I'll give you 1 and 3. I'm not above a little charity now and again. Thank you, sir, I said meekly. It's much appreciated. I could sense the crowd's disappointment as I rolled over like a dog for Ambrose's money. Don't mention it, Ambrose said smugly. Always a pleasure to help out the needy. In vintage coin, that'll be 2 nobles, 6 bits, 2 pennies, and 4 shims. I can do my own conversion, he snapped. I've travelled the world with my father's retinue since I was a boy. I know how money spends. Of course you do. I ducked my head. Silly of me. I looked up curiously. You've been to Mod Egg, then? Of course, he said absent-mindedly as he proceeded to dig through his purse, pulling out an assortment of coins. I've actually been to High Court in Kirchen. Twice. Is it true that the Modigan nobility regard haggling as a contemptible activity for those of any highborn station? I asked innocently. I heard that they consider it a sure sign that the person is either possessed of low blood or fallen on truly desperate times. Ambrose looked up at me, frozen halfway through the act of digging coins out of his purse. His eyes narrowed. Because if that's true, it's terribly kind of you to come down to my level just for the fun of a little bargain. I grinned at him. We Roo love to dicker. There was a murmur of laughter from the crowd around us. It had grown to several dozen people at this point. That's not it at all, Ambrose said. My face became a mask of concern. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. I had no idea you'd come on hard times. I took several steps toward him, holding out my admissions tile. Here, you can have it for just a halfpenny. I'm not above a little charity myself. I stood directly in front of him, holding out the tile. Please. I insist. It's always a pleasure to help the needy. Ambrose glared furiously. Keep it and choke, he hissed at me in a low voice. And remember this when you're eating beans and washing in the river. I'll still be here the day you leave with nothing but your hands in your pockets. He turned and left, the very picture of affronted dignity. There was a smattering of applause from the surrounding crowd. I took flourishing bows in all directions. How would you score that one? Will asked Sim. 2 for Ambrose, 3 for Quoth. Sim looked at me. Not your best work, really? I didn't get much sleep last night, I admitted. Every time you do this, it makes the eventual payback that much worse, Will said. We can't do anything but snap at each other, I said. The Masters made sure of that. Anything too extreme would get us expelled for conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum. Why do you think I haven't made his life a hell? You're lazy? Will suggested. Laziness is one of my best characteristics, I said easily. If I weren't lazy, I might go through the work of translating Edamate task and grow terribly offended when I discover it means the edema drip. I raised my hand again, thumb and middle finger extended. Instead, I'll assume it translates directly into the name of the disease, Nemseria, thus preventing any unnecessary strain on our friendship. I eventually sold my slot to a desperate raylar from the fishery named Jacksim. I drove a hard bargain, trading him my slot for 6 jobs and a favour to be named later. Admissions went about as well as could be expected, considering I couldn't study. Heme was still carrying his grudge. Lauren was cool. Elodine had his head down on the table and seemed to be asleep. My tuition was a full 6 talents, which put me in an interesting situation. The long road to Imre was mostly deserted. The sun brushed through the trees and the wind carried just a hint of the cool that fall would soon be bringing. I headed to the Aeolian first to retrieve my loot. Stanchion had insisted that I leave it there last night, lest I break it on my long, inebriated walk home. As I approached the Aeolian, I saw Diok lounging against the doorpost, walking a coin across the back knuckles of his hand. He smiled when he saw me.
Oh there. Thought you and your friends would end up in the river by the way you were weaving when you left last night.
We were swaying in different directions, I explained, so it balanced out. Diok laughed.
We've got your lady inside.
I fought down a flush and wondered how he had known I was hoping to find Denna here. I don't know if I would call her my lady exactly. Sovoy was my friend after all. He shrugged.
Whatever you call her, Stanchion's got her behind the bar. I'd go grab her before he gets overly familiar and starts practicing his fingering.
I felt a flash of rage and barely managed to swallow a mouthful of hot words. My loot, he was talking about my loot. I ducked inside, quickly guessing the less Diok saw of my expression, the better it would be. I wandered through the 3 levels of the Aeolian, but Denna was nowhere to be found. I did run into Count Threep, though, who enthusiastically invited me to have a seat.
I don't suppose I might persuade you to pay me a visit at my house sometime?
Threep asked bashfully.
I'm thinking of having a little dinner, and I know a few people who would love to meet you.
He winked.
Word about your performance is already getting around.
I felt a twinge of anxiety, but I knew rubbing elbows with the nobility was something of a necessary evil. I'd be honored to, my lord. Threep grimaced.
Does it have to be, my lord?
Diplomacy is a large part of being a trooper, and a large portion of diplomacy is adherence to title and rank. Etiquette, my lord, I said regretfully.
Kiss on etiquette,
Threep said petulantly.
Etiquette is a set of rules people use so they can be rude to each other in public. I was born Dene first, Threep second, and Count last fall.
He looked imploringly up at me.
Den for short?
I hesitated.
Here at least, he pleaded. It makes me feel like a weed in a flower bed when someone starts lauding me here.
I relaxed. If it makes you happy, then. He flushed as if I'd flattered him.
Tell me a bit about yourself, then. Where are you lodging?
On the other side of the river, I said evasively. The bunks in Mews were not exactly glamorous. When Threep gave me a puzzled look, I continued. I attend the university?
University?
He asked, clearly puzzled.
Are they teaching music now?
I almost laughed at the thought. No, I'm in the Arcanum. I immediately regretted my words. He leaned back in his seat and gave me an uncomfortable look.
You're a warlock?
No, warlock.
Oh, no, I said dismissively. I'm just studying. You know, grammar, mathematics. I picked 2 of the more innocent fields of study I could think of, and he seemed to relax a bit.
I guess I just thought that you were...
He trailed off and shook himself.
Why are you studying there?
The question caught me off guard. I've always wanted to. There's so much to learn.
But you don't need any of that. I mean...
He broke the words.
The way you play. Surely your patron is encouraging you to focus on your music.
I don't have a patron, then, I said with a shy smile. Not that I'm opposed to the idea, mind you. His reaction was not what I expected.
Damn my blackened luck.
He slapped his hand on the table hard.
I assumed someone was being coy, keeping you a secret.
He thumped the table with his fist.
Damn.
He recovered his composure a little and looked up at me.
I'm sorry. It's just that...
He made a frustrated gesture and sighed.
Have you ever heard the saying, 1 wife, you're happy, 2 and you're tired,
I nodded. 3 and they'll hate each other.
4 and they'll hate you?
Threep finished.
Well, the same thing is doubly true for patrons and their musicians. I just picked up my 3rd, a struggling flautist.
He sighed and shook his head.
They bicker like cats in a bag. Worried they're not getting enough attention. If only I'd known you were coming along, I would have waited.
You flatter me, Den.
I'm kicking myself is what I'm doing.
He sighed and looked guilty.
That's not fair. Sephram's good at what he does. They're all good musicians and overprotective of me, just like real wives. He gave me an apologetic look. If I try to bring you in, there'll be hell to pay. I've already had to lie about that little gift I gave you last night.
So I'm your mistress, then? I grinned. Threep chuckled.
Let's not carry the energy too far. I'll be your matchmaker instead. I'll help you toward a proper patron. I know everyone with blood or money for 50 miles, so it shouldn't be that hard.
That would be a great help, I said earnestly. The social circles on this side of the river are a mystery to me. A thought occurred to me. Speaking of which, I met a young lady last night and didn't find out much about her. If you're familiar with the town... I trailed off hopefully. He gave me a knowing look.
I see.
No, I protested. She's the girl that sang along with me, my Halloween. I was just hoping to find her to pay my respects. Threep looked as if he didn't believe me, but wasn't going to make an issue of it.
Fair enough. What's her name?
Diane. Threep seemed to be waiting for more. That's all I know. Threep snorted.
What does she look like? Sing it if you have to.
I felt the beginning of a flush on my cheeks. She had dark hair to about here. I gestured a little lower than my shoulder with one hand. Young, fair skin. Threep watched me expectantly. Pretty.
I see.
Threep mused, rubbing his lips.
Did she have her talent pipes?
I don't know, maybe.
Does she live in the city?
I shrugged my ignorance again, feeling more and more foolish. Threep laughed.
You're going to have to give me more than that.
He looked over my shoulder.
Wait, there's Diok. If anyone could spot a girl for you, it'd be him.
He raised his hand.
Diok!
It's really not that important, I said hurriedly. Threep ignored me and waved the broad-shouldered man over to our table. Diok strolled over and leaned against the table.
What can I do for you?
Our young singer needs a little information about a lady that he met last night.
Can't say I'm surprised. There were quite a crop of lovelies out. One or two asked about you.
He winked at me.
Who caught your eye?
It's not like that, I protested. She was the one who sang my harmony last night. She had a lovely voice and I was hoping to find her so we could do a little singing.
I
Sure.
think I know the tune you're talking about.
He gave me a broad, knowing smile. I felt myself blushing furiously and began to protest again.
Oh, settle down. I'll keep this one between my tongue and teeth. I'll even keep from telling Stanchion, which is as good as telling the whole town. He gossips like a schoolgirl when he's had a cup.
He looked at me expectantly. She was slender, with deep coffee-coloured eyes, I said before I thought about how it sounded. I hurried on before either Threep or Diok could make a joke. Her name was Diane.
Ah,
Diok nodded slowly to himself, his smile going a little wry.
I guess I should have known.
Does she live here?
Threep asked.
I don't believe I know her.
You'd remember.
Diok said.
But no, I don't think she lives in town. I see her off and on. She travels, always here and gone again.
He rubbed the back of his head and gave me a worried smile.
I don't know where you might be able to find her. Careful, boy. That one will steal your heart. Men fall for her like wheat before a sickle blade.
I shrugged as if such things couldn't be further from my mind, and was glad when Threep turned the topic to a piece of gossip about one of the local councilmen. I chuckled at their bickering until my drink was done, then made my farewells and took my leave of them. Half an hour later, I stood on the stairway outside Devi's door, trying to ignore the rancid smell of the butcher's shop below. I counted my money for the third time and thought about my options. I could pay off my entire debt and still afford my tuition, but it would leave me penniless. I had other debts to settle as well, and as much as I wanted to be out from under Devi's thumb, I didn't relish starting the semester without a bit of coin in my pocket. The door opened suddenly, startling me. Devi's face peered out suspiciously through a narrow crack, then brightened with a smile when she recognized me.
What are you lurking for? She asked. Gentlemen knock, as a rule. She opened the door wide to let me in. Just weighing my options, I said as she bolted the door behind me. Her room was much the same as before, save that today it smelled of cinnamon, not lavender. I hope I won't be inconveniencing you if I only pay the interest this term. Not at all, she said graciously. I like to think of it as an investment on my part. She gestured me toward a chair. Besides, it means I get to see you again. You'd be surprised how few visitors I get. Probably your location more than your company, I said. She wrinkled her nose. I know. I settled here at first because it was cheap. Now I feel obliged to stay because my customers know to find me here. I laid 2 talents on the desk and slid them toward her. Do you mind a question? She gave me a look of impish excitement. Is it inappropriate? A bit, I admitted. Has anyone ever tried to report you? Well now, she sat forward in her chair. That can be taken a number of different ways. She raised an eyebrow over one icy blue eye. Are you being threatening or curious? Curious, I said quickly. I tell you what. She nodded at my lute. Play me a song, and I'll tell you the truth. I smiled and unlatched the case, drawing out my lute. What would you like to hear? She thought for a minute. Can you play Leave the Town Tinker? I played it, quick and easy. She came in enthusiastically on the chorus, and at the end she smiled and clapped like a young girl. Which, in hindsight, I guess she was. Back then, she was an older woman, experienced and self-sure. I, on the other hand, was not quite 16. Once, she answered, as I put my lute away. 2 years ago, a young gentleman Elia decided it would be better to inform the constable than to settle his debt. I looked up at her. And that was it. She shrugged carelessly. They came, asked me questions, searched the place. Didn't find anything incriminating, of course. Of course. The next day, the young gentleman admitted the truth to the constable. He had made the whole story up because I had spurned his romantic advances. She grinned. The constable was not amused, and the gentleman was fined for slanderous action against the lady of the town. I couldn't help but smile. I can't say as I'm terribly... I trailed off, noticing something for the first time. I pointed at her bookshelf. Is that Malkaff's The Basis of All Matter? Oh, yes, she said proudly. It's new, a partial repayment. She gestured towards the shelf. Feel free. I walked over and pulled it out. If I'd had this to study from, I wouldn't have missed one of the questions during admissions today. I'd think you'd have your fill of books at the archives, she said, her voice thick with envy. I shook my head. I was banned, I said. I've spent about 2 hours total in the archives, and half of that was getting thrown out on my ear. Devi nodded slowly. I'd heard. But you never know which rumors are true. We're in something of the same boat then. I'd say you're slightly better off, I said, looking over her shelves. You've got Tekhem here, and the Ouroboros. I scanned all the titles, looking for anything that might have information about the Amir or the Chandrian, but nothing looked especially promising. You've got Amazing Habits of the Common Dracus, too. I was partway through reading that when I was kicked out. That's the latest edition, she said proudly. There's new engravings, and a section on the Feynwat. I ran my fingers down the book's spine and stepped back. It's a nice collection. Well, she said, teasing me. If you promise to keep your hands clean, you could come over and do some reading now and again. If you bring your lute and play for me, I might even let you borrow a book or two, so long as you bring them back in a timely fashion. She gave me a winsome smile. We exiles should stick together. I spent the long walk back to the university, wondering if Devi was being flirtatious or friendly. At the end of the 3 miles, I hadn't reached anything resembling a decision. I mentioned this to make something clear.
burgeoning hero with an Allah like a bar of Ramston steel. But first and foremost, I was a 15-year-old boy. When it came to women, I was lost as a lamb in the woods. I found Kilvin in his office, etching runes into a hemisphere of glass for another hanging lamp. I knocked softly on the open door. He glanced up at me.
They're quoth you're looking better.
It took me a moment to remember that he was speaking of 3 span ago when he banned me from my work at the fishery due to Willem's meddling. Thank you, sir. I feel better. He cocked his head minutely. I lowered one hand to my purse. I would like to resolve my debt to you. Kilvin grunted.
You owe me nothing.
He looked back down at the table and the project in his hand. My debt to the shop, then, I pressed. I've been taking advantage of your good nature for some time now. How much do I owe for the materials I've used during my studies with Manet? Kilvin continued to work.
1 talent, 7 jots, and 3.
The exactness of the number startled me, as he hadn't checked the ledger in the storeroom. I boggled to think of everything the bear-like man was carrying around in his head. I took the appropriate amount from my purse and set the coins on a relatively clutter-free corner of the table. Kilvin looked at them.
Elder Cloth, I trust you came to this money honourably.
His tone was so serious I had to smile. I earned it playing in Imre last night.
Music across the river pays us well.
I held my smile and shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know if I'll do this well every night. This was only my first time after all. Kilvin made a sound somewhere between a snort and a huff and turned his eyes back to his work.
Milk Zadal's pridefulness is rubbing off on you.
He drew a careful line on the glass.
Am I correct in assuming that you will no longer be spending evenings in my employ?
Shocked, it took me a moment to catch my breath. I wouldn't. I came here to speak with you about coming back to work in the shop. The thought of not working for Kilvin hadn't crossed my mind.
Apparently your music has more profit than working here.
Kilvin gave the coins on the table a significant look. But I want to work here, I said wretchedly. Kilvin's face broke into a great white smile.
Good. I would not have wanted to lose you to the other side of the river. Music is a fine thing, but metal lasts.
He struck
Metal
the table
lasts.
with 2 huge fingers to emphasize his point. Then he made a shooing motion with the hand that held his unfinished lamp.
Go! Do not be late for work, or I will keep you polishing bottles and grinding ore for another term.
As I left, I thought about what Kilvin had said. It was the first thing he had said to me that I did not agree with wholeheartedly. Metal rusts, I thought. Music lasts forever. Time will eventually prove one of us right. After I left the fishery, I headed straight to the Horse and Four, arguably the best inn this side of the river. The innkeeper was a bald, portly fellow named Caverin. I showed him my talent pipes and bargained for a pleasant 15 minutes. The end result was that in exchange for playing 3 evenings a span, I received free room and board. The Four's kitchens were remarkable, and my room was actually a small suite, bedroom, dressing room, and sitting room, a huge step up from my narrow bunk in the mews. But best of all, I would earn 2 silver talents every month, an almost ridiculous sum of money to someone who had been poor for as long as I had. And that was in addition to whatever gifts or tips the wealthy customers might give me. Playing here, working in the fishery, and with a wealthy patron on the horizon, I'd no longer be forced to live like a pauper. I'd be able to buy things I desperately needed, another suit of clothes, some decent pens and paper, new shoes. If you have never been desperately poor, I doubt you can understand the relief I felt. For months, I'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing that any small catastrophe could ruin me. But now I no longer had to live every day worrying about my next term's tuition or the interest on Devi's loan. I was no longer in danger of being forced out of the university. I had a lovely dinner of venison steak with a leaf salad and a bowl of delicately spiced tomato soup.
Oh, dinner. That's a
There
good
were
idea.
fresh peaches and plums and white bread with sweet cream butter. Though I didn't even ask for it, I was served several glasses of an excellent dark vintage wine. Then I retired to my rooms, where I slept like a dead man, lost in the vastness of my new feather bed. Chapter 61. Jackass, Jackass. With admissions behind me, I had no responsibilities until fall term began. I spent the intervening days catching up on my sleep, working in Kilvin's shop, and enjoying my new luxurious accommodations at the Horse and Four. I also spent a considerable amount of time on the road to Imre, usually under the excuse of visiting Threep or enjoying the camaraderie of the other musicians at the Aeolian. But the truth behind the stories was that I was hoping to find Denna. But my diligence gained me nothing. She seemed to have vanished from the town completely. I asked a few people who I could trust not to make gossip of it, but none of them knew more than Diok. I briefly entertained the thought of asking Sovoy about her, but discarded it as a bad idea. After my 6th fruitless trip to Imre, I decided to abandon my search. After my 9th, I convinced myself it was a waste of valuable time. After my 14th trip, I came to the deep realization that I wouldn't find her. She was well and truly gone. Again. It was during one of my Denna-less trips to the Aeolian that I received some troubling news from Count Threep. Apparently, Ambrose, firstborn son of the wealthy and influential Baron Jackis, had been busy as a bee in the social circles of Imre. He had spread rumors, made threats, and generally turned the nobility against me. While he couldn't keep me from gaining the respect of my fellow musicians, apparently he could keep me from gaining a wealthy patron. It was my first glimpse of the trouble Ambrose could make for a person like me. Threep was apologetic and morose, while I seethed with irritation. Together we proceeded to drink an unwise amount of wine and grouse about Ambrose Jackis. Eventually, Threep was called up onto the stage, where he sang a scathing little ditty of his own design, satirizing one of Tarbean's councilmen. It was met with great laughter and applause. From there, it was a short step for us to begin composing a song about Ambrose. Threep was an inveterate gossip monger with a knack for tasteless innuendo, and I have always had a gift for a catchy tune. It took us under an hour to compose our masterwork, which we lovingly titled Jackass, Jackass. On the surface, it was a ribald little tune about a donkey who wanted to be an arcanist. Our extraordinarily clever pun on Ambrose's surname was as close as we came to mentioning him, but anyone with half a wit could tell who the shoe was meant to fit. It was late when Threep and I took to the stage, and we weren't the only ones worse for drink. There was thunderous laughter and applause from the majority of the audience who called for an encore. We gave it to them again, and everyone came in singing on the chorus. The key to the song's success was its simplicity. You could whistle or hum it. Anyone with 3 fingers could play it, and if you had 1 ear and a bucket, you could carry the tune. It was catchy and vulgar and mean-spirited. It spread through the university like a fire in a field. I tugged open the outer doors of the archives and stepped into the entry hall, my eyes adjusting to the red tint of the sympathy lamp. The air was dry and cool, rich with the smell of dust, leather, and old ink. I took a breath the way a starving man might outside a bakery. Willem was tending the desk. I knew he'd be working. Ambrose wasn't anywhere in the building. "I'm just here to talk with Master Lauren," I said quickly. Will relaxed. "He's with someone right now. It might be a while." A tall, lean, Kael'dish man opened the door behind the entry desk. Unlike most Kildish men, he was clean-shaven and wore his hair long, pulled back into a tail. He wore well-mended hunter's leathers, a faded traveling cloak, and high boots, all dusty from the road. As he shut the door behind him, his hand went unconsciously to the hilt of his sword to keep it from striking the wall or the desk.
Italia de Curie Edanasieth.
He said in Siaru, clapping Willem on the shoulder as he walked out from behind the desk.
Furalan tuetetam.
Will gave a rare smile, shrugging.
Oin Satva. Tua Kvarain.
The man laughed, and as he stepped around the desk, I saw he wore a long knife in addition to his sword. I'd never seen anyone armed at the university. Here in the archives, he looked as out of place as a sheep in the king's court, but his manner was relaxed, confident, as if he couldn't feel more at home. He stopped walking when he saw me standing there. He cocked his head to the side a little.
Kiaitien.
I didn't recognize the language. I beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry.
He said, speaking perfect Aturan.
You look ill. The red hair fooled me.
He looked at me closer.
But you're not, are you? You're one of the Rue.
He stepped forward and held out his hand to me.
One family.
I shook it without thinking. His hand was solid as a rock, and his dark, Kildish complexion was tanned even darker than usual, highlighting a few pale scars that ran over his knuckles and up his arms.
One family.
I echoed, too surprised to say anything else.
Folk from the family are a rare thing here.
He said easily, walking past me towards the outer door.
I'd stop and share news, but I've got to make it to Evesdown before sunset or I'll miss my ship.
He opened the outer door and sunlight flooded the room.
I'll catch you up when I'm back in these parts,
he said, and with a wave he was gone. I turned to Willem.
Who was that? One of Lauren's killers?
Will said.
Yari.
He's a scrib, I said incredulously, thinking of the pale, quiet students who worked in the archives, sorting, scribing, and fetching books. Will shook his head.
He works in acquisitions. They bring back books from all over the world. They're a different breed entirely.
I gathered that, I said, glancing at the door.
He's the one Lauren was talking to, so you can go in now,
Will said, getting to his feet and opening the door behind the massive wooden desk.
Down at the end of the hall, there's a brass plate on his door. I'd walk you back, but we're short-staffed. I can't leave the desk.
I nodded and began to walk down the hallway. I smiled to hear Will softly humming the melody from Jackass Jackass under his breath. Then the door gave a muffled thump behind me, and the hall was quiet, save for the sound of my own breathing. By the time I reached the appropriate door, my hands were clammy with sweat. I knocked.
Enter!
Lauren called from inside. His voice was like a sheet of smooth grey slate without the barest hint of inflection or emotion. I opened the door. Lauren sat behind a huge semicircular desk. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. The room was so full of books there wasn't more than a palm's breadth of wall visible in the entire room. Lauren looked at me coolly. Even sitting down, he was still nearly as tall as me.
Good morning.
I know I'm banned from the archives, Master,
I said quickly.
I hope that I'm not violating that by coming to see you.
Not if you are here to good purpose.
I've come into some money, I said, pulling out my purse, and I was hoping to buy back my copy of Rhetoric and Logic. Lauren nodded and came to his feet. Tall, clean-shaven, and wearing his Dark Master's robes, he reminded me of the enigmatic Silent Doctor character present in many medieval plays. I fought off a shiver, trying not to dwell on the fact that the appearance of the Doctor always signaled catastrophe in the next act. Lauren went to one of the shelves and pulled out a small book. Even at a glimpse, I recognized it as mine. A dark stain patterned the cover from the time it had got wet during a storm in Tardine. I fumbled with the strings of my purse, surprised to see my hands trembling slightly. It was 2 silver pennies, I believe? Lauren nodded. Can I offer you anything in addition to that? If you hadn't bought it for me, I would have lost it forever. Not to mention the fact that your purchase helped me gain admittance in the first place.
2 silver pennies will be sufficient.
I lay the coins on his desk. They clattered slightly as I set them down, testament to my shaking hand. Lauren held out the book and I wiped my sweaty hands on my shirt before taking it. I opened it to Ben's inscription and smiled. Thank you for taking care of it, Master Lauren. It is precious to me.
The care of one more book is little trouble,
Lauren said as he returned to his seat. I waited to see if he might continue. He didn't. My voice snagged in my throat. I swallowed to clear it. I also wanted to say that I was sorry for... I stalled at the thought of actually mentioning Open Flame in the archives. For what I did before, I finished lamely.
I accept your apology, Faire.
Lauren looked back down at the book he had been reading when I had come in.
Good morning.
I swallowed again against the dryness in my mouth. I was also wondering when I might hope to regain admittance to the archives. Lauren looked up at me.
You were caught with live fire among my books,
He said, emotion touching the edges of his voice like a hint of red sunset against the slate-grey clouds. All of my carefully planned persuasion flew out of my head. Master Lauren, I pleaded. I'd been whipped that day and wasn't at my wit's best. Ambrose... Lauren raised his long-fingered hand from the desk, his palm facing out towards me. The careful gesture cut me off more quickly than a slap across the face. His face was expressionless as a blank page.
Who am I to believe? A Relar of 3 years or an Elier of 2 months? A scriv in my employ or an unfamiliar student found guilty of reckless use of sympathy?
I managed to regain a little of my composure. I understand your decision, Master Lauren, but is there anything I might do to earn readmittance? I asked, unable to keep my voice entirely free of desperation. Honestly, I would rather be whipped again than spend another term banned. I would give you all the money in my pocket, though it isn't much. I'd work long hours as a scrib without pay for the privilege of proving myself to you. I know you're short-staffed during exams. Lauren looked at me, his placid eyes almost curious. I couldn't help but feel that my plea had affected him.
All that?
All that, I said earnestly, hope billowing wildly through my chest. All that and any other penance you desire.
I require but one thing to rescind my ban,
Lauren said. I fought to keep a manic grin off my face. Anything.
Demonstrate the patience and prudence which you have heretofore been lacking,
Lauren said flatly, and looked down at the book that lay open on his desk.
Good morning.
The next day, one of Jameson's errand boys woke me out of a sound sleep in my vast bed at the Horse and Four. He informed me that I was due on the horns at a quarter hour before noon. I was being charged with conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum. Ambrose had finally caught wind of my song.
Oh.
I spent the next several hours feeling vaguely sick to my stomach. This was exactly what I'd hoped to avoid. An opportunity for both Ambrose and Heme to settle scores with me. Worse still, this was bound to lower Lauren's opinion of me even further, no matter what the outcome. I arrived in the Master's Hall early and was relieved to find the atmosphere much more relaxed than when I'd gone on the horns for malfeasance against Heme. Arwyll and Elxa Dahl smiled at me. Kilvin nodded. I was relieved that I had friends among the Masters to balance out the enemies I'd made.
All right.
The Chancellor said briskly.
We've got 10 minutes before we start admissions. I don't feel like getting behind schedule, so I'm going to move this right along.
He looked around at the rest of the masters and saw only nods.
Relard Ambrose, make your case. Keep it under a minute.
You have a copy of the song right there.
Ambrose said hotly.
It's slanderous. It defames my good name. It's a shameful way for a member of the Arcanum to behave.
He swallowed, his jaw clenching.
That's all.
The Chancellor turned to me.
Anything to say in your defense?
It was in poor taste, Chancellor, but I didn't expect it to get around. I only sang it on one occasion.
Fair enough.
The Chancellor looked down at the paper in front of him. He cleared his throat.
Raylar Ambrose, are you a donkey?
Ambrose went stiff.
No, sir.
He said.
Are you possessed of...
He cleared his throat and read directly off the page.
a pizzle bound to fizzle?
A few of the masters struggled to control smiles. Elodine grinned openly. Ambrose flushed.
No, sir.
Then I'm afraid I don't see the problem.
The Chancellor said curtly, letting the paper settle to the table.
I move the charge of conduct unbecoming be replaced with undignified mischief.
Seconded.
Kilvin said.
All in favor?
All hands went up, except for Hemes and Brandiers.
Motion passed. Discipline will be set at a formal letter of apology tendered to...
For God's sake, Arthur.
Heme broke in.
At least make it a public letter.
The Chancellor glared at Heme, then shrugged.
Formal letter of apology posted publicly before the fall term. All in favor?
All hands were raised.
Motion passed.
The Chancellor leaned forward onto his elbows and looked down at Ambrose.
Raylar Ambrose, in the future, you will refrain from wasting our time with spurious charges.
I could feel the anger radiating off Ambrose. It was like standing near a fire.
Yes, sir.
Before I could feel smug, the Chancellor turned to me.
And you, Elia Quoth, will comport yourself with more decorum in future.
His stern words were somewhat spoiled by the fact that Elodine had begun cheerfully humming the melody, Jackass, Jackass, next to him. I lowered my eyes and did my best to fight down a smile. Yes, sir.
Dismissed.
Ambrose turned on his heel and stormed off, but before he made it through the door, Elodine burst out singing.
He's a well-bred ass, you can see it in his stride. And for a copper penny, he will let you take a ride.
The thought of writing a public apology was galling to me. But as they say, the best revenge is living well. So I decided to ignore Ambrose and enjoy my new luxurious lifestyle at the Horse and Four. But I only managed 2 days of revenge. On the third day, the Horse and Four had a new owner. Short, jolly Caverin was replaced with a tall, thin man who informed me that my services were no longer required. I was told to vacate my rooms before nightfall. It was irritating, but I knew of at least 4 or 5 inns of a similar quality on this side of the river that would jump at the chance to employ a musician with his talent pipes. But the innkeeper at Hollybush refused to speak with me. The White Hart and Queen's Crown were content with their current musicians. At the Golden Pony, I waited for over an hour before I realized I was being politely ignored. By the time I was turned away by the Royal Oak, I was fuming. It was Ambrose. I didn't know how he'd done it, but I knew it was him. Bribes, perhaps, or a rumor that any inn employing a certain red-haired musician would be losing the business of a large number of wealthy, noble customers. So I began working my way through the rest of the inns this side of the river. I'd already been turned away by the upper-class ones, but there were many respectable places left. Over the next several hours, I tried the Shepherd's Rest, Boar's Head, Dog in the Wall, Staves Inn, and the Tabard. Ambrose had been very thorough. None of them was interested. It was early evening by the time I came to anchors, and by that time, the only thing keeping me going was pure black temper. I was determined to try every single inn on this side of the river before I resorted to paying for a bunk and a meal chit again. When I came to the inn, Anchor himself was up on a ladder, nailing a long piece of cedar siding back into place. He looked down at me as I came to stand near the foot of the ladder.
"Sir, you're the one,"
he said. "Beg your pardon?" I said, puzzled.
"Fellow stopped by and told me that hiring a young red-haired fellow would make for a great pile of unpleasantness."
He nodded at my lute.
"You must be him."
"Well then," I said, adjusting the shoulder strap of my lute case, "I won't waste your time."
"You aren't wasting it yet,"
he said as he climbed down the ladder, wiping his hands on his shirt.
"The place could use some music."
I gave him a searching look. "Aren't you worried?" He spat.
"Them little gadflies think they can buy the sun out of the sky, don't they?"
"This particular one could probably afford it," I said grimly.
And the moon too, if you wanted the match set to use as bookends.
He snorted derisively.
"Ha! He can't do a damn thing to me. I don't cater to his sort of folk, so he can't scare off my business. And I own this place my own self, so he can't buy it and fire me off like he did to poor old Keverin."
Someone bought the horse and four.
Anchor gave me a speculative look.
"You didn't know?"
I shook my head slowly, taking a moment to digest this piece of information. Ambrose had bought the horse and four just to spite me out of a job. No, he was too clever for that. He'd probably loaned the money to a friend and passed it off as a business venture. How much had it cost? 1,000 talents? 5,000? I couldn't even guess how much an inn like the Horse and Four was worth. What was even more disturbing was how quickly he had managed it. It put things in sharp perspective for me. I'd known Ambrose was rich, but honestly, everyone was rich compared to me. I'd never bothered thinking about how wealthy he was or how he could use it against me. I was getting a lesson in the sort of influence a wealthy baron's firstborn son could bring to bear. For the first time, I was glad for the university's strict code of conduct. If Ambrose was willing to go to these lengths, I could only imagine what drastic measures he would take if he didn't need to maintain a semblance of civility. I was jolted out of my reverie by a young woman leaning out of the front door of the inn.
"Damn you, Anchor!"
she shouted.
"I'm not going to pull and carry while you stand out here scratching your ass. Get in there!"
Anchor muttered something under his breath as he picked up the ladder and he stowed it around the corner in the alleyway.
"What'd you do to this fellow anyway? Top his mum?"
Wrote a song about him, actually. As Anchor opened the door of the inn, a gentle welter of conversation poured out into the street.
"I'd be curious to hear a song like that,"
he grinned.
"Why don't you come give it a play?"
"If you're sure," I said, not quite believing my luck. "There's bound to be trouble."
Trouble?"
he chuckled.
"What does a boy like you know about trouble? I was in trouble before you were born. I've been in trouble you don't even got words for."
He turned to face me, still standing in the doorway.
"It's been a while since we've had music on here regular. Can't say as I like to go without. A proper tavern has music."
I smiled.
"I have to agree with you there. Truth is, I'd have you in just to twist that rich tit's nose," Anchor said. "But if you can play worth half of them."
He pushed the door open farther, making it an invitation. I could smell sawdust and honest sweat and baking bread. By the end of the night, it was all arranged. In exchange for playing 4 nights a span, I earned a tiny room on the 3rd floor and the assurance that if I was around at mealtimes, I would be welcome to a bit of whatever was cooking in the pot. Admittedly, Anchor was getting the services of a talented musician for a bargain price, but it was a deal I was happy to make. Anything was better than going back to Muse and the silent scorn of my bunkmates. The ceiling of my tiny room slanted downward in 2 corners, making it seem even smaller than it really was. It would have been cluttered if there had been more than the few sticks of furniture, a small desk with a wooden chair, and a single shelf above it. The bed was flat and narrow as any bunk in the mews. I set my slightly battered copy of Rhetoric and Logic on the shelf over the desk. My loot case leaned comfortably in the corner. Through the window, I could see the lights of the university, unblinking in the cool autumn air. I was home. Looking back, I count myself lucky that I ended up in Anchors. True, the crowds were not as wealthy as those at the Horse and Four, but they appreciated me in a way the nobles never had. And while my suite of rooms at the Horse and Four had been luxurious, my tiny room at Anchors was comfortable. Think in terms of shoes. You don't want the biggest you can find, you want the pair that fits. In time, that tiny room at Anchors came to be more of a home to me than anywhere else in the world. But at that particular moment, I was furious at what Ambrose had cost me. So when I sat down to write my public letter of apology, it dripped with venomous sincerity. It was a work of art. I beat my breast with remorse. I wailed and gnashed my teeth over the fact that I had maligned a fellow student. I also included a full copy of the lyrics along with 2 new verses and full musical notation. I then apologized in excruciating detail about every vulgar, petty innuendo included in the song. I then spent 4 precious jots of my own money on paper and ink and called in the favor Jacksim owed me for trading him my late admission slot. He had a friend that worked in a print shop, and with his help, we printed over 100 copies of the letter. Then, the night before fall term began, Will, Sim, and I posted them on every flat surface we could find on both sides of the river. We used a lovely alchemical adhesive Simon had cooked up for the occasion. The stuff went on like paints, then dried clear as glass and hard as steel. If anyone wanted to remove the posts, they'd need a hammer and chisel. In hindsight, it was as foolish as taunting an angry bull, and if I had to guess, I'd say this particular piece of insolence was the main reason Ambrose eventually tried to kill me. Chapter 62. Leaves. Under pointed advice from several sources, I limited myself to 3 fields of study in the upcoming term. I continued advanced sympathy with Elk Sadal, held a shift in the Medica, and continued my apprenticeship under Manet. My time was pleasantly full, but not overburdened as it had been last term. I studied my artificing more doggedly than anything else. Since my search for a patron had come to a dead end, I knew my best chance for self-sufficiency lay in becoming an artificer. Currently, I worked for Kilvin and was given relatively menial jobs at relatively low pay. Once I finished my apprenticeship, that would improve. Better still, I would be able to pursue my own projects, then sell them on commission for a profit. If I was able to keep ahead of my debt to Devi. If I could somehow continue to muster enough money for tuition. If I could finish my apprenticeship under Manet without getting myself killed or crippled by the dangerous work that was done in the fishery every day. 40 or 50 of us gathered in the workshop waiting to see the new arrival. Some sat on the stone work tables to get a good view, while a dozen or so students gathered on the iron catwalks in the rafters among Kilvin's hanging lamps. I saw Manet up there. He was hard to miss, 3 times older than any of the other students with his wild hair and grizzled beard. I headed up the stairs and made my way to his side. He smiled and clapped me on the shoulder. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I thought this was just for the Greenwood, who haven't seen this stuff before." "I thought I'd play the dutiful mentor today," he shrugged. "Besides, this particular display is worth watching, if only for the expressions on everyone's faces." Sitting atop one of the shop's heavy work tables was a massive cylindrical container, about 4 feet high and 2 feet across. The edges were sealed without any bulky welds, and the metal had a dull, burnished look that made me guess it was more than simple steel. I let my gaze wander the room. and was surprised to see Faire standing in the crowd, waiting for the demonstration to begin along with the rest of the students.
I didn't know Faire worked here,
I said to Manet. Manet nodded. Oh, sure. What, 2 terms now? I'm surprised I haven't noticed, I mused, as I watched her talking to one of the other women in the crowd. So am I, Manet said with a low, knowing chuckle. Well, she's not here very often. She sculpts and works with cut tile and glass. She's here for the equipment, not the sigildry. The belling tower struck the hour outside, and Kilvin looked around, marking the faces of everyone there. I didn't doubt for a moment that he took note of exactly who was missing.
For several span, we will have this in the shop,
he said simply, gesturing to the metal container that stood nearby.
Nearly 10 gallons of a volatile transporting agent. Regim ignaul neratum.
He's the only one that calls it that,
Manet said softly.
It's bone tar.
Bone tar?
He nodded. It's caustic. Spill it on your arm and it'll eat through to the bone in about 10 seconds.
While everyone watched, Kilvin donned a thick leather glove and decanted about an ounce of dark liquid from the metal canister into a glass vial.
It is important to chill the vial prior to decanting, as the agent boils at room temperature.
He quickly sealed off the vial and held it up for everyone to see.
The pressure cap is also essential, as the liquid is extremely volatile. As a gas, it exhibits surface tension and viscosity, like mercury. It is heavier than air and does not dissipate. It coheres to itself.
With no further preamble, Kilvin tossed the vial into a nearby firewell, and there was the sharp, clear sound of breaking glass. From this height, I could see the firewell must have been cleaned out specially for this occasion. It was empty, just a shallow, circular pit of bare stone.
It's a shame he's not more of a showman,
Manet said softly to me.
Elxadal could do this with a little more flair.
The room was filled with a sharp crackling and hissing as the dark liquid warmed itself against the stone of the firewell and began to boil. From my high vantage, I could see a thick, oily smoke slowly filling the bottom of the well. It didn't behave like fog or smoke at all. Its edges didn't diffuse. It pooled and hung together like a tiny, dark cloud. Manet tapped me on the shoulder, and I looked at him just in time to avoid being blinded by the initial burst of flame as the cloud caught fire. There were dismayed noises from all around, and I guessed most of the others had been caught unaware. Manet grinned at me and gave a knowing wink.
Thanks,
I said, and turned back to watch. Jagged flames danced across the surface of the fog, colored a bright sodium red. The additional heat made the dark fog boil faster, and it swelled until the flames were licking towards the top of the waist-high lip of the firewell. Even from where I stood on the catwalk, I could feel a gentle heat on my face.
What the hell do you call that?
I asked him quietly.
Fire fog?
We could, he responded.
Kilvin would probably call it an atmospherically activated incendiary action.
The fire flickered and died all at once, leaving the room filled with the acrid smell of hot stone.
In addition to being highly corrosive, Kilvin said, in its gaseous state, the reagent is flammable. Once it warms sufficiently, it will burn on contact with air. The heat that this produces can cause a cascading exothermic reaction.
Cascading huge goddamn fire, Manet said.
You're better than a chorus,
I said softly, trying to keep a straight face. Kilvin gestured.
This container is designed to keep the agent cold and under pressure. Be mindful while it remains in the workshop. Avoid excessive heat in its immediate vicinity.
With that, Kilvin turned and headed back into his office.
That's it?
I asked. Manet shrugged.
What else needs to be said? Kilvin doesn't let anyone work here unless they're careful, and now everyone knows what to be careful of.
Why is it even here? I asked.
What's it good for? Scares the hell out of the first-timers, he grinned. Anything more practical than that? Fear is plenty practical, he said. But you can use it to make a different type of emitter for sympathy lamps. You get a bluish light instead of the ordinary red. A little easier on the eye. Fetch outrageous prices.
I looked down into the workshop, but couldn't see Faire anywhere in the milling bodies. I turned back to Manet. Want to keep playing dutiful mentor and show me how? He absently ran his hands through his wild hair and shrugged. Sure. I was playing at anchors later that night when I caught the eye of a beautiful girl sitting at one of the crowded tables in the back. She looked remarkably like Denna, but I knew that to be nothing more than my own fancy. I hoped to see her enough that I had been catching glimpses of her out of the corner of my eye for days. My second glance told me the truth. It was Denna, singing along with half the folk in anchors to Drovers' Daughters. She saw I was looking in her direction and waved. Her appearance caught me so much by surprise that I completely forgot what my fingers were doing and my song fell to pieces. Everyone laughed and I took a grand bow to hide my embarrassment. They cheered and booed me in equal amounts for a minute or so, enjoying my failure more than they had the song itself. Such is human nature. I waited for their attention to drift away from me, then made my way casually to where Denna was sitting. She stood to greet me. I'd heard you were playing on this side of the river, she said. I can't imagine how you keep the job if you fall apart every time a girl gives you a wink. I felt myself flush a little. It doesn't happen that often. The winking or the falling apart? Unable to think of a response, I felt myself flush redder and she laughed. How long will you be playing tonight? She asked. Not much longer, I lied. I owed Anchor at least another hour. She brightened. Good. Come away with me afterward. I need someone to walk with. Hardly believing my good luck, I made a bow to her. At your service, certainly. Let me go and finish up. I made my way to the bar where Anchor and two of his serving girls were busy pulling drinks. Unable to catch his eye, I grabbed hold of his apron as he hurried past me. He jerked to a stop and barely avoided spilling a tray of drinks onto a table of customers. God's teeth, boy, what's the matter with you? Anchor, I've got to go. I can't stay till closing tonight. His face soured. Crowds like this don't come for the asking. They ain't going to stay without a little song or something to entertain them. I'll do one more song, a long one, but I've got to go after that. I gave him a desperate look. I swear I'll make it up to you. He looked at me more closely. Are you in trouble? I shook my head. It's a girl, then. He turned his head at the sound of voices calling for more drinks, then waved me away briskly. Fine, go. But mind you, make it a good long song, and you'll owe me. I moved to the front of the room and clapped my hands for the room's attention. Once the room was moderately quiet, I began to play. By the time I struck the third chord, everyone knew what it was. Tinker Tanner, the oldest song in the world. I took my hands from the lute and began to clap. Soon everyone was pounding out the rhythm in unison, feet against the floor, mugs on tabletops. The sound was almost overwhelming, but it faded appropriately when I sang the first verse. Then I led the room in the chorus with everyone singing along, some with their own words, some in their own keys. I moved to a nearby table as I finished my second verse and led the room in the chorus again. Then I gestured expectantly towards the table to sing a verse of their own. It took a couple of seconds for them to realize what I wanted, but the expectation of the whole room was enough to encourage one of the more tipsy students to shout out a verse of his own. It gained him thunderous applause and cheers. Then, as everyone sang the chorus again, I moved to another table and did the same thing. Before too long, folk were taking the initiative to sing out their own verses when the chorus was over. I made my way to where Denna waited by the outer door, and together we slipped out into the early evening twilight. That was cleverly done, she said as we began to stroll away from the tavern. How long do you think they'll keep it up?
That will all depend on how quickly Anchor manages to pull down drinks for the lot of them. I came to a stop at the edge of the alley that ran between the back of Anchor's tavern and the bakery next door. If you will excuse me a moment, I have to put my loot away. In an alley? She asked. In my room. Stepping lightly, I moved quickly up the side of the building. Right foot rain barrel, left foot window ledge, left hand iron drain pipe, and I swung myself onto the lip of the first-story roof. I hopped across the alley to the roof of the bakery and smiled at her startled intake of breath. From there it was a short stroll upward, and I hopped back across to the second-story roof of Anchor's. Tripping the latch to my window, I reached through and set my loot lightly on my bed before heading back down the way I had come. Does Anchor charge a penny every time you use his stairs? She asked as I neared the ground. I stepped down from the rain barrel and brushed my hands against my trousers. I come and go at odd hours, I explained easily as I fell into step beside her. Am I correct in understanding that you are looking for a gentleman to walk with you tonight? A smile curved her lips as she looked sideways at me. Quite. Oh, that is unfortunate, I sighed. I am no gentleman. Her smile grew. I think that you're close enough. I would like to be closer. Then come walking with me. It would please me greatly. However, I slowed my walk a bit, my smile fading into a more serious expression. What about Savoy? Her mouth made a line. He staked a claim on me then? Well, not as such, but there are certain protocols involved. A gentleman's agreement? She asked acidically. More like honour among thieves, if you will. She looked me in the eye. Quoth, she said seriously. Steal me. I bowed and made a sweeping gesture towards the world. At your command. We continued our walk. The moon was shining, making the houses and shops around us seem washed and pale. How is Savoy anyway? I haven't seen him for a while. She waved a hand to dismiss the thought of him. I haven't either. Not for lack of trying on his part. My spirits rose a bit. Really? She rolled her eyes. Roses! I swear you men have all your romance from the same worn book. Flowers are a good thing, a sweet thing to give a lady. But it's always roses, always red, and always perfect hothouse blooms when they can come by them. She turned to face me. When you see me, do you think of roses? I knew enough to shake my head, smiling. What then? If not a rose, what do you see? Trapped. I looked her up and down once, as if trying to decide. Well, I said slowly, you'll have to forgive us men. You see, it's not an easy thing to pick a flower to fit a girl, if you'll excuse my expression. She grimaced. Pick a flower? Yes, I'll excuse it this time. The trouble is, when you gift a girl with flowers, your choice can be construed so many different ways. A man might give you a rose because he feels you are beautiful, or because he fancies their shade or shape or softness similar to your lips. Roses are expensive, and perhaps he wishes to show through a valuable gift that you are valuable to him. You make a good case for roses, she said. The fact remains, I do not like them. Pick another flower to suit me. But what suits? When a man gives you a rose, what you see may not be what he intends. You may think he sees you as delicate or frail. Perhaps you dislike a suitor who considers you all sweet and nothing else. Perhaps the stem is thorned and you assume he thinks you likely to hurt a hand too quick to touch. But if he trims the thorns, you might think he has no liking for a thing that can defend itself with sharpness. There's so many ways a thing can be interpreted, I said. What is a careful man to do? She cast a sidelong look to me. If the man is you, I'd guess he would spin clever words and hope the question was forgotten. She tilted her head. It isn't. What flower would you pick for me? Very well, let me think. I turned to look at her, then away. Let's run down a list. Dandelion might be good. It is bright, and there is a brightness about you. But dandelion is common, and you are not a common creature. Roses we have dealt with and discarded. Nightshade, no. Nettle, perhaps. She made a face of mock outrage and showed me her tongue. I tapped a finger to my lips as if reconsidering. You are correct. Except for your tongue, it doesn't suit you. She huffed and crossed her arms. Wild oat, I exclaimed, startling a laugh from her. Its wildness suits you, but it is a small flower and bashful. For that, as well as other, I cleared my throat, more obvious reasons, I think we'll pass the wild oat by. Pity, she said. Daisy is a good one. I bulled ahead, not letting her distract me. Tall and slender, willing to grow by roadsides, a hearty flower, not too delicate. Daisy is self-reliant. I think it might suit you. But let us continue in our list. Iris, too gaudy. Thistle, too distant. Violet, too brief. Trillium. There's a thing. A fair flower, doesn't take to cultivation. The texture of the petals. I made the boldest motion of my young life and brushed the side of her neck gently with a pair of fingers. Smooth enough to match your skin, just barely. But it is too close to the ground. This is quite a bouquet you've brought for me, she said gently. Unconsciously, she raised a hand to the side of her neck where I had touched her, held it there a moment, then let it fall. A good sign or a bad one? Was she wiping my touch away or pressing it close? Uncertainty filled me more strongly than before, and I decided to press ahead with no more blatant risks. I stopped walking. Celas flower. She stopped and turned to look at me. All this, and you pick a flower I don't know. What is a Celas flower? Why? It is a deep red flower that grows on a strong vine. Its leaves are dark and delicate. They grow best in shadowy places, but the flower itself finds stray sunbeams to bloom in. I looked at her. That suits you. There is much of you that is both shadow and light. It grows in deep forests and is rare because only skilled folk can tend one without harming it. It has a wondrous smell and is much sought and seldom found. I paused and made a point of examining her. Yeah, since I am forced to pick, I would choose Celas. She looked at me, looked away. You think too much of me. I smiled. Perhaps you think too little of yourself. She caught a piece of my smile and shone it back at me. You were closer earlier in your list. Daisies, simple and sweet. Daisies are the way to win my heart. I will remember it. We started walking again. What flower would you bring me? I teased, thinking to catch her off guard. A willow blossom, she said without a second's hesitation. I thought for a long minute. Do willows have blossoms? She looked up and to the side, thinking, I don't think so. A rare treat to be given one, then, I chuckled. Why a willow blossom? You remind me of a willow, she said easily. Strong, deep-rooted and hidden. You move easily when the storm comes, but never farther than you wish. I lifted my hands as if fending off a blow. Cease these sweet words, I protested. You seek to bend me to your will, but it will not work. Your flattery is naught to me but wind. She watched me for a moment as if to make sure my tirade was complete. Beyond all other trees, she said with a curl of a smile on her elegant mouth, the willow moves to the wind's desire. The stars told me 5 hours had passed, but it seemed hardly any time at all before we came to the oaken oar where she was staying in Imre. At the doorway there was a moment that lasted for an hour as I considered kissing her.
I had been tempted by the thought a dozen times on the road as we talked. When we paused on Stonebridge to watch the river in the moonlight underneath a linden tree in one of Imre's parks. At those times, I felt a tension building between us, something almost tangible. When she looked sideways at me with her secret smile, the tilt of her head, the way she almost faced me, made me think she must be hoping for me to do something. Put my arm around her, kiss her. How did one know? How could I be certain? I couldn't. So I resisted the pull of her. I did not want to presume too much. Did not want to offend her or embarrass myself. What's more, Deok's warning had made me uncertain. Perhaps what I felt was nothing more than Denna's natural charm, her charisma. Like all boys of my age, I was an idiot when it came to women. The difference between me and the others is that I was painfully aware of my ignorance, while others, like Simon, bumbled around making asses of themselves with their clumsy courting. I could think of nothing worse than making some unwelcome advance toward Denna and having her laugh at the awkwardness of my attempt. I hate nothing more than doing things badly. So I made my goodbyes and watched her enter the side door of the oaken oar. I took a deep breath and could hardly keep from laughing or dancing about. I was so full of her. The smell of the wind through her hair, the sound of her voice, the way the moonlight cast shadows across her face. Then slowly, my feet settled to the ground. Before I had taken 6 steps, I sagged like a sail when the wind fades. As I walked back through the town, past sleeping houses and dark inns, my mood swung from elation to doubt in the space of 3 brief breaths. I had ruined everything. All the things I had said, things that seemed so clever at the time, were in fact the worst things a fool could say.
Bullshit.
Even now she was inside, breathing a sigh of relief to finally be rid of me. But she had smiled, had laughed. She hadn't remembered our first meeting on the road from Tarbeen. I couldn't have made that much of an impression on her. Steal me, she had said. I should have been bolder and kissed her at the end. I should have been more cautious. I had talked too much. I had said too little. Chapter 63. Walking and Talking. Willem and Simon were already well into their lunches when I arrived at our usual spot in the courtyard. "Sorry," I said as I set my loot on the cobblestones near the bench. "Got caught up haggling." I'd been on the other side of the river buying a dram of quicksilver and a pouch of sea salt. The last had cost me dearly, but for once I wasn't concerned about money. If fortune smiled on me, I would be moving up the ranks in the fishery soon, and that meant my money troubles would soon be over. While shopping in Imre, I had also, quite by coincidence, wandered past the inn where Denna was staying, but she hadn't been there, or at the Aeolian, or in the park where we'd stopped to talk last night. All the same, I was in a fine mood. I tipped my loot case onto its side and flipped it open so the sun could warm the new strings, helping them stretch. Then I settled onto the stone bench under the pennant pole next to my 2 friends. "So, where were you last night?" Simon asked too casually. It was only then I remembered that the 3 of us had planned to meet up with Fenton and play corners last night. Seeing Denna had completely driven the plan from my mind. "Oh God, I'm sorry, Sim. How long did you wait for me?" He gave me a look. "I'm sorry," I repeated, hoping I looked as guilty as I felt. "I forgot." Sim grinned, shrugging it off. "It's not a big deal. When we figured out you weren't going to show, we went to the library to drink and look at girls." "Was Fenton mad?" "Furious," Willem said calmly, finally entering the conversation. "Said he was going to box your ears next time he saw you." Sim's grin widened. "He called you a fluff-headed Elir with no respect for his betters.
made claims about your parentage and sexual tendency towards animals, Willem said with a straight face. Entertaining's kakak, Simmons sang with his mouth full. Then he laughed and started to choke. I pounded him on the back. Where were you? Willem asked while Sim tried to get his breath back. Anchor said you left early. For some reason, I found myself reluctant to talk about dinner. I met someone. Someone more important than us? Willem asked in a flat tone that could be taken for dry humor or criticism. A girl, I admitted. One of his eyebrows went up. The one you've been chasing around? I haven't been chasing anyone, I protested. She found me at Anchor's. Good sign, Willem said. Simon nodded wisely, then looked up with a playful glint in his eye. So, did you make any music? He nudged me with an elbow and wagged his eyebrows up and down. A little duet. He looked too ridiculous for me to be offended. No music, she just wanted someone to walk her home. Walk her home? He said suggestively, wagging his eyebrows again. I found it less amusing this time. It was dark out, I said seriously. I just escorted her back to Imre. Oh, Sim said, disappointed. You left Anchor's early, Will said slowly. And we waited for an hour. Does it take you 2 hours to walk to Imre and back? It was a long walk, I admitted. How long is long? Simon asked. A few hours? I looked away. 6. 6 hours? Sim asked. Come on. I think I'm entitled to a few details after listening to you ramble on about her for the last span. I began to bristle. I don't ramble. We just walked, I said. Talked. Sim looked doubtful. Oh, come on. For 6 hours? Willem tapped Simon's shoulder. He's telling the truth. Simon glanced over at him. Why'd you say that? He sounds more sincere than that when he lies. If the two of you will be quiet for a minute or so, I'll tell you the whole of it. Fair? They nodded.
Mm-hmm.
I looked down at my hands, trying to collect my thoughts, but they wouldn't fall into any sort of orderly pattern. We took the long way back to Imre, stopped on Stonebridge for a while, went to a park outside town, sat by the river. We talked about nothing really. Places we'd been, songs. I realized I was rambling and shut my mouth. I picked my next words carefully. I thought about doing more than walking and talking, but I stopped. I had no idea what to say. They were both silent for a moment. I'll be, Willem marveled, the mighty Kvothe brought low by a woman. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were scared, Simon said, not quite seriously. You're damn right I'm scared, I said in a low voice, wiping my hands nervously against my trousers. You'd be too if you'd ever met her. It's all I can do to sit here instead of running off to Imre, hoping to see her through a store window or pass her crossing the street. I gave a shaky smile. Go then. Simon smiled and gave me a little push. Godspeed. If I knew a woman like that, I wouldn't be here eating lunch with the likes of you two. He brushed his hair away from his eyes and gave me another push with his free hand. Go on. I stayed where I was. It's not that easy. Nothing's ever easy with you, Willem muttered. Of course it's that easy, Simon laughed. Go tell us some of what you just told us. Right, I said with dark sarcasm, as if it were as simple as singing. Besides, I don't know if she would want to hear it. She's something special. What would she want with me? Simon gave me a frank stare. She came looking for you. She obviously wants something. There was a moment of silence, and I hurried to change the subject while I had the chance. Manet's given me permission to start my journeyman project. Already? Sim gave me an anxious look. Will Kilvin go along with it? He's not a big one for cutting corners. I didn't cut any corners. I just picked things up quickly.
Willem gave an amused snort, and Sim spoke up before the two of us started to bicker. What are you doing for your project? Sympathy lamp? Everyone does a lamp, Willem said. I nodded. I wanted to do something different, maybe a gear win, but Manet told me to stick to the lamp. The belling tower struck 4. I got to my feet and gathered up my loot case, ready to head to Char. You should tell her, Simon said. If you like a girl, you have to let her know. How's that working out for you so far? I said, irritated that Sim, of all people, would presume to give me relationship advice.
Giving advice is
Statistically
always
speaking,
easy.
how often has that strategy paid off in your vast experience? Willem made a point of looking elsewhere while Sim and I glared at each other. I looked away first, feeling guilty. Besides, there's nothing to tell, I muttered. I like spending time with her, and now I know where she's staying. That means I can find her when I go looking. Chapter 64. 9 in the Fire. The next day, as luck would have it, I made a trip to Imre. Then, since I just happened to be in the neighborhood, I stopped by the Oaken Oar. The owner didn't know the name Denna or Diane, but a young, lovely dark-haired girl named Dinah was renting a room there. She wasn't in right now, but if I cared to leave a note, I declined his offer, comforted by the fact that since I now knew where Denna was staying, finding her would be relatively easy. However, I had no luck catching Denna at the Oaken Oar over the next 2 days. On the 3rd day, the owner informed me that Denna had left in the middle of the night, taking all her things and leaving her bill unpaid. After stopping by a few taverns at random and not finding her, I walked back to the university, not knowing if I should be worried or irritated. 3 more days and 5 more fruitless trips to Imre. Neither Diok nor Threep had heard any news of her. Diok told me that it was her nature to disappear like this, and that looking for her would serve about as much purpose as calling for a cat. I knew it to be good advice, and ignored it. I sat in Kilvin's office trying to look calm as the great shaggy master turned my sympathy lamp over in his huge hand. It was my first solo project as an artificer. I'd cast the plates and ground the lenses. I doped the emitter without giving myself arsenic poisoning. Most importantly, mine was the alar and the intricate sigildry that turned the individual pieces into a functioning handheld sympathy lamp. If Kilvin approved of the finished product, he would sell it and I would receive part of the money as a commission. More importantly, I would become an artificer in my own right, albeit a fledgling one. I would be trusted to pursue my own projects with a large degree of freedom. It was a big step forward in the ranks of the fishery, a step towards gaining the rank of Raylar, and more importantly, my financial freedom. Finally, he looked up.
This is finely made, Elir Kvod, he said. But the design is not typical.
I nodded. I made a few changes, sir. If you turn it on, you'll see. Kilvin made a low sound that could have been an amused chuckle or an irritated grunt. He set the lamp down on the table and walked around the room, snuffing all the lamps but one.
Do you know how many sympathy lamps I have had explode in my hands over the years, Elir Kvod?
I swallowed and shook my head. How many?
None, he said gravely, because I am always careful. I am always absolutely sure of what I hold in my hand. You must learn patience, Elir Kvod. A moment in the mind is worth 9 in the fire.
I dropped my eyes and tried to look appropriately chastised. Kilvin reached out and extinguished the one remaining lamp, bringing the room to near total darkness. There was a pause, then a distinctive reddish light welled from the hand lamp to shine against the wall. The light was very dim, less than that of a single candle. The action on the switch is graded, I said quickly. It's more of a rheostat than a switch, really. Kilvin nodded.
Cleverly done. That is not something most bother with on a small lamp such as this.
The light grew brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again.
The sigildry itself seems quite good. Kilvin said slowly as he set the lamp down on the table. But the focus of your lens is flawed. There is very little diffusion. It was true. Instead of lighting the whole room, as was typical, my lamp revealed a narrow slice of the room, the corner of the work table and half of the large black slate that stood against the wall. The rest of the room remained dark. It's intentional, I said. There are lanterns like that. Bullseye lanterns. Kilvin was little more than a dark shape across the table. Such things are known to me, Elir quoth. His voice held a hint of reproach. They are much used for unsavory business. Business arcanists should have no mingling with. I thought sailors used them, I said. Burglars use them, Kilvin said seriously. And spies, and other folk who do not wish to reveal their business during the dark hours of night. My vague anxiety grew suddenly sharper. I had considered this meeting mostly a formality. I knew I was a skilled artificer, better than many who had worked much longer in Kilvinshire. Now I was suddenly worried that I might have made a mistake, and wasted nearly 30 hours of work on the lamp, not to mention over a whole talent of my own money that I'd invested in materials. Kilvin made a non-committal grunt and muttered under his breath. The half-dozen oil lamps around the room sputtered back into life, filling the room with natural light. I marveled at the master's casual execution of the six-way binding. I couldn't even guess where he had drawn the energy from. It's just that everyone makes a sympathy lamp for their first project, I said to fill the silence. Everyone always follows the same old schema. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to see if I could make something new. I expect what you wanted was to demonstrate your extreme cleverness, Kilvin said matter-of-factly. You wished to not only finish your apprenticeship in half the usual time, you wanted to bring me a lamp of your own improved design. Let us be frank, Elir Crone. Your making this lamp is an attempt to show that you are better than the ordinary apprentice, is it not? As he said this, Kilvin looked directly at me, and for a moment there was none of his characteristic distraction lurking behind his eyes. I felt my mouth go dry. Underneath his shaggy beard and heavily accented Aturan, Kilvin had a mind like a diamond. What had made me think I could lie to him and get away with it? Of course I wanted to impress you, Master Kilvin, I said, looking down. I would think that goes without saying. Do not grovel, he said. False modesty does not impress me. I looked up and squared my shoulders. In that case, Master Kilvin, I am better. I learn faster. I work harder. My hands are more nimble. My mind is more curious. However, I also expect you know this for yourself without my telling you. Kilvin nodded. That is better. And you are right. I do know these things. He thumbed the lamp on and off while pointing it at different things around the room. And in all fairness, I am duly impressed with your skill. The lamp is tidily made. The sigildry is quite cunning. The engraving precise. It is clever work. I flushed with pleasure at the compliments. But there is more to artificing than simply skill, Kilvin said as he laid the lamp down and spread his huge hands out flat on either side of it. I cannot sell this lamp. It would gravitate to the wrong people. If a bugler were caught with such a tool, it would reflect badly on all arcanists. You have completed your apprenticeship and distinguished yourself in terms of skill. I relaxed a bit. But your greater judgment is still somewhat in question. The lamp itself we will melt down for metals, I suppose. You're going to melt down my lamp? I had worked for a full span on the lamp, and invested almost all the money I had on the purchase of raw materials. I had been counting on making a tidy profit once Kilvin sold it, but now, Kilvin's expression was firm. We are all responsible for maintaining the university's reputation, Elir quoth. An item like this in the wrong hands would reflect badly on all of us. I was trying to think of some way to persuade him when he waved a hand at me.
shooing me towards the door.
Go tell Manet your good news.
Disheartened, I made my way out into the workshop and was greeted by the sounds of 100 hands busily chiseling wood, chipping stone, and hammering metal. The air was thick with the smell of etching acids, hot iron, and sweat. I spotted Manet off in the corner, loading tile into a kiln. I waited until he closed the door and backed away, mopping sweat off his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt.
How did it go? He asked. Did you pass, or am I going to be stuck holding your hand for another term?
I passed, I said dismissively. You were right about the modifications. He wasn't impressed.
Told ya,
He said without any particular smugness.
you have to remember that I've been here longer than any 10 students. When I tell you the masters are conservatives at heart, I'm not just making noise, I know.
Manet ran a hand idly over his wild grey beard as he eyed the heat waves rolling off the brick kiln.
Any thoughts on what you're going to do with yourself now that you're a free agent?
I was thinking of doping a batch of the blue lamp emitters, I said.
The money is good.
Manet said slowly.
Risky, though.
You know I'm careful, I reassured him.
Risky is risky.
Manet said.
I trained a fellow maybe 10 years back. What was his name?
He tapped his head for a moment, then shrugged.
He made a little slip.
Manet snapped his fingers sharply.
Well, that's all it takes. Got burnt pretty badly and lost a couple of fingers. Wasn't much of an artificer afterwards.
I looked across the room at Camo, with his missing eye and bald, scarred head. Point taken. I flexed my hands anxiously as I looked over at the burnished metal canister. People had been nervous around it for a day or two after Kilvin's demonstration, but it had soon become just another piece of equipment. The truth was, there were 10,000 different ways to die in the fishery if you were kept. Bone tar just happened to be the newest, most exciting way to kill someone. I decided to change the subject.
Can I ask you a question? Fire away,
he said, glancing at the nearby kiln.
Get it? Fire away.
I rolled my eyes. Would you say you know the university as well as anyone? He nodded.
As well as anyone alive. All the dirty little secrets.
I lowered my voice a bit. So if you wanted to, could you get into the archives without anyone knowing? Manet's eyes narrowed.
I could, he said, but I wouldn't.
I started to say something, but he cut me off with more than a hint of exasperation.
Listen, my boy, we've talked about this before, just be patient. You need to give Lauren more time to cool off. It's only been a term or so.
It's been half a year. He shook his head.
That only seems like a long time to you because you're young. Believe me, it's fresh in Lauren's mind. Just spend another term or so impressing Kilvin, then ask him to intercede on your behalf. Trust me, it'll work.
I put on my best hangdog expression.
You could just...
He shook his head firmly.
No, no, no. I won't show you, I won't tell you, I won't draw you a map.
He softened his expression and lay a hand on my shoulder, obviously trying to take some of the sting out of his bald refusal.
Say who anyway, why all the hurry? You're young. You have all the time in the world.
He leveled a finger at me.
But if you get expelled, it's forever. And that's what'll happen if you're caught sneaking into the archives.
I let my shoulders slump, dejected.
You're right, I suppose.
That's right, I'm right, Manet said, turning back to look at the kiln.
Now run along, you're giving me an ulcer.
I walked away, thinking furiously about Manet's advice and what he had let slip in our conversation. In general, I knew his advice was good. If I were well behaved for a term or two, I would get access to the archive. It was the safe, simple route to what I wanted. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford patience. I was painfully aware of the fact that this term would be my last, unless I could find a way to make a great deal of money rather quickly. No, patience wasn't an option for me. On my way out, I peered inside Kilvin's office and saw him sitting at his work table, idly thumbing my lamp on and off.
His expression was distracted again, and I didn't doubt that his vast machine of a brain was busy thinking about a half-dozen things all at once. I knocked on the doorframe to get his attention. "Master Kilvin?" He didn't turn to look at me.
Yes?
"Could I buy the lamp?" I asked. "I could use it to read at night. Right now I'm still spending money on candles." I briefly considered wringing my hands before deciding against it. Too melodramatic. Kilvin thought for a long moment. The lamp in his hand gave a soft tick as he switched it on again.
You cannot buy what your own hands build, he said. The time and materials that made it were yours.
He held it out to me. I stepped into the room to take it, but Kilvin drew his hand back and met my eye.
I must make clear one thing, he said seriously. You cannot sell or lend this, not even to someone you trust. If this is lost, it would eventually end up in the wrong hands and be used for skulking about in the dark, doing dishonest things.
I give you my word, Master Kilvin. No one will be using it but me. As I left the shop, I was careful to keep my expression neutral, but inside I was wearing a wide, satisfied smile. Manet had told me exactly what I needed to know. There was another way into the archive. A hidden way. If it existed, I could find it. Chapter 65. Spark. I lured Will and Sim to the Aeolian with the promise of free drinks, the one piece of generosity I could afford. You see, while Ambrose's interference might keep me from gaining a wealthy noble as a patron, there were still plenty of regular music lovers who bought me more drinks than I could comfortably consume on my own. There were two simple solutions to this. I could become a drunk, or use an arrangement that has been around for as long as there have been taverns and musicians. Attend to me as I draw back the curtain to reveal a long-kept minstrel's secret. Let's say you are out at an inn. You listen to me play. You laugh, cry, and generally marvel at my craft. Afterwards, you want to show your appreciation, but you don't have the wherewithal to make a substantial gift of money like some wealthy merchant or noble. So you offer to buy me a drink. I, however, have already had a drink, or several drinks. Or perhaps I am trying to keep a clear head. Do I refuse your offer? Of course not. That would just waste a valuable opportunity and most likely leave you feeling snubbed. Instead, I graciously accept and ask bartender for a Greysdale mead, or a Soulstone, or a particular vintage of white wine. The name of the drink isn't the important thing. The important thing is that the drink doesn't really exist. The bartender gives me water. You pay for the drink, I thank you graciously, and everyone walks away happy. Later, the bartender, the tavern, and the musician share your money 3 ways. Better yet, some sophisticated drinking establishments allow you to keep drinks as a sort of credit for future use. The Aeolian was such a place. That is how, despite my poverty-stricken state, I managed to bring an entire dark bottle of Scutton back to the table where Will and Sim waited. Will eyed it appreciatively as I sat down.
What's the special occasion?
Calvin approved my sympathy lamp. You're looking at the Arcanum's newest journeyman artificer, I said a little smugly. Most students spend at least 3 or 4 terms finishing their apprenticeships. I kept my mixed success with the lamp to myself.
About time, Will said dryly. Took you, almost 3 months? People were beginning to say that you'd lost your touch.
I thought you'd be more pleased, I said as I peeled the wax off the top of the bottle.
My days of being a pinch penny might be coming to an end.
Sim made a dismissive noise.
You stand your ground well enough, he said. I drink to your continued success as an artificer, Will said, sliding his cup towards me, knowing it will lead to more drinks in the future.
Plus, I said as I stripped the last of the wax away, there's always the chance that if I get you drunk enough, you'll let me slip into the archive someday when you're working the desk.
I kept my tone carefully jovial as I glanced up at him to gauge his reaction. Will took a slow drink, not meeting my eye. I can't. Disappointment nestled sourly in the pit of my stomach. I made a dismissive gesture, as if I couldn't believe he'd taken my joke seriously. Oh, I know. I thought about it, Willem interrupted. Seeing as how you didn't deserve the punishment you got, and I know how much has been bothering you. Will took a drink. Lauren occasionally suspends students. A handful of days for too loud talking in the tombs. A few span if they're careless with a book. But banned is different. That hasn't happened in years. Everyone knows. If anyone saw you, he shook his head, I'd lose my position as scriv. We could both get expelled. Don't beat yourself up, I said. Just the fact that you considered it means we're getting maudlin here. Sim broke in, knocking his glass against the table. Open the bottle and we'll drink to Kilvin being so impressed that he talks to Lauren and gets you unbanned from the archives. I smiled and began to work a screw into the cork. I have a better plan, I said. I vote we drink to the perpetual confiscation and botherment of a certain Ambrose Jackis. I think we can all agree to that, Will said, raising his glass. Great God, Simon said in a hushed tone. Look what Deok found. What's that? I asked, concentrating on getting the cork out all in one piece. He's managed to get the most beautiful woman in the place again. Sim's grumble was uncharacteristically surly. It's enough to make you hate a man. Sim, your taste in women is questionable at best. The cork came free with a pleasing sound, and I held it up triumphantly for them to see. Neither of them paid me any attention, their eyes pinned to the doorway. I turned to look. Paused. That's Denna. Sim turned back to look at me. Denna? I frowned. Deanne. Denna, she's the one I told you about before, the one who sang with me. She goes by a lot of different names, I don't know why. Willem gave me a flat look. That's your girl? He asked, his voice thick with disbelief. Deok's girl, Simon amended gently. It seemed to be the case. Handsome, muscular Deok was talking to her in that easy way he had. Denna laughed and put an arm around him in a casual embrace. I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest as I watched them talk. Then Deok turned and pointed. She followed his gesture, met my eyes, and lit up as she smiled at me. I returned the smile by reflex alone. My heart began to beat again. I waved her over. After a quick word to Deok, she began to make her way through the crowd towards us. I took a quick drink of scutton as Simon turned to look at me with an almost reverent disbelief. I had never seen Denna dressed in anything other than travelling clothes, but tonight she was wearing a dark green dress that left her arms and shoulders bare. She was stunning. She knew it. She smiled. The three of us stood as she approached. I was hoping to find you here, she said. I gave a small bow. I was hoping to be found. These are two of my best friends. Simon? Sim smiled sunnily and brushed his hair away from his eyes. And Willem. Will nodded. This is Deanne. She lounged into a chair. What brings such a group of handsome young men out on the town tonight? We're plotting the downfall of our enemies, Simon said. And celebrating, I hurried to add. Willem raised his glass in a salute. Confusion to the enemy. Simon and I followed suit, but I stopped when I remembered Denna didn't have a glass. I'm sorry, I said. Can I buy you a drink? I was hoping you would buy me dinner, she said, but I would feel guilty about stealing you away from your friends. My mind raced as I tried to think of a tactful way to extricate myself. You're making the assumption that we want him here, Willem said with a straight face. You'd do us a favour if you took him away. Denna leaned forward intently, a smile brushing the pink corners of her mouth. Really? Willem nodded gravely. He drinks even more than he talks. She darted a teasing look at me. That much? Besides,
Simon chimed in innocently. He'd sulk for days if he missed a chance to be with you. He'll be completely worthless to us if you leave him here. My face grew hot, and I had the sudden urge to throttle Sim. Denna laughed sweetly. I suppose I'd better take him then. She stood with emotion like a willow wand bending to the wind, and offered me her hand. I took it. I hope to see you again, Willem, Simon. They waved, and we started to make our way to the door. I like them, she said. Willem is a stone in deep water. Simon is like a boy splashing in a brook. Her description startled a laugh from me. I couldn't have said it better. You mentioned dinner? I lied, she said with an easy delight, but I would love the drink you offered me. How about the taps? She wrinkled her nose. Too many old men, not enough trees. It is a good night to be out of doors. I gestured towards the door. Lead the way. She did. I basked in her reflected light and the stares of envious men. As we left the Aeolian, even Diog looked a little jealous. But as I passed him, I caught a glimmer of something other in his eye. Sadness. Pity. I spared no time for it. I was with Denna. We bought a loaf of dark bread and a bottle of Avenish strawberry wine, then found a private place in one of the many public gardens scattered throughout Imre. The first of autumn's falling leaves danced along the streets beside us. Denna removed her shoes and danced lightly through the shadows, delighting in the feel of the grass beneath her feet. We settled on a bench beneath a great spreading willow, then abandoned it and found more comfortable seats on the ground at the foot of the tree. The bread was thick and dark, and tearing chunks of it gave us distraction for our hands. The wine was sweet and light, and after Denna kissed the bottle, it left her lips wet for an hour. It had the desperate feel of the last warm night of summer. We spoke of everything and nothing, and all the while I could hardly breathe for the nearness of her, the way she moved, the sound of her voice as it touched the autumn air. Your eyes were far away just then, she said. What were you thinking? I shrugged, buying a moment to think. I couldn't tell her the truth. I knew every man must compliment her, bury her in flattery more cloying than roses. I took a subtler path. One of the masters at the university once told me that there were 7 words that would make a woman love you. I made a deliberately casual shrug. I was just wondering what they were. Is that why you talk so much? Hoping to come on them by accident? I opened my mouth to retort. Then, seeing her dancing eyes, I pressed my lips together and tried to fight down my embarrassed flush. She lay a hand on my arm. Don't go quiet on my account, Quoth, she said gently. I'd miss the sound of your voice. She took a drink of wine. Anyway, you shouldn't bother wondering. You spoke them to me when we first met. You said, I was just wondering why you're here. She made a flippant gesture. From that moment, I was yours. My mind flashed back to our first meeting in Rowan's caravan. I was stunned. I didn't think you remembered. She paused in tearing a piece of dark bread away from the loaf and looked up at me quizzically. Remember what? Remembered me. Remembered our meeting in Rowan's caravan. Come now, she teased. How could I forget the red-haired boy who left me for the university? I was too stunned to point out that I hadn't left her. Not really. You never mentioned it. Neither did you, she countered. Perhaps I thought that you had forgotten me. Forget you? How could I? She smiled at that, but looked down at her hands. You might be surprised what men forget, she said, then lightened her tone. But then again, perhaps not. I don't doubt that you've forgotten things, being a man yourself. I remember your name, Denna. It sounded good to say it to her. Why did you take a new one? Or was Denna just the name that you were wearing on the road to Annalyn? Denna, she said softly. I'd almost forgotten her. She was a silly girl. She was like a flower unfolding.
I stopped being Denna years ago, it seems. She rubbed her bare arms and looked around as if she was suddenly uneasy that someone might find us here. Should I call you Deanne, then? Would you like it better? The wind stirred the hanging branches of the willow as she cocked her head to look at me. Her hair mimicked the motion of the trees. You are kind. I think I like Denna best from you. It sounds different when you say it. Gentle. Denna it is, I said firmly. What happened in Annalyn anyway? A leaf floated down and landed in her hair. She brushed it away absent-mindedly. Nothing pleasant, she said, avoiding my eyes, but nothing unexpected either. I held out my hand and she passed me back the loaf of bread. Well, I'm glad you made it back, I said. My Halloween. She made a decidedly unladylike noise. Please, if either of us is Savian, it's me. I'm the one that came looking for you, she pointed out. Twice. I look, I protested. I just don't seem to have a knack for finding you. She rolled her eyes dramatically. If you could recommend an auspicious time and place to look for you, it would make a world of difference. I trailed off gently, making it a question. Perhaps tomorrow? Denna gave me a sideways glance, smiling. You're always so cautious, she said. I've never known a man to step so carefully. She looked at my face as if it were a puzzle she could solve. I expect noon would be an auspicious time tomorrow. At the Aeolian. I felt a warm glow at the thought of meeting her again. I was just wondering why you're here, I mused aloud, remembering the conversation that seemed so long ago. You called me a liar afterwards. She leaned forward to touch my hand in a consoling way. She smelled of strawberry, and her lips were a dangerous red even in the moonlight. How well I knew you, even then. We talked through the long hours of night. I spoke subtle circles around the way I felt, not wanting to be overbold. I thought she might be doing the same, but I could never be sure. It was like we were doing one of those elaborate Medigan court dances, where the partners stand scant inches apart, but if they are skilled, never touch. Such was our conversation. But not only were we lacking touch to guide us, it was as if we were also strangely deaf. So we danced very carefully, unsure what music the other was listening to, unsure perhaps if the other was dancing at all. Deok was standing vigil at the door, same as always. He waved to see me.
Master Quoth, I'm afraid you've missed your friends.
I thought I might have. How long have they been gone?
Only an hour.
He stretched his arms above his head, grimacing, and let them fall to his sides with a weary sigh. Did they seem put out that I abandoned them? He grinned.
Not terribly. They happened on a couple of lovelies of their own, not as lovely as yours, of course.
He looked uncomfortable for a moment, then spoke slowly as if he were picking his words with great care.
Look, Quoth, I know it's not my place, and I hope you don't take it wrong.
He looked around and suddenly spat.
Damn, I'm no good at this sort of thing.
He looked back at me and gestured vaguely with his hands.
You see, women are like fires, like flames. Some women are like candles, bright and friendly. Some are like single sparks or embers like fireflies for chasing on summer nights. Some are like campfires, all light and heat for a night and willing to be left after. Some women are like hearth fires, not much to look at, but underneath they're all warm red coal that burns a long, long while. But Deanne is like a waterfall of spark pouring off a sharp iron edge that God is holding to the grindstone. You can't help but look, can't help but want it. You might even put your hand to it for a second, but you can't hold it. She'll break your heart.
The evening was too fresh in my memory for me to pay much heed to Deok's warning. I smiled. Deok, my heart is made of stronger stuff than glass.
When she strikes, she'll find it strong as iron-bound brass or gold and adamant together mixed. Don't think I am unaware some startled deer to stand transfixed by hunter's horns. It's she who should take care, for when she strikes, my heart will make a sound so beautiful and bright that it can't help but bring her back to me in winged flight. My words startled Diok into bemused laughter.
God, you're brave.
He shook his head.
And young. I wish I were as brave and young as you.
Still smiling, he turned to enter the Aeolian.
Good night, then.
Good night. Diok wished that he were more like me. It was as great a compliment as any I had ever been given. But even better than that was the fact that my days of fruitlessly searching for dinner were at an end. Tomorrow, at noon, in the Aeolian. Lunch and talking and walking, as she had phrased it. The thought filled me with a giddy excitement. How young I was. How foolish. How wise. Chapter 66. Volatile. I woke early the next morning, nervous at the thought of lunch with Denner. Knowing it would be useless to attempt to get back to sleep, I headed to the fishery. Last night's extravagant spending had left me with exactly 3 pennies in my pocket, and I was eager to take advantage of my newly earned position. Usually I worked nights in the fishery. It was a different place in the mornings. There were only 15 or 20 people there pursuing their individual projects. In the evenings, there were usually twice that many. Kilvin was in his office, as always, but the atmosphere was more relaxed, busy but not bustling. I even saw Faire off in the corner of the shop, chipping carefully away at a piece of obsidian the size of a large loaf of bread. Small wonder I'd never seen her here before if she made a habit of being in the shop this early. Despite Manet's warning, I decided to make a batch of blue emitters for my first project. Tricky work, as it required the use of bone tar, but they would sell fairly quickly, and the whole process would only take me 4 or 5 hours of careful work. Not only could I be done in time to meet with Denner at the Aeolian for lunch, but I might be able to get a small advance from Kilvin so I could have a bit of money in my purse when I went to meet her. I gathered the necessary tools and set up in one of the fume hoods along the eastern wall. I chose a place near a drench, one of the 500-gallon tanks of twice-tough glass that were spaced throughout the workshop. If you spilled something dangerous on yourself while working in the hoods, you could simply pull the drench's handle and rinse yourself clean in a stream of cool water. Of course, I would never need the drench so long as I was careful, but it was nice having it close, just in case. After setting up the fume hood, I made my way to the table where the bone tar was kept. Despite the fact that I knew it was no more dangerous than a stone saw or the sintering wheel, I found the burnished metal container unnerving. And today, something was different. I caught the attention of one of the more experienced artificers as he walked past. Jacksim had the haggard look common to most artificers in the middle of large projects, as if he were putting off sleep until it was entirely finished. "Should there be this much frost?" I asked him, pointing out the tar canister. Its edges were covered in fine white tufts of frost, like tiny shrubs. The air around the metal actually shimmered with cold. Jacksim peered at it, then shrugged. "Better too cold than not cold enough," he said with a humorous chuckle. Kaboom! I couldn't help but agree, and guessed that it might have something to do with the workshop being cooler this early in the morning. None of the kilns had been fired up yet, and most of the forge fires were still banked and sullen. Moving carefully, I ran through the decanting procedure in my head, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything. It was so cold that my breath hung white in the air. The sweat on my hands froze my fingers to the canister's fastenings the same way a curious child's tongue sticks to a pump handle in the dead of winter. I decanted about an ounce of the thick, oily liquid into the pressure vial and quickly applied the cap.
Then I made my way back to the fume hood and started preparing my materials. After a few tense minutes, I began the long, meticulous process of preparing and doping a set of blue emitters. My concentration was broken 2 hours later by a voice behind me. It wasn't particularly loud, but it held a serious tone you never ignore in the fishery. It said, "Oh my God!" Because of my current work, the first thing I looked at was the bone tar canister. I felt a flash of cold sweat roll over me when I saw black liquid leaking from one corner and running down the work table's leg to pool on the floor. The thick timber of the table's leg was almost entirely eaten away, and I heard a light popping and crackling as the liquid pooling on the floor began to boil. All I could think of was Kilvin's statement during the demonstration. In addition to being highly corrosive, the gas burns when it comes in contact with air. Even as I turned to look, the leg gave way and the work table began to tip. The burnished metal canister tumbled down. When it struck the stone floor, the metal was so cold it didn't simply crack or dent, it shattered like glass. Gallons of the dark fluid burst out in a great splay across the workshop floor. The room filled with sharp crackling and popping sounds as the bone tar spread across the warm stone floor and started to boil. Long ago, the clever person who designed the fishery placed about 24 drains in the workshop to help with cleaning and managing spills. What's more, the workshop stone floor rose and fell in a gentle pattern of peaks and troughs to guide the spills toward those drains. That meant as soon as the container shattered, the wide spill of oily liquid began to run off in 2 different directions, heading for 2 different drains. At the same time, it continued to boil, forming thick, low clouds, dark as tar, caustic and ready to burst into flame. Trapped between these 2 spreading arms of dark fog was Faire, who had been working by herself at an out-of-the-way table in the corner of the shop. She stood, her mouth half open in shock. She was dressed practically for work in the shop, light trousers and a gauzy linen shirt cuffed at the elbow. Her long dark hair was pulled back into a tail, but still hung down to nearly the small of her back. She would burn like a torch. The room began to fill with frantic noise as people realized what was happening. They shouted orders or simply yelled in panic. They dropped tools and knocked over half-finished projects as they scrambled around. Faire hadn't screamed or called for help, which meant no one but me had noticed the danger she was in. If Kilvin's demonstration was any indication, I guessed the whole shop could be a sea of flame and caustic fog in less than a minute. There wasn't any time. I glanced at the scattered projects on the nearby work table, looking for anything that could be of some help, but there was nothing. A jumble of basalt blocks, spools of copper wire, a half-inscribed hemisphere of glass that was probably destined to become one of Kilvin's lamps. And as easy as that, I knew what I had to do. I grabbed the glass hemisphere and dashed it against one of the basalt blocks. It shattered, and I was left with a thin, curved shard of broken glass about the size of my palm. With my other hand, I grabbed my cloak from the table and strode past the fume hood. I pressed my thumb against the edge of the piece of glass and felt an unpleasant tugging sensation, followed by a sharp pain. Knowing I'd drawn blood, I speared my thumb across the glass and spoke a binding. As I came to stand in front of the drench, I dropped the glass to the floor, concentrated, and stepped down hard, crushing it with my heel. Cold, unlike anything I'd ever felt, stabbed into me. Not the simple cold you feel in your skin and limbs on a winter day. It hit my body like a clap of thunder. I felt it in my tongue and lungs and liver. But I got what I wanted. The twice-tough glass of the drench spider-webbed into 1,000 fractures, and I closed my eyes just as it burst. 500 gallons of water struck me like a great fist, knocking me back a step and soaking me through to the skin. Then I was off, running between the tables. Quick as I wasn't quick enough. There was a blinding crimson flare from the corner of the workshop as the fog began to catch fire, sending up strangely angular tongues of violent red flame. The fire would heat the rest of causing it to boil more quickly. This would make more fog, more fire, and more heat. As I ran, the fire spread. It followed the two trails the bone tar made as it ran towards the drains. The flames shot up with startling ferocity, sending up 2 curtains of fire, effectively cutting off the far corner of the shop. The flames were already as tall as me and growing. Faire had worked her way out from behind the workbench and hurried along the wall towards one of the floor drains. Since the bone tar was pouring down the grate, there was a gap close to the wall, clear of flame or fog. Faire was just about to sprint past when dark fog began to boil up out of the grate. She gave a short, startled shriek as she backed away. The fog was burning even as it boiled up, engulfing everything in a roiling pool of flame. I finally made my way past the last table. Without slowing, I held my breath, closed my eyes, and jumped over the fog, not wanting to let the horrible corrosive stuff touch my legs. I felt a brief, intense flash of heat on my hands and face, but my wet clothing kept me from being burned or catching fire. Since my eyes were closed, I landed awkwardly, banging my hip against the stone top of a work table. I ignored it and ran to Faire. She had been backing away from the fire towards the outer wall of the shop, but now she was staring at me, hands half raised protectively. "Put your arms down!" I shouted as I ran up to her, spreading my dripping wet cloak with both hands. I don't know if she heard me over the roar of the flames, but regardless, Faire understood. She lowered her hands and stepped towards the cloak. As I closed the final distance between us, I glanced behind and saw the fire was growing even faster than I'd expected. The fog clung to the floor, over a foot deep, black as pitch. The flames were so high I couldn't see to the other side, let alone guess how thick the wall of fire had become. Just before Faire stepped into the cloak, I lifted it to completely engulf her head. "I'm going to have to carry you out," I shouted as I bundled the cloak around her. "Your legs will burn if you try to wade through." She said something in reply, but it was muffled by the layers of wet cloth, and I couldn't make it out over the roar of the fire. I picked her up, not in front of me like Prince Gallant out of some storybook, but over one shoulder, the way you carry a sack of potatoes. Her hip pressed hard into my shoulder, and I pelted towards the fire. The heat battered the front of my body, and I threw my free arm up to protect my face, praying the moisture on my trousers would save my legs from the worst of the corrosive nature of the fog. I drew a deep breath just before I hit the fire, but the air was sharp and acrid. I coughed reflexively and sucked down another lungful of the burning air just as I entered the wall of flame. I felt the sharp chill of the fog around my lower legs, and there was fire all around me as I ran, coughing and drawing in more bad air. I grew dizzy and tasted ammonia. Some distant, rational part of my mind thought, of course, to make it volatile. Then nothing. When I awoke, the first thing that sprang to my mind was not what you might expect. Then again, it might not be that much of a surprise if you have ever been young yourself. "What time is it?" I asked frantically. "First bell afternoon," a female voice said. "Don't try to get up." I slumped back against the bed. I was supposed to have met with Denner at the Aeolian an hour ago. Miserable and with a sour knot in my stomach, I took in my surroundings. The distinctive antiseptic tang in the air let me know I was somewhere in the Medica. The bed was a giveaway too. Comfortable enough to sleep in, but not so comfortable that you'd want to lie around. I turned my head and saw a familiar pair of striking green eyes, framed by close-cropped blonde hair. "Oh." I relaxed back onto the pillow. "Hello, Mola." Mola stood next to one of the tall counters that lined the edges of the room. The classic dark colors of those who worked at the Medica made her pale complexion seem even more so. "Hello, both," she said, continuing to write her treatment report. "I heard you finally got promoted to elf there," I said. "Congratulations. Everyone knows you deserved it a long time ago." She looked up, her pale lips curving into a small smile. "The heat doesn't seem to have damaged the gilding on your tongue." She laid down her pen. "How does the rest of you feel?"
My legs feel fine, but numb, so I'm guessing I got burned, but you've already done something about it. I lifted up the bedsheet, looked under it, then tucked it carefully back into place. I also seem to be in an advanced state of undress. I felt a momentary panic. Is Faire all right? Mola nodded seriously and moved closer to stand by the side of the bed. She has a bruise or two from when you dropped her, and is a little singed around the ankles, but she came out of it better than you did. How is everyone else from the fishery? Surprisingly good, all things considered. A few burns from heat or acid, one case of metal poisoning, but it was minor. Smoke tends to be the real troublemaker with fires, but whatever was burning over there didn't seem to give off any smoke. It did give off a sort of ammonia fume. I took a few deep experimental breaths. But my lungs don't seem to be burned, I said, relieved. I only got about 3 breaths of it before I passed out. There was a knock on the door, and Sim's head popped in. You're not naked, are you? Mostly, I said, but the dangerous parts are covered up. Willem followed in, looking distinctly uncomfortable. You're not nearly as pink as you were before, he said. I'm guessing that's a good sign. His legs are going to hurt for a while, but there's no permanent damage, she said. I brought fresh clothes, Sim said cheerily. The ones you were wearing were ruined. I hope you chose something suitable from my vast wardrobe, I said dryly to hide my embarrassment. Sim shrugged off my comment. You showed up without shoes, but I couldn't find another pair in your room. I don't have a second pair, I said as I took the bundle of clothes from Sim. It's fine, I've been barefoot before. I walked away from my little adventure without any permanent damage. However, right now there wasn't a part of me that didn't hurt. I had flash burn across the backs of my hands and neck and mild acid burns across my lower legs from where I'd waded through the fire fog. Despite all this, I made my limping way the long 3 miles across the river to Imre, hoping against hope that I might still find Denner waiting. Diok eyed me speculatively as I crossed the courtyard toward the Aeolian. He looked me up and down pointedly.
Little boy, you look like you fell off a horse. Where are your shoes?
Good morning to you too, I said sarcastically.
A good afternoon.
He corrected, with a significant glance up at the sun. I began to brush past him, but he held up a hand to stop me.
She's gone, I'm afraid.
Black sodding damn, I slumped, too weary to curse my luck properly. Diok gave me a sympathetic grimace.
She asked about you,
he said consolingly.
and waited for a good long while too, almost an hour. Longest I've ever seen that one sit still.
Did she leave with someone? Diok looked down at his hands where he was toying with a copper penny, rolling it back and forth over his knuckles.
She's not really the sort of girl who spends a lot of time alone.
He gave me a sympathetic look.
She turned a few away, but did eventually leave with a fella. I don't think she was really with him, if you catch my meaning. She's been looking for a patron, and this fellow had that sort of look about him, white-haired, wealthy, you know the type.
I sighed. Oh, if you happen to see her, could you tell her... I paused, trying to think of how I could describe what had happened. Can you make unavoidably detained sound a little more poetic?
I reckon I can. I'll describe your hangdog look and shoeless state for her too. Lay you a good solid groundwork for some gobbling.
I smiled despite myself. Thanks.
Can I buy you a drink?
He asked.
It's a little early for me, but I can always make an exception for a friend.
I shook my head. I should be getting back. I've got things to do. I limped back to Anchor's and found the common room buzzing with excited folk talking about the fire in the fishery. Not wanting to answer any questions, I slunk into an out-of-the-way table and got one of the serving girls to bring me a bowl of soup and some bread. As I ate, my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears picked out pieces of the stories people were telling. It was only then, hearing it from other people, that I realized what I had done. I was used to people talking about me. As I've said, I had been actively building a reputation for myself.
But this was different. This was real. People were already embroidering the details and confusing parts. But the heart of the story was still there. I had saved Faire, rushed into the fire, and carried her to safety. Just like Prince Gallant, out of some storybook. It was my first taste of being a hero. I found it quite to my liking. Chapter 67. A Matter of Hands. After lunch at Anchor's, I decided to return to the fishery and see how much damage had been done. The stories I'd overheard implied that the fire had been brought under control fairly quickly. If that was the case, I might even be able to finish work on my blue emitters. If not, I might at least be able to reclaim my missing cloak. Surprisingly, the majority of the fishery made it through the fire without much damage at all, but the northeast quarter of the shop was practically destroyed. There was nothing left but a jumble of broken stone and glass and ash. Bright blurs of copper and silver spread over broken tabletops and portions of the floor where various metals had been melted by the heat of the fire. More unsettling than the wreckage was the fact that the workshop was deserted. I'd never seen the place empty before. I knocked on Kilvin's office door, then peered inside. Empty. That made a certain amount of sense. Without Kilvin, there was no one to organize the cleanup. Finishing the emitters took hours longer than I'd expected. My injuries distracted me, and my bandaged thumb made my hand slightly clumsy. As with most artificing, this job required 2 skilled hands. Even the minor encumbrance of a bandage was a serious inconvenience. Still, I finished the project without incident and was just preparing to test the emitters when I heard Kilvin in the hallway, cursing in Ciari. I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see him stomp through the doorway towards his office, followed by one of Master Arwill's killers. I closed the fume hood and walked toward Kilvin's office, mindful of where I set my bare feet. Through the window, I could see Kilvin waving his arms like a farmer shoeing cows. His hands were swathed in white bandages nearly to the elbow.
Enough, he said. I will tend them myself.
The man caught hold of one of Kilvin's arms and made adjustments to the bandages. Kilvin pulled his hands away and held them high in the air, out of reach.
Lingsada! Enough is enough!
The man said something too quiet for me to hear, but Kilvin continued to shake his head.
No, and no more of your drugs. I've slept long enough.
Kilvin motioned me inside.
Another quoth, I need to speak to you.
Not knowing what to expect, I stepped into his office. Kilvin gave me a dark look.
Do you see what I find after the fire is quenched?
He asked, gesturing towards a mass of dark cloth on his private work table. Kilvin lifted one corner of it carefully with a bandaged hand, and I recognized it as the charred remains of my cloak. Kilvin shook it once, sharply, and my hand lamp tumbled free, rolling awkwardly across the table.
We spoke about your thieves' lamp not more than 2 days ago, yet today I find it lying about where anyone of questionable character might take it for their own.
He scowled at me.
What do you have to say for yourself?
I gaped. I'm sorry, Master Kilvin. They took me away. He glanced at my feet, still scowling.
And why are you unshod? Even an Elir should have better sense than to wander naked-footed in a place such as this. Your behavior lately has been quite reckless. I am dismayed.
As I fumbled about for an explanation, Kilvin's grim expression spread into a sudden smile.
I'm joking with you, of course,
he said gently.
I owe you a great weight of thanks for pulling Raylar Faire from the fire today.
He reached out to pat me on the shoulder, then thought better of it when he remembered the bandages on his hand. I felt my body go limp with relief. I picked up the lamp and turned it over in my hand. It didn't seem to have been damaged by the fire or corroded by the bone tar. Kilvin brought out a small sack and laid it on the table as well.
These things were also in your cloak, he said. Many things. Your pockets were full as a tinker's pack.
You seem in a good mood, Master Kilvin, I said cautiously, wondering what painkiller he'd been given at the meeting.
I am, he said cheerfully. Do you know the saying, Chan Vien Edan Kot?
I tried to puzzle it out. 7 years... I don't know coat.
Expect disaster every 7 years, he said. It is an old saying, and true enough, this has been 2 years overdue.
He gestured to the wreckage of his shop with a bandaged hand.
And now that it has come, it proves a mild disaster. My lamps were undamaged. No one was killed. Of all the small injuries, mine were the worst. As it should be.
I eyed his bandages, my stomach clenching at the thought of something happening to his skilled artificer's hands. How are you? I asked carefully.
2nd grade burns, he said,
then waved away my concerned exclamation before it hardly began.
Just blisters. Painful, but no charring. No long-term loss of mobility.
He gave an exasperated sigh.
Still, I will have a damn time getting any work done for the next 3 span.
If all you need is hands, I could lend them, Master Kilvin. He gave a respectful nod.
That is a generous offer, Elir. If it were merely a matter of hands, I would accept, but much of my work involves sigildry. It would be...
He paused, choosing his next word carefully.
Unwise for an Elir to have contact with.
Then you should promote me to Raylar, Master Kilvin, I said with a smile, so I might better serve you. He gave a deep chuckle.
I may at that, if you continue your good works.
I decided to change the subject rather than push my luck. What went wrong with the canister?
Too cold,
Kilvin said.
The metal was just a shell protecting a glass container inside and keeping the temperature low. I suspect that the canister's sigildry was damaged, so it grew colder and colder. When the reagent froze...
I nodded, finally understanding. It cracked the inner glass container like a bottle of beer when it freezes, then ate through the metal of the canister. Kilvin nodded.
Jackson is currently under the weight of my displeasure, he said darkly. He told me you brought it to his attention.
I was sure the whole building would burn to the ground, I said. I can't imagine how you managed to get it under control so easily.
Easily?
He asked, sounding vaguely amused.
Quickly, yes, but I did not know it was easily.
How did you manage it? He smiled at me.
Good question. How do you think?
Well, I heard one student say that you strode out of your office and called the fire's name, just like Tarball in the Great. You said, "Fire, be still," and the fire obeyed. Kilvin gave a great laugh.
I like that story,
he said, grinning widely behind his beard.
But I have a question for you. How did you make it through the fire? The reagent produces a most intense flame. How is it you are not burned?
I used a drench to wet myself, Master Kilvin. Kilvin looked thoughtful.
Jackson saw you leaping through the fire just moments after the reagent spilled. The drench is quick, but not so quick as that.
I'm afraid I broke it, Master Kilvin. It seemed the only way. Kilvin squinted through the window of his office, frowned, then left and walked to the other end of the shop toward the shattered drench. Kneeling down, he picked up a jagged piece of glass between his bandaged fingers.
How in all the 4 corners did you manage to break my drench, Elliot?
His tone was so puzzled that I actually laughed. Well, Master Kilvin, according to the students, I staved it in with a single blow from my mighty hand.
Kilvin grinned again.
I like that story too, but I do not believe it.
More reputable sources claim I used a piece of bar iron from a nearby table. Kilvin shook his head.
You were a fine boy, but this twice tough glass was made by my own hands. Broad-shouldered Kamar could not break it with an anvil hammer.
He dropped the piece of glass and came back to his feet.
Let the others tell whatever stories they wish, but between us, let us share secrets.
It's no great mystery, I admitted. I know the sigildry for twice tough glass. What I can make, I can break.
But where was your source? Kilvin said. You could have nothing ready on such short notice.
I held up my bandaged thumb.
Blood,
he said, sounding surprised.
Using the heat of your blood could be called reckless, Elir Quoth. What of binder's chills? What if you had gone into hypothermic shock?
My options were rather limited, Master Kilvin, I said. Kilvin nodded thoughtfully.
Quite impressive. To unbind what I have wrought with nothing more than blood.
He started to run a hand through his beard, then frowned in irritation when the bandages made this impossible. What of you, Master Kilvin? How did you manage to get the fire under control?
Not using the name of fire,
he conceded.
If Elodine had been here, matters would have been much simpler, but as the name of fire is unknown to me, I was left to my own devices.
I gave him a cautious look, not sure whether he was making another joke or not. Kilvin's deadpan humor was hard to detect at times. Elodin knows the name of fire. Kilvin nodded.
There may be one or two others here at the university, but Elodine has the surest grip of it.
The name of fire, I said slowly. And they could have called it, and the fire would have done what they said, like to ball in the grate. Kilvin nodded again. But those are just stories, I protested. He gave me an amused look.
Where do you think stories come from, Elir Quoth? Every tale has deep roots somewhere in the world.
What sort of a name is it? How does it work? Kilvin hesitated for a moment, then shrugged his massive shoulders.
It is troublesome to explain in this language. In any language. Ask Elodine, he makes a habit of studying such things.
I knew firsthand how helpful Elodine would be. So, how did you stop the fire?
There is little mystery in it, he said. I was prepared for such an accident and had a small vial of the reagent in my office. I used it as a link and drew heat from the spill. The reagent grew too cold to boil and the remaining fog burned away. The lion's share of the reagent drained down the grates while Jackson and the others scattered lime and sand to control what was left.
You can't be serious, I said. It was a furnace in here. You couldn't have moved that many thorns of heat. Where would you have put it?
I had an empty heat eater, ready for just such an emergency. Fire is the simplest of troubles I have prepared for.
I waved his explanation aside. Even so, there's no way. It must have been... I tried to calculate how much heat he would have had to move, but stalled out, not knowing where to begin.
I estimate 850 million thoms, Kilvin said. Though we must check the trap for a more accurate number.
I was speechless. But how?
Quickly.
How are you?
He made a significant gesture with his bandaged hands.
But not easily.
Chapter 68. The Ever-Changing Wind. I trudged through the next day barefoot, cloakless, and thinking grim thoughts about my life. The novelty of playing hero faded quickly in light of my situation. I had one ragged suit of clothes. My flash burns were minor but incessantly painful. I had no money to buy painkillers or new clothes. I chewed bitter willow bark, and bitter was my mood. My poverty hung around my neck like a heavy stone. Never before had I been more aware of the difference between myself and the other students.
Everyone attending the university had a safety net to fall back on. Sim's parents were a Turan nobility. Will came from a wealthy merchant family in the Shao. If things got rough for them, they could borrow against their family's credit or write a letter home. I, on the other hand, couldn't afford shoes. I only owned one shirt. How could I hope to stay in the university for the years it would take me to become a full arcane? How could I hope to advance in the ranks without access to the archive? By noon, I had worked myself into such a grim mood that I snapped at Sim during lunch, and we bickered like an old married couple. Willem offered no opinion, keeping his eyes carefully on his food. Finally, in a blatant attempt to dispel my foul mood, they invited me to go and see 3 pennies for wishing across the river tomorrow evening. I agreed to go, as I'd heard the players were doing Feltami's original and not one of the expurgated versions. It was well suited to my mood, full of dark humor, tragedy, and betrayal. After lunch, I found Kilvin had already sold half my emitters. Since they were going to be the last blue emitters made for some time, the price was high, and my share was slightly over 1.5 talent. I expected Kilvin might have padded the price a little, which rankled my pride a bit, but I was in no position to look a gift horse in the mouth. But even this did nothing to improve my mood. Now I could afford shoes and a second-hand cloak. If I worked like a dog for the remainder of the term, I might be able to earn enough to eke out my interest to Devi, and tuition as well. The thought brought me no joy. More than ever, I was aware how tenuous my situation was. I was a hair's breadth away from disaster. My mood spiraled downward, and I skipped advanced sympathy in favor of going over the river to Imre. The thought of seeing Denna was the only thing that had the potential to raise my spirits a little. I still needed to explain to her why I'd missed our lunch date. On my way to the Aeolian, I bought a pair of low boots, good for walking and warm enough for the winter months ahead. It nearly emptied my purse again. I sullenly counted my money as I left the cobbler's shop. 3 jots and a drab. I'd had more money living on the streets of Tarbeen.
Your timing's good today,
Deok said as I approached the Aeolian.
We've got someone waiting for you.
I felt a foolish grin spread to my face and clapped him on the shoulder as I headed inside. Instead of Denna, I spotted Faire sitting at a table by herself. Stanchion stood nearby, chatting with her. When he saw me approaching, he waved me over and wandered back to his usual perch at the bar, clapping me affectionately on the shoulder as he walked by. When she saw me, Faire came to her feet and rushed toward me. For a second, I thought she was going to run into my arms as if we were reunited lovers in some overacted Aturan tragedy. But she pulled up short of that, her dark hair swinging. She was lovely as always, but with a heavy, purpling bruise darkening one of her high cheekbones. "Oh no," I said, my hand going to my face in sympathetic pain. "Is that from when I dropped you? I'm so sorry." She gave me an incredulous look, then burst out laughing. "You're apologizing for pulling me out of a fiery hell." "Just the part where I passed out and dropped you. It was sheer stupidity. I forgot to hold my breath and sucked down some bad air. Were you hurt anywhere else?" "Nowhere I can show you in public," she said with a slight grimace, shifting her hips in a way I found most distracting. "Nothing too bad, I hope." She put on a fierce expression. "Yes, well, I expect you to do a better job next time. A girl gets her life saved, she expects gentler treatment all around." "Fair enough," I said, relaxing. "We'll treat this as a practice run." There was a heartbeat of silence between us, and Faire's smile faded a bit. She reached out halfway to me with one hand, then hesitated, and let it fall back to her side. "Seriously, Quoth, that was the worst moment of my whole life. There was fire everywhere." She looked down, blinking. "I knew I was going to die. I really knew it. But I just stood there like some scared rabbit." She looked up, blinking away tears, and her smile burst out again, dazzling as ever. "Then you were there, running through the fire? It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It was like... Have you ever seen Deonica?" I nodded and smiled.
It was like watching Tarsus bursting out of hell. You came through the fire and I knew everything was going to be all right.
She took a half step toward me and rested her hand on my arm. I could feel the warmth of it through my shirt.
I was going to die there.
She broke off, embarrassed.
I'm just repeating myself now.
I shook my head. That's not true. I saw you. You were looking for a way out.
No, I was just standing there like one of those silly girls in those stories my mother used to read me. I always hated them. I used to ask, why doesn't she push the witch out of the window? Why doesn't she poison the ogre's food?
Faire was looking down at her feet now, her hair falling to hide her face. Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was barely louder than a sigh.
Why did she just sit there waiting to be saved? Why doesn't she save herself?
I lay my hand on top of hers in what I hoped was a comforting way. When I did, I noticed something. Her hand wasn't the delicate, fragile thing I'd expected. It was strong and callous. A sculptor's hand that knew hard hours of work with hammer and chisel. This isn't a maiden's hand, I said. She looked up at me, her eyes luminous with the beginning of tears. She gave a startled laugh that was half sob.
What?
I flushed with embarrassment as I realized what I'd said, but pushed ahead. This isn't the hand of some swooning princess who sits tatting lace and waiting for some prince to save her. This is the hand of a woman who would climb a rope of her own hair to freedom, or kill a captor ogre in his sleep. I looked into her eyes. And this is the hand of a woman who would have made it through the fire on her own if I hadn't been there. Singed, perhaps, but safe. I brought her hand to my lips and kissed it. It seemed like the thing to do. All the same, I am glad I was there to help. I smiled. So, like Tarsus. Her smile dazzled me again.
Like Tarsus, Prince Gallant, and Oren Velseter all rolled into one?
She said, laughing. She gripped my hand.
Come see, I have something for you.
Faire pulled me back to the table where she'd been sitting and handed me a bundle of cloth.
I asked Will and Sim what I could get you as a gift, and it seemed somehow appropriate.
She paused, suddenly shy. It was a cloak. It was a deep forest green, rich cloth, fine cut. It hadn't been bought off the back of some fripperer's cart either. This was the sort of clothing I could never hope to afford for myself.
I had the tailor sew a bunch of little pockets into it,
she said nervously.
Will and Sim both mentioned how that was important.
It's lovely, I said. Her smile beamed out again.
I had to guess at the measurements, she admitted. Let's see if it fits.
She took the cloak out of my hands and stepped close to me, spreading it over my shoulders, her arms circling me in something very near to an embrace. I stood there, to use Faire's words, like a scared rabbit. She was close enough that I could feel the warmth of her, and when she leaned to adjust the way the cloak lay across my shoulders, one of her breasts brushed my arm. I stood still as a statue. Over Faire's shoulder, I saw Diok grin from where he leaned in the doorway across the room. Faire stepped back, eyed me critically, then stepped close again, and made a small adjustment to the way the cloak fastened across my chest.
It suits you,
she said.
The color brings out your eyes. Not that they need it. They're the greenest thing I've seen today, like a piece of spring.
As Faire stepped back to admire her handiwork, I saw a familiar shape leaving the Aeolian through the front door. Denna. I only caught a brief glimpse of her profile, but I recognized her as surely as I know the backs of my own hands. What she had seen and what conclusions she had drawn from it, I could only guess. My first impulse was to bolt out of the door after her, to explain why I had broken our date 2 days ago, to say I was sorry, to make it clear that the woman with her arms around me had just been giving me a gift, nothing more. Faire smoothed the cloak over my shoulder and looked at me with eyes that only moments before had been luminous with the beginnings of tears. It fits perfectly, I said, taking the cloth between my fingers and fanning it out to the side. It's much better than I deserve, and you shouldn't have. But I thank you. I wanted to show you how much I appreciated what you did. She reached out to touch my arm again. This is nothing, really. If there's anything I can ever do for you, any favor, you should stop by. She paused, looking at me quizzically. Are you all right? I glanced past her towards the doorway. Denna could be anywhere by now. I'd never be able to catch her. I'm fine, I lied. Faire bought me a drink and we chatted for a while about small things. I was surprised to learn that she'd been working with Elodine for the last several months. She did some sculpting for him, and in exchange he occasionally tried to teach her. She rolled her eyes. He woke her in the middle of the night and took her to an abandoned quarry north of town. He put wet clay in her shoes and made her spend the entire day walking around in them. He even... She flushed and shook her head, breaking off the story. Curious but not wanting to make her uncomfortable, I didn't pursue it any further, and we agreed between the two of us that he was more than half mad. All the while I sat facing the door, vainly hoping that Denna might return, and I could explain the truth of matters to her. Eventually, Faire headed back to the university for abstract maths. I stayed at the Aeolian, nursing a drink and trying to think how I could make things right between Denna and myself. I would have liked to have a good maudlin drink, but I couldn't afford it. So I made my slow, limping way back across the river as the sun was setting. It wasn't until I was getting ready to make one of my regular trips to the roof of Mainz that I realized the significance of something Kilvin had said to me. If the majority of the bone tar had gone down the grates... Auri. She lived in the tunnels underneath the university. I bolted to the Medica, moving as quickly as I could, despite my weary, footsore state. Halfway there, I had a stroke of luck and spotted Mola crossing the courtyard. I shouted and waved to get her attention. Mola eyed me suspiciously as I approached. You're not going to serenade me, are you? I shifted my lute self-consciously and shook my head. I need a favor, I said. I have a friend that might be hurt. She gave a weary sigh. You should... I can't go to the Medica for help. I let my anxiety creep into my voice. Please, Mola. I promise it won't take more than a half hour or so, but we have to go now. I'm worried I might be too late already. Something in my tone convinced her. What's the matter with your friend? Maybe burns, maybe acid, maybe smoke, like the people who were caught in the fishery fire yesterday, maybe worse. Mola started walking. I'll get my kit from my room. I'll wait here if you don't mind. I took a seat on a nearby bench. I'll just slow you down. I sat and tried to ignore my various burns and bruises, and when Mola returned, I led her to the southwestern side of Mainz, where there were a trio of decorative chimneys. We can use these to get on the roof. She gave me a curious look, but seemed content to hold on to her questions for now. I made my slow way up the chimney, using the protruding pieces of fieldstone as hand and footholds. This was one of the easiest ways onto the roof of Mainz. I'd chosen it partly because I wasn't sure of Mola's climbing ability and partly because my own injuries had left me feeling less than athletic. Mola joined me on the roof. She still wore her dark uniform from the Medica, but had added a grey cloak from her room. I took a roundabout path so we could stay on the safer sections of Mainz. It was a cloudless night, and there was a sliver of moon to light our way. If I didn't know you better, Mola said as we made our way around a tall brick chimney, I'd think you were luring me somewhere quiet for a sinister purpose. What makes you think I'm not? I asked lightly. You don't seem like the type, she said. Besides, you can barely walk. If you tried anything, I'd just push you off the roof. Don't spare my feelings, I said with a chuckle. Even if I weren't half crippled, you could still throw me off this roof. I stumbled a little on an unseen ridge and nearly fell because my battered body was slow to respond. I sat on a piece of roof slightly higher than the rest and waited for the momentary dizziness to pass. Are you all right? Mola asked. Probably not. I pushed myself to my feet.
It's just over this next roof, I said. It might be best if you stood back a ways and stayed quiet, just in case. I made my way to the edge of the roof. I looked down at the hedges and the apple tree. The windows were dark. "Auri!" I called softly. "Are you there?" I waited, growing more nervous by the second. "Auri! Are you hurt?" Nothing. I began to curse under my breath. Mola crossed her arms. "Right, I think I've been plenty patient here. Care to tell me what's going on?" "Follow me and I'll explain." I headed for the apple tree and began to climb carefully down. I walked around the hedge to the iron grate. The ammonia smell of bone tar wafted up from the grate, faint but persistent. I tugged on the grate and it lifted a few inches before catching on something. "I made a friend a few months ago," I said, nervously sliding my hand between the bars. "She lives down here. I'm worried that she might be hurt. A lot of the reagent went down the drains from the fishery." Mola was silent for a while. "You're serious?" I felt around in the dark under the grate, trying to figure out how Auri kept it closed. "What sort of person would live down there?" "A frightened person," I said. "A person who's afraid of loud noises, and people, and the open sky. It took me nearly a month to coax her out of the tunnels, let alone get close enough to talk." Mola sighed. "If you don't mind, I'll have a seat." She walked over to the bench. "I've been on my feet all day." I continued to feel around under the grate, but try as I might, I couldn't find a clasp anywhere. Growing increasingly frustrated, I grabbed the grate and tugged on it hard again and again. It made several echoing metallic thumps, but didn't come free. "Well?" I looked up to the edge of the roof and saw Auri standing there, a silhouette against the night sky. Her fine hair made a cloud around her head. "Auri!" The tension poured out of me, leaving me feeling weak and rubbery. "Where have you been?" "There were clouds," she said simply as she walked around the edge of the roof toward the apple tree. "So I went looking for you on top of things. But the moon's coming out, so I came back." Auri scampered down the tree, then pulled up short when she saw Mola's cloaked form sitting on the bench. "I brought a friend to visit, Auri," I said in my gentlest tones. "I hope you don't mind." There was a long pause.
Is he nice?
"It's a she. And yes, she's nice." Auri relaxed a bit and came a few steps closer to me.
"I brought you a feather with the spring wind in it. But since you were late..."
She looked at me gravely.
"You get a coin instead."
She held it out at arm's length, pinched between her thumb and forefinger.
"It will keep you safe at night. As much as anything can, that is."
It was shaped like a Maturin penance piece, but it gleamed silver in the moonlight. I had never seen a coin like it. Kneeling, I opened my loot case and brought out a small bundle. "I've got some tomatoes, beans, and something special." I held out a small sack I'd spent most of my money on 2 days ago before all my troubles had started. "Sea salt." Auri took it and peered inside the small leather sack.
"Why, this is lovely, quoth. What lives in the salt?"
Trace minerals, I thought. Chromium, basil, malleum, iodine. Everything your body needs, but probably can't get from apples and bread and whatever you manage to scrounge up when I can't find you. "The dreams of fish," I said, "and sailors' songs." Auri nodded, satisfied, and sat down, spreading out the small cloth and arranging her food with the same care as always. I watched her as she began to eat, dipping a green bean into the salt before taking a bite. She didn't seem hurt, but it was hard to tell by the pale moonlight. I needed to be sure. "Are you okay, Auri?" She cocked her head at me, curious. "There was a big fire. A lot of it went down the grates. Did you see it?"
"Holy God, yes,"
she said, her eyes wide.
was all over, and all the shrews and raccoons were running every way trying to get out.
Did any of it get on you? I asked. Did you get burned? She shook her head, grinning a child's sly smile.
Oh no, it couldn't catch me.
Were you close to the fire? I asked. Did you breathe any of the smoke?
Why would I breathe smoke?
Auri looked at me as if I was simple.
The whole under thing smells like cat piss now.
She wrinkled her nose.
Except by downing and in the billows.
I relaxed a bit, but I saw Mola begin to fidget where she was sitting on the bench. Auri, can my friend come over? Auri froze with a bean halfway to her mouth, then relaxed and bobbed her head once, sending her fine hair swirling around her. I beckoned to Mola, who began to walk slowly towards us. I was a little uneasy at how their meeting would go. It had taken me over a month of gentle coaxing to draw Auri out from the tunnels underneath the university where she lived. I worried that a bad reaction from Mola might startle her back underground, where I would have no chance of finding her. I gestured to where Mola stood. This is my friend Mola.
Hello, Mola.
Auri looked up and smiled.
You have sunny hair like me. Would you like an apple?
Mola's expression was carefully blank.
Thank you, Auri. I'd like that.
Auri jumped up and ran back to where the apple tree overhung the edge of the roof, then ran back towards us, her hair flying behind her like a flag. She handed Mola an apple.
This one has a wish inside it,
she said matter-of-factly.
Make sure you know what you want before you take a bite.
That said, she settled back down and ate another bean, chewing primly. Mola looked over the apple for a long moment before taking a bite. Auri finished her meal quickly after that and tied up the bag of salt.
Now play,
she said, excited.
Play.
Smiling, I brought out my lute and brushed my hands over the strings. Thankfully, my injured thumb was on my accordion hand, where it would be a relatively minor inconvenience. I looked at Mola as I tuned the strings. You can go if you like, I told her. I wouldn't want to accidentally serenade you.
Oh, you mustn't go.
Auri turned to Mola, her expression deathly serious.
His voice is like a thunderstorm, and his hands know every secret hidden deep beneath the cool, dark earth.
Mola's mouth quirked into a smile.
I suppose I could stay for that.
So I played for both of them, while overhead the stars continued in their measured turning. Why haven't you told anyone? Mola asked me as we made our way across the rooftops. It didn't seem like anyone's business, I said. If she wanted people to know she was there, I imagined she'd tell them herself. You know what I mean, Mola said, irritated. I know what you mean, I sighed. But what good would come of it? She's happy where she is. Happy? Mola sounded incredulous. She's ragged and half-starved. She needs help, food and clothes. I bring her food, I said. And I'll bring her clothes too, as soon... I hesitated, not wanting to admit my abject poverty, at least not in so many words. As soon as I can manage it. Why wait if you just told someone? Right, I said sarcastically. I'm sure Jameson would rush out here with a box of chocolates and a featherbed if he knew there was a starveling, half-cracked student living under his university. They'd crock her and you know it. Not necessarily. She didn't even bother finishing, knowing what I'd said was true. Mola, if people come looking for her, she'll just rabbit down into the tunnels. They'll scare her away, and I'll lose what chance I have to help her. Mola looked down at me, her arms folded across her chest. Fine, for now. But you'll have to bring me back here later. I'll bring her some of my clothes. They'll be too big for her, but they'll be better than what she had. I shook my head. It won't work. I brought her a second-hand dress a couple of span ago. She says wearing someone else's clothes is filthy. Mola looked puzzled. She didn't look tailfish, not even a little. Maybe she was just raised that way. Do you feel any better? Yes, I lied.
You're shaking. She stretched out a hand. Here, lean on me. Pulling my new cloak close around me, I took her arm and made my slow way back to anchors. Chapter 69. Wind or Women's Fancy. Over the next 2 span, my new cloak kept me warm on my occasional walks to Imre, where I was consistently unsuccessful in finding dinner. I always had some reason to cross the river, borrowing a book from Devi, meeting Threep for lunch, playing at the Aeolian. But dinner was the real reason. Kilvin sold the rest of my emitters, and my mood improved as my burns healed. I had money to spare for luxuries such as soap and a second shirt to replace the one I'd lost. Today, I'd gone to Imre for some basal filings I needed for my current project, a large sympathy lamp using 2 emitters I'd saved for myself. I hoped to turn a tidy profit. It may seem odd that I was constantly buying materials for my artificing over the river, but the truth was merchants near the university frequently took advantage of the students' laziness and raised their prices. It was worth the walk for me if I could save a couple of pennies. After I finished my errand, I headed to the Aeolian. Diok was at his usual post, leaning against the doorway.
I've been keeping an eye out for your girl.
He said. Irritated at how transparent I must seem, I muttered, "She's not my girl." Diok rolled his eyes.
Fine. The girl, Denna, Deanne, Diane, whatever she's calling herself these days. I haven't seen hide nor hair of her. I even asked around a little. Nobody's seen her in a full span. That means she's probably left town. It's her way. She does it at the drop of a hat.
I tried not to let my disappointment show. "You didn't have to go to the trouble," I said, "but thanks all the same."
I wasn't asking entirely on your account.
Diok admitted.
I have a fondness for her myself.
"Do you now?" I said as neutrally as I could manage.
Don't give me that look. I'm not any sort of competition.
He gave a crooked smile.
Not this time around, at any rate. I might not be one of you university folk, but I can see the moon on a clear night. I'm smart enough not to stick my hand in the same fire twice.
I struggled to get my expression back under control, more than slightly embarrassed. I don't usually let my emotions go parading around on my face. "So, you and Denna..."
Stanchion still gives me a hard time about chasing after a girl half my age.
He shrugged his broad shoulders sheepishly.
For all that, I'm still fond of her. These days she reminds me of my littlest sister more than anything.
"How long have you known her?" I asked, curious.
I wouldn't say I really know her, lad. But I met her, about 2 years back? Not that long, maybe a year and little change.
Diok ran both of his hands through his blonde hair and arched his back in a great stretch, the muscles in his arms straining against his shirt. Then he relaxed with an explosive sigh and looked out at the nearly empty courtyard.
The door won't be busy for hours yet. Come give an old man an excuse to sit and have a drink.
He jerked his head in the direction of the bar. I looked at Diok, tall, muscular, and tanned. "Old man? You've still got all your hair and your teeth, don't you? What are you, 30?
Nothing makes a man feel older than a young woman.
He laid a hand on my shoulder.
Come on, share a drink with me.
We made our way over to the long mahogany bar. He muttered as he looked over the bottles.
Beer dulls a memory. Brand sets it burning. But wine is the best for a sore heart's yearning.
He paused and turned to look at me. His brow furrowed.
I can't remember the rest of that, can you?
"Never heard before," I said. "But Teckham claims that out of all the spirits, only wine is suited to reminiscence. He said a good wine allows clarity and focus, while still allowing a bit of comforting coloration of memory."
Fair enough,
he said, picking through the racks before drawing out a bottle and holding it up to a lamp, peering through it.
Let's view her in a rosy light, shall we?
He grabbed 2 glasses and led us off to a secluded booth in the corner of the room. So you've known Denner for a while, I prompted as he poured each of us a glass of pale red wine. He slouched back against the wall.
Off and on.
More off, honestly. What was she like back then? Deok spent several long moments pondering his answer, giving the question more serious consideration than I'd expected. He sipped his wine.
The same,
He said at last.
I suppose she was younger, but I can't say she seems any older now. She always struck me as being older than her years.
He frowned.
Not old, really.
More mature, I suggested. He shook his head.
No, I don't know a good word for it. It's like if you look at a great oak tree. You don't appreciate it because it's older than the other trees or because it's taller. It just has something that other younger trees don't. Complexity, solidity, significance.
Deok scowled, irritated. Damn if that isn't the worst comparison I've ever made. A smile broke onto my face. It's nice to see I'm not the only one who has trouble pinning her down with words.
She's not much for being pinned down.
Deok agreed, and drank off the rest of his wine. He picked up the bottle and tapped the mouth of it lightly against my glass. I emptied it, and he poured again for both of us. Deok continued.
She was just as restless then and wild, just as pretty, prone to startle the eye and stutter the heart.
He shrugged again.
As I said, largely the same. Lovely voice, light of foot, quick of tongue, men's adoration and women's scorn in roughly equal amounts.
Scorn? I asked. Deok looked at me as if he didn't understand what I was asking.
Women hate Denner,
he said plainly, as if repeating something we both already knew. Hate her? The thought baffled me. Why? Deok looked at me incredulously, then burst out laughing.
Oh, good lord, you really don't know anything about women, do you?
I would ordinarily have bristled at his comment, but Deok was nothing but good-natured.
Think of it. She's pretty and charming. Men crowd round her like stags in rut.
He made a flippant gesture.
Women are bound to resent it.
I remembered what Sim had said about Deok not a span ago. He's managed to get the most beautiful woman in the place again. It's enough to make you hate a man. I've always felt she was rather lonely, I volunteered. Maybe that's why. Deok nodded solemnly.
There's truth to that. I never see her in the company of other women folk, and she has about as much luck with men as...
He paused, groping for a comparison.
as... Damn.
He gave a frustrated sigh.
Well, you know what they say. Finding the right analogy is as hard as...
I put on a thoughtful expression. As hard as... I made an inarticulate, grasping gesture. Deok laughed and poured more wine for both of us. I began to relax. There was a sort of camaraderie that rarely exists except between men who have fought the same enemies and known the same women. Did she tend to disappear back then too? I asked. He nodded.
No warning, just suddenly gone. Sometimes for a span, sometimes for months.
No fickleness in flight like that of wind or women's fancy, I quoted. I meant it to be amusing, but it came out bitter. Do you have any guess as to why?
I've given some thought to that,
Deok said philosophically.
In part, I think it is her nature. It could be she simply has wandering blood.
My irritation cooled a bit at his words. Back in my troop, my father occasionally made us pull up stakes and leave a town, despite the fact that we were welcome and the crowds were generous. Later, he would often explain his reasoning to me. A glare from the constable, too many fond sighs from the young wives in town. But sometimes he had no reason. We rue are meant to travel, son. When my blood tells me to wander, I know enough to trust it.
Her circumstances are probably responsible for most of it,
Deok continued. Circumstances? I asked curious. She never talked of her past when we were together, and I was always careful not to press her. I knew what it was like, not wanting to talk too much about your past.
Well, she doesn't have any family or means of support. No long-standing friends able to help her out of a tight spot if the need arises.
I haven't got any of those things either, I groused, the wine making me a little surly.
There's more than a little difference there,
Deok said with a hint of reproach.
A man has a great many opportunities to make his way in the world. You found yourself a place at the university, and if you hadn't, you would still have options.
He looked at me with a knowing eye.
What options are available to a young, pretty girl with no family? No dowry, no home.
He began to hold up fingers.
There's begging and whoring, or being some lord's mistress, which is a different slice of the same loaf. And we know our Denna doesn't have it in her to be a kept woman or someone's dox.
There's other work to be had, I said, holding up fingers of my own. Seamstress, weaver, serving girl. Deok snorted and gave me a disgusted look.
Come now, lad, you're smarter than that. You know what those places are like, and you know that a pretty girl with no family ends up being taken advantage of just as often as a whore and paid less for her trouble.
I flushed a bit at his rebuke, more than I would have normally, as I was feeling the wine. It was making my lips and the tips of my fingers a little numb. Deok filled our glasses again.
She's not to be looked down on for moving where the wind blows her. She has to take her opportunities where she finds them. If she gets the chance to travel with some folk who like her singing, or with a merchant who hopes her pretty face will help him sell his wares, who's to blame her for pulling up stakes and leaving town? And if she trades on her charm a bit, I'll not look down on her because of it. Young gents court her, buy her presents, dresses, jewellery.
He shrugged his broad shoulders.
If she sells those things for money to live, there's nothing wrong in that. They are gifts freely given and hers to do with as she pleases.
Deok fixed me with a stare.
But what is she to do when some gent gets too familiar? Or gets angry at being denied what he considers bought and paid for? What recourse does she have? No family, no friends, no standing, no choice. None but to give herself over to him, all unwilling.
Deok's face was grim.
Or to leave. Leave quickly and find better weather. Is it any surprise, then, that she's harder to lay hands on than a wind-blown leaf?
He shook his head, looking down at the table.
Nah, I do not envy her life, nor do I judge her.
His tirade seemed to have left him spent and slightly embarrassed. He didn't look up at me as he spoke.
For all that, I would help her, if she would let me.
He glanced up at me and gave a chagrined smile.
But she's not the sort to be beholden to anyone.
Not one whit, not a hair's breadth. He sighed and dribbled the last drops of the bottle evenly into our glasses. You've shown her to me in a new light, I said honestly. I'm ashamed I didn't see it for myself.
Well, I've had a head start on you,
he said easily.
I've known her longer.
Nevertheless, I thank you, I said, holding up my glass. He held up his own.
To Diana, he said, most lovely.
To Denna, full of delight.
Young and unbending.
Bright and fair.
Ever sought, ever alone.
So wise and so foolish, I said, so merry and so sad.
Gods of my fathers,
Deok said reverently,
keep her always so, unchanging, past my understanding, and safe from harm.
We both drank and set down our glasses.
Let me buy the next bottle,
I said. It would tap out my slowly hoarded line of credit with the bar, but I found myself increasingly fond of Deok, and the thought of not standing my round with him was too galling to consider.
Stream, stone, and sky,
he swore, rubbing at his face.
I dare not. Another bottle, and we'd be slitting our wrists into the river before the sun goes down.
I made a gesture to a serving girl. Nonsense, I said. We'll just change to something less maudlin than wine. I didn't notice I was being followed when I returned to the university. Perhaps my head was so full of Denna that there was little room left for anything else. Perhaps I'd been living civilized for so long that the hard-earned reflexes I'd picked up in Tarkmoon were starting to fade. The Blackberry brand probably had something to do with it as well. Deok and I had talked for a long while, and between us drank half a bottle of the stuff.
I had brought the remainder of the bottle back with me as I knew someone had a taste for it. Small matter why I didn't notice them, I suppose. The result was the same. I was strolling down a poorly lit part of Newhall Lane when something blunt struck me on the back of the head, and I was bundled off into a nearby alley, half senseless. I was only stunned for a moment, but by the time I had regathered my wits, I had a heavy hand clamped over my mouth.
All right, Cully.
The huge man behind me spoke into my ear.
I've got a knife on ya. You struggle, I stick ya. That's all there is to it.
I felt a gentle prod against my ribs under my left arm.
Check the finder,
He said to his companion. A tall shape was all I could see in the dim light of the alley. He bowed his head, looking at his hand.
I can't tell. Light a match then. We have to be sure.
My anxiety began to blossom into full-blown panic. This wasn't some simple back alley coshing. I hadn't even checked my pockets for money. This was something else.
We know it's him,
The tall one said impatiently.
let's just do this and have it over with. I'm cold. Like hell, check it now while he's close. We've lost him twice already. I'm not having another cock up like an aniline. I hate this thing.
The tall man said as he went through his pockets, presumably looking for a match.
You're an idiot.
The one behind me said.
It's cleaner this way, simpler. No confusing descriptions, no names, no worrying about disguises. Follow the needle, find our man, and have done with it.
The matter-of-fact tone of their voices terrified me. These men were professionals. I realized with sudden certainty that Ambrose had finally taken steps to ensure I would never bother him again. My mind raced for a moment, and I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the half-full bottle of brand. It shattered on the cobblestones, and the night air was suddenly filled with the smell of blackberries.
That's great.
The tall man hissed.
How about you let him ring a bell while you're at it?
The man behind me tightened his grip on my neck and shook me hard just once, the same way you would do to a naughty puppy.
None of that.
He said, irritated. I went limp, hoping to lull him, then concentrated and muttered a binding against the man's thick hand.
Soft sits,
The man replied.
if you step in glass, it's your own damn fault.
He let out a startled shout as the pool of brand around our feet caught fire. I took advantage of his momentary distraction and twisted away from him, but I wasn't quite quick enough. His knife tore a bright line of pain across my ribs as I pulled away and began pelting down the alley. But my flight was short-lived. The alley dead-ended against a sheer brick wall. There were no doors, no windows, nothing to hide behind or use to get a leg up on the wall. I was trapped. I turned to see the two men blocking the mouth of the alley. The large one was stabbing his leg furiously, trying to extinguish it. My left leg was burning as well, but I didn't spare a thought for it. A little burn would be the least of my problems if I didn't do something quick. I looked around again, but the alley was distressingly clean. Not even any decent garbage to use as a makeshift weapon. I frantically ran through the contents of my cloak's pockets, desperately trying to form some sort of plan. Some pieces of copper wire were useless. Salt? Did I throw it in their eyes? No. Dried apple, pen and ink, a marble, string, wax. The large man finally beat out the flames, and the two of them began to make their slow way down the alley. The light from the circle of burning brand flickered across the blades of their knives. Still going over my countless pockets, I found a lump that I didn't recognize. Then I remembered. It was the sack of basil's shavings I had bought to use for my sympathy lamp. Basil is a light, silvery metal, useful in certain alloys that I would be using to construct my lamp. Manet, ever the careful teacher, had taken care to describe the dangers of every material we used. If it gets hot enough, basil burns with an intense white-hot flame. I hurriedly untied the pouch. The trouble was I didn't know if I could make this work. Things like candle wicking or alcohol are easy to light. They just need a focused flash of heat to get them going. Basil was different. It needed a great deal of heat to ignite, which is why I wasn't worried about carrying it around in my pocket. The men came a few slow steps closer, and I flung the handful of basil shavings in a wide arc. I tried to get it close to their faces, but didn't hold much hope. The shavings had no real heft. It was like throwing a handful of loose snow. Lowering one hand to the flame, licking at my leg, I focused my Allah. The wide pool of burning brand winked out behind the two men, leaving the alley in pitch darkness. But there still wasn't enough heat. Reckless with desperation, I touched my bloody side, concentrated, and felt a terrible cold tear through me as I pulled more heat from my blood. There was an explosion of white light, blinding in the dark of the alley. I'd closed my eyes, but even through my lids the burning basil was piercingly bright. One of the men screamed, high and terrified. When I opened my eyes, I could see nothing but blue ghosts dancing over my vision. The scream faded to a low moaning, and I heard a thump as if one of the men had stumbled and fallen. The tall man began to babble, his voice little more than a terrified sobbing.
Oh, God! Sam, my eyes! I'm blind!
As I listened, my vision cleared enough for me to see the vague outlines of the alley. I could see the dark shapes of both men. One was kneeling with his hands in front of his face. The other was sprawled motionless on the ground farther down the alley. It looked like he had run headlong into a low rafter beam at the mouth of the alley and knocked himself unconscious. Scattered around the cobblestones, the remnants of basil were sputtering out like tiny blue-white stars. The kneeling man was only flash-blind, but it would last for several minutes, long enough for me to get well away from here. I moved slowly around him, being careful to step quietly. My heart leapt into my throat as he spoke up again.
Sam?
The man's voice was high and frightened.
I swear, Sam, I'm blind. The kid called down lightning on me.
I saw him go down onto all fours and begin to feel around with his hands.
You were right. We shouldn't have come here. No good comes of meddling with these sort of folk.
Lightning. Of course. He didn't know a thing about real magic. It gave me a thought. I took a deep breath, settling my nerves.
Who sent you?
I demanded in my best Tar-Ball-in-the-Great voice. It wasn't as good as my father's, but it was good. The big man gave a wretched moan and stopped feeling around with his hands.
Oh, sir, don't do anything that... I'm not asking again.
I cut him off angrily.
Tell me who sent you, and if you lie to me, I'll know. I don't know a name,
He said quickly.
we just get off the coin and the hair. We don't know names. We don't actually meet, I swear.
A hare. The thing they had called a finder was probably some sort of dowsing compass. Though I couldn't make anything that advanced, I knew the principles involved. With a piece of my hair, it would point towards me no matter where I ran.
If I ever see either of you again, I will call down worse than fire and lightning,
I said menacingly as I edged toward the mouth of the alley. If I could get hold of their finder, I wouldn't have to worry about them tracking me down again. It had been dark, and the hood of my cloak had been up. They might not even know what I looked like.
Thank you, sir,
He babbled.
I swear you won't see hide or hear of us after this. Thank you.
I looked down at the fallen man. I could see one of his pale hands against the cobblestones, but it was empty. I looked around, wondering if he had dropped it. It was more likely that he'd tucked it away. I moved closer still, holding my breath. I reached into his cloak, feeling for pockets, but his cloak was pinned under his body. I took gentle hold of his shoulder and eased him, slowly. Just then, he let out a low moan and rolled the rest of the way onto his back under his own power. His arm flopped loosely onto the cobbles, bumping my leg. I would like to say I simply took a step away, knowing that the tall man would be groggy and still half blind. I'd like to tell you I remained calm and did my best to intimidate them further, or at the very least that I said something dramatic or witty before I left. But that would not be the truth. The truth was, I ran like a frightened deer. I made it nearly a quarter of a mile before the darkness and my dazzled vision betrayed me, and I ran headlong into a horse tether, crumpling to the ground in a painful heap. Bruised, bleeding, and half blind, I lay there. Only then did I realize I wasn't being chased at all. I dragged myself to my feet, cursing myself for a fool. If I'd kept my wits about me, I could have taken their dowsing compass away, ensuring my safety. As it was, I'd have to take other precautions. I made my way back to Anchor's, but when I arrived, all the inn's windows were dark and the door was locked. So, half drunk and wounded, I made my way up to my window, tripped the latch and tugged. But it wouldn't open. It had been at least a span of days since I'd come back to the inn so late that I'd been forced to use my window route. Had the hinges rusted? Bracing myself against the wall, I drew out my hand lamp and thumbed it onto its dimmest setting. Only then did I see something lodged firmly into the crack of the window frame. Had anchors wedged my window shut? But when I touched it, I realized it wasn't wood. It was a piece of paper, much folded over. I tugged it free, and the window came open easily. I clambered inside. My shirt was ruined, but when I stripped it off, I was relieved by what I saw. The cut wasn't particularly deep, painful and messy, but less serious than when I'd been whipped. Failer's cloak was torn too, which was irritating, but everything said it would be easier to patch that than my kidney. I made a mental note to thank Faire for choosing a nice, thick fabric. Stitching it up could wait. For all I knew, the two men had recovered from the little scare I'd given them and were already dousing for me again. I left through the window, leaving my cloak behind so as not to get any blood on it. I hoped the lateness of the hour and my natural stealth would keep me from being seen. I couldn't begin to guess what rumors would start if someone saw me running across the rooftops late at night, bloody and naked to the waist. I gathered up a handful of leaves as I made my way to the roof of a livery, overlooking the pennant courtyard near the archives. In the dim moonlight, I could see the dark, shapeless shadows of leaves swirling over the grey of the cobblestones below. I ran my hand roughly through my hair, ending up with a few loose strands. Then I dug at a seam of tar on the roof with my fingernails and used some to stick the hair to a leaf. I repeated this a dozen times, dropping the leaves off the roof, watching as the wind took them away in a mad dance back and forth across the courtyard. I smiled at the thought of anyone trying to douse for me now, trying to make sense of the dozens of contradictory signals as the leaves swirled and spun in a dozen different directions. I'd come to this particular courtyard because the wind moved oddly here. I'd only noticed it after the autumn leaves began to fall. They moved in a complex, chaotic dance across the cobblestones, first one way, then another, never falling into a predictable pattern. Once you noticed the wind's odd swirlings, it was hard to ignore. In fact, viewed from the roof like this, it was almost hypnotic. The same way flowing water or a campfire's flames can catch your eye and hold it. Watching it tonight, weary and wounded, it was rather relaxing. The more I watched it, the less chaotic it seemed. In fact, I began to sense a greater underlying pattern to the way the wind moved through the courtyard. It only looked chaotic because it was vastly, marvelously complex. What's more, it seemed to be always changing. It was a pattern made of changing patterns. It was... "You're up studying awfully late," said a quiet voice from behind me. Startled, out of my reverie, my body tensed, ready to bolt. How had someone managed to get up here without my noticing? It was Elodine. Master Elodine. He was dressed in a patched set of trousers and a loose shirt. He waved idly in my direction and crouched down to sit cross-legged on the edge of the roof, as casually as if we were meeting for a drink in a pub. He looked down into the courtyard. "It's particularly good tonight, isn't it?" I folded my arms, ineffectually trying to cover my bare bloody chest. Only then did I notice the blood on my hands was dry. How long had I been sitting here motionless, watching the wind?
Master Elodine, I said, then stopped. I had no idea what I could possibly say in a situation like this. Please, we're all friends here. Feel free to call me by my first name, Master. He gave a lazy grin and looked back down towards the courtyard. Hadn't he noticed the state I was in? Was he being polite? Maybe. I shook my head. There was no use guessing with him. I knew better than anyone that Elodine was cracked as the potter's cobbles. Long ago, Elodine said conversationally, not taking his eyes from the courtyard below, when folk spoke differently, this used to be called the Koyan Hail. Later they called it the questioning hall, and students made a game of writing questions on slips of paper and letting them blow about. Rumor had it you could divine your answer by which way the paper left the square. He pointed to the roads that left gaps between the grey buildings. Yes? No, maybe elsewhere. Soon. He shrugged. It was all a mistake, though. Bad translation. They thought Kwayan was an early root of Quatentan, question, but it isn't. Kwayan means wind. This is rightly named. The House of the Wind. I waited a moment to see if he intended to say any more. When nothing was forthcoming, I got slowly to my feet. That's interesting, Master. I hesitated, not sure how serious he had been before. But I should be going. Elodine nodded absently and gave a wave that was half farewell, half dismissal. His eyes never left the courtyard below, following the ever-changing wind. Back in my room at Anchor's, I sat on my bed for a long minute in the dark, trying to decide what to do. My thoughts were muddy. I was weary, wounded, and still a little drunk. The adrenaline that had kept me going earlier was slowly turning sour, and my side burned and stung. I took a deep breath and tried to focus my thoughts. I'd been moving on instinct so far, but now I needed to think things through carefully. Could I go to the masters for help? For a moment, hope rose in my chest, then fell. No, I had no proof that Ambrose was responsible. What's more, if I told them the whole story, I would have to admit that I had used sympathy to blind and burn my attackers. Self-defense or no, what I'd done was unquestionably malfeasance. Students had been expelled for less than that, just to preserve the university's reputation. Nope, I couldn't risk being expelled over this. And if I went to the Medica, there would be too many questions. Any word of my injury would get around if I went in to get stitched. That meant Ambrose would know how close he had come to succeeding. It would be better to give the impression that I had walked away unscathed. I had no idea how long Ambrose's hired killers had been following me. One of them had said, "We already lost him twice. That means they could know I had a room here at Anchor's. I might not be safe here." I locked the window and drew the curtain before turning on my hand lamp. The light revealed the forgotten piece of paper that had been wedged into my window. I unfolded it and read. Quoth, "Getting up here is every bit as much fun as you made it look. However, springing your window took some time. Finding you not at home, I hope you do not mind me borrowing paper and ink enough to leave this note. As you were not playing downstairs or peacefully abed, a cynical person might wonder what you were doing at this late hour, and if you are up to no good. Alas, I shall have to walk back home tonight without the comfort of your escort or the pleasure of your company. I missed you this felling past at the Aeolian, but though denied your company, I had the good fortune to meet someone quite interesting. He is a quite singular fellow, and I am eager to tell you what little I can of him when next we meet. I currently have rooms at the Swan and Swale in Imre. Please call on me before the 23rd of this month, and we will have our lunch
belated. After that, I will be about on my business. Your friend and apprentice housebreaker, Denner. Postscript, please rest assured that I did not notice the disgraceful condition of your bed linens and did not judge your character thereby. Today was the 28th. The letter didn't have a date, but it had probably been there for at least a span and a half. She must have left it only a few days after the fire in the fishery. I briefly tried to decide how I felt about it, flattered that she had tried to find me, furious that the note had gone unfound until now. As to the matter of the fellow that she had met, it was far too much for me to deal with at the moment, weary, wounded, and still somewhat the worse for drink. Instead, I quickly cleaned the shallow cut as best I could using my wash basin. I would have put some stitches in it myself, but I couldn't get a good angle. It started bleeding again, and I cut off the cleaner pieces of my ruined shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage. Blood. The man who tried to kill me still had the dowsing compass, and I'd undoubtedly left some of my blood on his knife. Blood would be vastly more effective in a dowsing compass than a simple hair. That meant that even if they didn't already know where I lived, they might be able to find me despite the precautions I'd taken. I moved around my room quickly, stuffing everything of value into my travel sack, as I didn't know when it would be safe to return. Under a stack of papers, I found a small folding knife I'd forgotten about after I'd won it off Sim playing corners. It would be worth next to nothing in a fight, but that was better than nothing at all. Then I grabbed my loot and cloak and snuck downstairs into the kitchen, where I was lucky enough to find an empty Veligan wine pot with a wide mouth. It was a minor piece of luck, but I was glad for whatever I could get at this point. I headed east and crossed the river, but didn't go all the way into Imre proper. Instead, I headed south a bit, to where a few docks, a seedy inn, and a handful of houses perched on the bank of the wide Omethi River. It was a small port that serviced Imre, too small to have a name of its own. I stuffed my bloody shirt into the wine pot and made it watertight with a piece of sympathy wax. Then I dropped it in the Omethi River and watched it bob slowly downstream. If they were dousing for my blood, it would seem like I was heading south, running. Hopefully, they'd follow it.
And that's it for today. More of Quo's escape. Probably